Level 1. The Missing Dollar Puzzle. 3 friends walk into a hotel and decide to split the cost of a room for the night. The receptionist tells them that the room costs $30. Without hesitation, each of the 3 guests contributes $10, handing over a total of $30. They receive the key and head up to their room. A few minutes later, the hotel manager comes out and realizes there was an error. The room should have only cost $25, 0 cents. $. He calls over the bellboy and hands him $5 bills. "Please return this to the guests," the manager says, intending to refund the overcharge. As the bellboy walks toward the room, he begins to think. Splitting $5, 0 cents. $1 evenly among 3 people would mean giving each $1.66, which is awkward to do in cash. So instead, he decides to give each guest $1 and keep $2 for himself. He hands each of them $1, and they're pleased to get something back. They now believe they each paid $9, totaling $27 for the room. The bellboy kept $2, which added to the $27 gives us $29. But they had paid $30, so where did the last dollar go? The moment you hear this, your mind starts turning. Something doesn't add up. You feel like you've accounted for everything. The $27 the guests believe they paid, the $2 in the bellboy's pocket, and yet you're still missing $1. It's as if that single dollar vanished into thin air. But the puzzle isn't a trick of accounting, it's a trick of perception. The error lies not in the numbers, but in how you combine them. The guests didn't pay $27 on top of the $2 that the bellboy took. The $27 already includes the 2 tip. The breakdown is this. $25 went to the hotel for the room, and $2 went to the bellboy. That's the full $27. The other $3 was returned to the guests, $1 each. The mistake is in trying to add the bellboy's $2 to the $27 as if it's outside of it, but it's not. The $2 is already part of the $27 that was spent. Trying to add it again to get back to $30 is where the illusion happens. The correct equation is simple. $25 to the hotel, $2 kept by the bellboy, $3 returned to the guests. That's the full $30. Nothing is missing. The story is designed to make you chase a disappearing dollar that was never missing in the first place. What this puzzle really exposes is how easily we can be misled by context and presentation. It's not just about numbers, it's about framing. How we phrase a question can reshape how we think about a problem. That's the power of a paradox, to take something ordinary and bend our reasoning around it. In truth, the dollar never vanished. It was only hidden behind a curtain of clever misdirection. Level 2. The Liar Paradox. This sentence is false. Imagine someone hands you a slip of paper. On it is a single sentence. This sentence is false. At first it seems simple enough. You might even shrug it off. But then, like a seed planted in the back of your mind, it begins to grow. If the sentence is true, then what it says must be accurate, which means it must be false. But if it's false, then that means it isn't false, which makes it true. You're stuck in an endless mental loop. The sentence eats its own tail like a logical Ouroboros. And no matter how many times you try to untangle it, you always end up back at the same contradiction. It can't be true, and it can't be false. It's both, and it's neither. That's the liar paradox, a statement that collapses logic under its own weight. This paradox has existed since ancient times. One of the earliest known versions comes from the Greek philosopher Epimenides, who was a Cretan and famously declared, "All Cretans are liars." If he was telling the truth, then he himself, a Cretan, must be lying, which would mean he's not telling the truth. But if he's lying, then his statement that all Cretans are liars might actually be true. Again, a circle, a loop, a contradiction with no way out. The liar paradox doesn't just expose a flaw in language, it reveals a crack in our understanding of truth itself. What happens when a sentence refers to itself? What happens when it defines its own truth in a way that instantly negates that truth? The mind struggles with this not because it's complex, but because it's too simple. The structure is clean, the logic feels airtight, and yet the conclusion is impossible. That's the beauty of the paradox. It doesn't need numbers, formulas, or complex theories, just words, used in a way that short-circuits the system. Philosophers, logicians, and mathematicians have wrestled with it for centuries. Some try to classify the sentence as neither true nor false. Others try to reject it as meaningless. But neither solution fully satisfies. It feels like cheating. After all, the sentence is grammatically correct. It looks like it should make sense. And yet, when you chase its meaning, it vanishes like a mirage. This paradox reveals how fragile language can be. When we speak or write, we assume that sentences carry meaning, that they represent some form of truth or falsehood. But what if language can fold in on itself, creating structures that defy logic? What if meaning itself can self-destruct? The liar paradox is more than a word puzzle. It's a mirror held up to the mind, a reminder that even the simplest ideas can hide infinite complexity. It asks a dangerous question. Can we ever really trust language to describe truth? And what happens when truth becomes a loop that can never be closed? Level 3. The Barber Paradox. Who shaves the barber? Imagine a small town with a very peculiar rule about shaving. There is one barber in town, and the rule is this. The barber shaves all the men in town who do not shave themselves, and only those men. If a man shaves himself, the barber doesn't shave him. If a man does not shave himself, the barber does. Simple, right? At first glance, it seems like a neat system. Every man in town either shaves himself or is shaved by the barber, but never both. But now the question arises, who shaves the barber? And suddenly, the logic begins to crack. If the barber shaves himself, then according to the rule, he should not be shaving himself because he only shaves those who don't shave themselves. But if he doesn't shave himself, then he must be shaved by the barber, which means he does shave himself. A loop is born, and the paradox becomes clear. The question is innocent: who shaves the barber? But there's no consistent answer. If he does, he shouldn't. If he doesn't, he must. No matter how you turn the rule around, it contradicts itself. The barber is caught in a logical trap, unable to follow the very rule that defines his job. This paradox was made famous by the philosopher and mathematician Bertrand Russell. It's not just a quirky riddle about grooming, it's a window into the limits of logic and self-reference. Russell introduced it to illustrate a much deeper issue in mathematics and set theory. Imagine a set that contains all sets that do not contain themselves. Should that set contain itself? If it does, then it shouldn't. If it doesn't, then it should. That's the same contradiction as the barber's dilemma. At the heart of the paradox is self-reference. Systems that refer to themselves create feedback loops that traditional logic can't handle. In everyday life, we assume rules apply clearly and consistently. But when a rule wraps around and includes itself, it creates a contradiction. The Barber paradox is a reminder that systems, whether they are logical, legal, or linguistic, can collapse under their own definition. It's not just about shaving, it's about the fragile structure of rules when they try to govern themselves. There have been many attempts to resolve the paradox. Some say the barber cannot exist, that such a person by definition is impossible. Others say the rule must be rewritten to avoid self-reference. In mathematics, Russell's paradox forced a complete re-evaluation of set theory. It showed that not all sets could be defined so broadly, and that without careful limits, logic itself could implode. So, the next time you hear a rule that seems airtight, ask yourself what happens if it applies to itself. That's what makes the Barber paradox so powerful. It's a tiny story about a man with a razor, but it exposes the deep cracks in how we define systems, truth, and consistency. And in the end, the only answer to who shaves the barber might be no one. Level 4. Zeno's paradox. Can motion even exist? Imagine Achilles, the legendary Greek warrior preparing to race a humble tortoise. To make the contest fair, Achilles gives the tortoise a small head start, let's say 10 meters. Given Achilles' immense speed, he should quickly overtake the tortoise. But, according to the ancient philosopher Zeno, that moment never comes. Zeno proposed a paradox that challenges the very idea of motion itself. When Achilles reaches the point where the tortoise began, the tortoise has already moved slightly forward. When Achilles reaches that new position, the tortoise has moved forward again, albeit just a little. This process continues infinitely. Every time Achilles reaches where the tortoise once was, the tortoise is a bit ahead. Zeno argued that since there are infinitely many points Achilles must reach, he can never actually pass the tortoise. Thus, motion becomes impossible. At first, this seems absurd. Of course Achilles can pass the tortoise. We've all seen faster things overtake slower ones. But Zeno's logic doesn't rely on speed, it relies on division. He divides space and time into infinite parts and claims that to move through space you must first complete an infinite number of tasks. And if you must complete an infinite number of steps, how can you move at all? The paradox exposes a strange tension between the way we experience the world and the way we try to explain it mathematically. In the real world, motion feels continuous. We walk, run, and drive without thinking about breaking space into parts. But Zeno challenges us to examine whether that motion truly makes sense under the lens of logic. For centuries, this paradox puzzled mathematicians and philosophers. It wasn't until the development of calculus that a satisfying resolution emerged. The key insight is that an infinite series of decreasing steps can still add up to a finite total. For example, if you keep adding smaller and smaller numbers, half, then a quarter, then an eighth, the sum gets closer and closer to a limit. In Achilles' case, each segment of the race gets shorter, and the time needed becomes briefer. The total of these infinite steps is not infinite time, but a finite amount. Achilles does catch up. He does pass the tortoise, but that realization only comes with a new way of understanding infinity. Still, Zeno's paradox doesn't lose its power. It continues to haunt our understanding of space and time. Is motion truly continuous, or is it made of discrete, indivisible steps? Are we gliding smoothly through time, or jumping from one frozen instant to the next? Modern physics hasn't given a final answer. Quantum mechanics hints that time and space might be granular at the smallest scale. In that case, Zeno might have been right all along, not in his conclusion, but in his question, because what he really asked wasn't whether Achilles could win a race. He asked something much deeper. Can motion even exist? Level 5. The two envelopes problem. Which envelope holds more? You're handed two identical envelopes. You're told that one of them contains exactly twice as much money as the other. No tricks, no riddles, just a simple offer. Choose one envelope and keep whatever is inside. You pick one at random and peek inside. Let's say you find $100. Now comes the twist. You're given a choice. Do you want to keep your envelope or switch to the other one? Suddenly, your mind begins to spiral. If this is the smaller envelope, the other must contain $200. If this is the larger, the other only holds $50. So what should you do? You start to reason. There's a 50% chance of getting $50 and a 50% chance of getting $200. The expected value is higher if you switch. 50% of $50 is $25. 50% of $200 is $100. Add them up, and you get an expected value of $125, which is greater than the $100 you're holding. So logically, you should switch. But wait, this logic seems to apply no matter what's in your envelope. Even if you had opened it and seen $1,000, the same calculation would convince you to switch. The paradox deepens. No matter what amount you see, the math seems to tell you that switching is always better. But that can't be right. You can't keep switching forever. One envelope has more, one has less. And switching doesn't magically create money. So where's the flaw? The trick lies in the assumption that the other envelope is equally likely to contain twice or half the amount. But that assumption is only valid if the distribution of money is known, and in this case it's not. If the amount of money was truly random, the probability that you've picked the smaller or larger envelope isn't evenly split. The logic starts to break down because it tries to apply probability to a situation. The expected value calculation only works when you know the rules of the game. Here you don't. The paradox doesn't come from the envelopes, it comes from your assumptions. This problem has stumped logicians, philosophers, and mathematicians alike. Some try to solve it by assigning limits to how much money the envelopes could contain. Others suggest reframing the question entirely. But no single resolution satisfies everyone. The two-envelope paradox isn't just about cash, it's about the limits of reasoning. It shows how a simple decision can become a logical trap when the rules are vague and the assumptions slippery. It's not a flaw in the numbers, it's a flaw in our understanding of uncertainty. The moment you open the envelope and see a number, your brain wants to make a smart choice. But intelligence, in this case, can lead you astray. The two envelopes paradox is a quiet whisper that says, sometimes the smartest answer is knowing when to stop thinking. Level 6. The Monty Hall problem. Should you switch doors? Imagine you're on a game show. You're standing in front of 3 closed doors. Behind one of them is a shiny new car. Behind the other 2, goats. The host, Monty Hall, explains the rules. You pick a door, and he who knows what's behind all the doors will then open one of the remaining 2, always choosing a door with a goat. Then he'll give you a choice. Stick with your original pick or switch to the other unopened door. At first, it seems like it shouldn't matter. There are 2 doors left, so it must be 50-50, right? But here's the twist. Switching actually gives you a better chance of winning. Much better. In fact, if you switch, your odds of winning the car are 2 out of 3. If you stay, they drop to just 1 in 3. This is the Monty Hall problem, a probability paradox that feels wrong no matter how many times it's explained. Let's walk through it. You pick a door, say door 1. There's a 1 in 3 chance you've picked the car and a 2 in 3 chance the car is behind one of the other 2 doors. Monty then opens a door you didn't choose, let's say door 3, and reveals a goat. Importantly, he never reveals the car, even if it's there. That changes everything, because if the car is in doors 2 or 3 and Monty has just shown you that door 3 is a goat, it must be behind door 2. The 2 out of 3 odds that the car was in another door haven't changed. Monty's reveal just compressed that probability into the remaining unopened door. That's why switching boosts your chances to 2 out of 3. But still, the mind resists. It feels like a 50-50. After all, you're looking at 2 closed doors and 1 hides the car. But probability isn't about what you're looking at. It's about what information you've gained. Monty's knowledge and his controlled reveal shift the odds in your favor if you're willing to switch. The paradox has tripped up mathematicians, scientists, and even Nobel Prize winners. Why? Because it feels like it breaks intuition. It challenges your gut feeling and says, think again. The Monty Hall problem shows how easily we confuse equal appearance with equal probability. 2 doors look the same, but they're not the same. One hides more information, more probability, more likelihood. And that's where the real lesson lies. Sometimes the obvious choice is the wrong one. Sometimes the strange choice is the smarter one. In life, just like on the game show, the door you didn't pick might hold more than you imagined. Level 7, the unexpected hanging. You'll be surprised no matter what. A judge tells a prisoner that he will be hanged at noon on a weekday next week, but the exact day will be a surprise. The prisoner will not know the day of his execution until the executioner arrives at his cell that morning. At first, the prisoner is shaken, but soon he starts to reason his way out of the situation. He thinks, the hanging can't be on Friday. If it hasn't happened by Thursday night, then Friday would be the only day left, which means he'd see it coming. That would ruin the surprise, so Friday is out. If Friday's out, then it can't be Thursday either, because if it hasn't happened by Wednesday night and he already ruled out Friday, then Thursday becomes the only possibility. Again, no surprise. One by one, he eliminates each day, Wednesday, Tuesday, and even Monday, using the same logic. Eventually, he concludes that the hanging cannot happen at all. Relieved, he laughs to himself and sleeps peacefully for the first time in days. Then, on Wednesday, the executioner walks into his cell. The prisoner is shocked. He wasn't expecting it at all. The judge was right. The hanging was a surprise. And now, the prisoner's logical castle comes crashing down. This is the unexpected hanging paradox, a disturbing loop of reasoning that collapses under its own weight. It's a paradox of logic and prediction, where the very act of trying to anticipate an outcome ensures you won't. The prisoner's reasoning was sound, step by step, but in the end, it was wrong. So, what went wrong? The paradox lies in the tension between certainty and surprise. The prisoner assumed that if he could eliminate each day by logic, then the event would be impossible. But that logic failed because it relied on knowing in advance something he couldn't possibly confirm. It turned surprise into a mathematical proof, and that's where it broke. The moment he believed he had reasoned his way out of danger, he became vulnerable to it again. The more he tried to predict the hanging, the more he ensured its surprise. Philosophers and logicians have studied this paradox for years, trying to pinpoint exactly where the reasoning breaks down. Some argue that the problem lies in the definition of surprise, that expecting not to be surprised is, in itself, a contradiction. Others say that the paradox shows the limits of knowledge, that there are truths which cannot be logically deduced without unraveling themselves. But deeper still, the paradox reveals something about how we face uncertainty. When we cling too tightly to logic in an unpredictable world, we can end up outsmarting ourselves. The unexpected hanging paradox is more than just a clever twist. It's a haunting reminder that certainty can be an illusion, and that sometimes the surprise isn't in the event itself, but in realizing we never understood it in the first place. Level 8. The Ship of Theseus. When is something no longer itself? Imagine an ancient ship proudly resting in a harbor, known throughout history as the Ship of Theseus. Over the years, its wooden planks begin to rot, one by one. So the caretakers of the ship replace them, one piece today, another next month, and so on. Eventually, every single part of the ship is swapped out for a brand new one, and yet the ship still sits there in the harbor, looking just as it always has. Visitors still call it the Ship of Theseus. But now comes the question, is it still the same ship? If none of the original wood remains, is it still Theseus's ship, or just a replica? But let's go further. Suppose someone gathered all the old planks that had been removed over time and used them to build another ship in a different harbor. That ship would be made entirely of the original materials. So now we have two ships, one made of brand new parts but with continuous history, the other made of the original materials but assembled later. Which one is the true Ship of Theseus? The one that evolved over time, or the one that was reconstructed piece by piece? This is the Ship of Theseus paradox, a timeless question about identity, change, and what it means for something to truly remain itself. At its heart, the paradox asks whether identity is based on material substance or continuity of form. If you replace every cell in a human body over the course of years, which you do, are you still the same person? If your memories remain intact, but your body changes, does your identity stay whole? And if your memories are erased, but your body remains the same, are you still you? Philosophers have debated this paradox for centuries. Some argue that identity lies in continuity, that as long as changes happen gradually, and the object continues to function as it always has, it remains the same thing. Others say that identity is tied to substance, that once all the original parts are gone, so too is the original object. And then there are those who say both answers are flawed, that identity itself may be a story we tell, not a fixed quality at all. In modern times, the Ship of Theseus paradox echoes through questions about artificial intelligence, cloning, and personal transformation. If a robot's parts are upgraded over time, is it still the same machine? If a human mind is uploaded into a computer, is that still the person? The paradox pushes us to confront the uncomfortable idea that identity may not be absolute, that what we call the same might just be what we're willing to accept as unchanged. The Ship of Theseus isn't just a question about boats. It's a question about us, about who we are, what we keep, what we let go, and what truly makes something or someone whole. Level 9. The Two-Door Riddle. One lies, one tells the truth. Which door? You find yourself in a strange hallway with two massive doors standing before you. One leads to freedom, the other to certain doom. In front of each door stands a guardian. One always tells the truth. The other always lies. But you don't know which is which. You're allowed to ask one, and only one, yes or no question to one of the guardians to figure out which door to choose. The stakes couldn't be higher. Life or death rests on your ability to untangle the logic of this riddle. So, what do you ask? At first, it seems hopeless. If you ask a straightforward question, is this the door to freedom? How would you know if the answer is true? If you're talking to the truth teller, the answer will be honest, but if you're speaking to the liar, it will be false. One answer leads you towards safety, the other leads you into darkness. So how can you account for both possibilities at once? That's where the brilliance of this paradox shines. The trick is to ask a question that collapses both realities into one. Here's the solution. You point to one of the doors and ask either guardian, if I were to ask the other guardian whether this door leads to freedom, would he say yes? Then, do the opposite of the answer you're given. It doesn't matter which guardian you ask. If you're speaking to the truth teller, he will honestly tell you what the liar would say, which is the wrong answer. If you're speaking to the liar, he will lie about what the truth teller would say, also giving you the wrong answer. In both cases, the response points to the incorrect door, so you simply choose the other one. The genius of the two-door riddle isn't just in its clever mechanics, but in how it flips the idea of truth and lies into something you can navigate. It shows how, even in a world filled with deception and uncertainty, logic can carve a clear path. By cleverly framing the question, you turn the lie against itself, forcing even dishonesty to reveal the truth. It's not just about knowing the answer, it's about asking the right question. This riddle has echoed through philosophy, psychology, and fiction. It asks a deeper question. How do we make decisions when we can't trust the information we're given? How do we find clarity when truth and lies look the same on the surface? The two-door riddle isn't just a puzzle, it's a mirror. It reflects how we seek certainty in a world that often refuses to give it. It reminds us that sometimes the smartest move isn't brute reasoning, but the artful twist of asking the question that reveals the answer hiding behind the mask. Level 10. Achilles and the Tortoise. Fast can't catch slow. Achilles, the greatest runner in Greek mythology, challenges a tortoise to a race. To be fair, he gives the tortoise a head start, let's say 10 meters. Achilles can run 10 times faster, so he confidently assumes he'll overtake the tortoise in no time. But then comes the ancient twist, Zeno's paradox. While Achilles runs the 10 meters to reach the tortoise's starting point, the tortoise moves a little farther ahead. When Achilles reaches that new point, the tortoise has moved slightly again. Every time Achilles reaches where the tortoise just was, the tortoise has crept forward. And though the distances grow smaller and smaller, there's always another gap to close. So Zeno asks, how can Achilles ever catch up? According to the logic of the paradox, he never does. This seems absurd. We've all seen faster runners overtake slower ones. We know Achilles will pass the tortoise eventually. So where does the logic go wrong? The trick lies in how Zeno breaks time and space into infinite pieces. He argues that motion consists of an infinite number of tasks, each requiring time, and if there are infinitely many tasks to complete, then motion itself becomes impossible. Achilles can never finish the chase, because there's always one more segment to complete, no matter how small. The paradox doesn't deny motion directly, it challenges our understanding of how motion occurs. It plays with the idea that even though the total distance is finite, it can be divided infinitely. And if time is similarly divided, then each step in the chase seems to demand its own moment, endlessly stacked one after another. To Zeno, motion was an illusion, a trick of the senses. What seems simple and smooth is, under logical scrutiny, impossible. Centuries later, mathematicians resolved the paradox using calculus. The infinite steps Achilles must take do not require infinite time. That's the key. Each segment takes less and less time to complete. The sum of these infinitely many shrinking intervals converges to a finite total. Achilles does catch up, not in spite of the infinity of steps, but because the total time they require can be calculated and contained. Calculus, born long after Zeno's time, shows how infinity can behave in precise and predictable ways. Still, the paradox lingers in our minds because it exposes something deeper, not just about speed and distance, but about perception. Zeno's logic pulls at the edges of how we understand the flow of time and the fabric of space. It forces us to confront the strange reality that infinity lives inside the finite, that we can divide and divide forever, even in the smallest things. Achilles and the tortoise are more than a race. They are a thought experiment about limits, about motion, and about how the smooth path ahead might secretly be built from endless steps too small to see. Level 11. The Omnipotence Paradox. Can God make a rock he can't lift? Imagine a being with infinite power, a God who can do anything. No limits, no boundaries, no restrictions. Now imagine this simple question. Can this being create a rock so heavy that even it cannot lift it? At first, it sounds like a trick, but the more you think about it, the deeper the contradiction becomes. If the being can create such a rock, then there's something it can't do. It can't lift the rock. But if it can't create the rock, then there's something else it can't do. It can't make an unliftable object. Either way, there appears to be something beyond its power. That's the core of the Omnipotence Paradox, a loop of logic that seems to trap even the most limitless force. The question isn't just about rocks and lifting. It's about the very definition of power. What does it mean to be all-powerful? Does it mean being able to do absolutely anything, even things that are logically impossible? Or does true omnipotence only apply to what can be done within the bounds of coherent logic? After all, no one expects even an all-powerful being to create a square circle or a married bachelor. These aren't feats, they're contradictions. Some philosophers argue that the rock question falls into that same category. It doesn't point to a flaw in the being's power. It points to a flaw in the question itself. Others push back. They say that if omnipotence means anything at all, it must include the ability to do the impossible, even to create paradoxes. That an all-powerful being could make a rock so heavy it can't lift it, and then lift it anyway. That the limits of human logic don't apply to divine power. But then we run into a deeper issue. If power can break logic, then what does logic even mean? If we can't trust reasoning to frame these questions, how can we understand anything at all? This paradox has been debated for centuries, not just in theology, but in philosophy, mathematics, and metaphysics. It's not just about God, it's about the nature of constraints. Can a system include rules that apply to itself? Can power exist without definition? Some resolve the paradox by redefining omnipotence, saying that it means the power to do all things that are logically possible. Others say the very concept of a limit-defying being may be incoherent from the start, but perhaps the real power of this paradox lies not in solving it, but in asking it. It forces us to confront the boundaries of thought, to ask whether infinity can contain itself, whether total freedom can be boxed into a question. The rock doesn't have to exist. The paradox is the rock, heavy, immovable, and waiting for the next thinker who dares to try and lift it. Level 12. The Crocodile Paradox. Save your child by predicting the future? Picture a quiet riverbank, the water still and the air thick with tension. A crocodile surfaces, clutching a child in its jaws. A desperate parent stands on the shore begging for the child's return. The crocodile, to everyone's surprise, speaks. It proposes a deal, one that hinges on logic and prediction. "I will return your child," it says, "if you correctly predict what I will do next." The parent hesitates, then says, "You will not return my child," and suddenly the crocodile is caught in a trap of its own making. Because now, no matter what it does, it breaks the deal. Let's untangle it. If the crocodile decides to return the child, then the parent's prediction that the child wouldn't be returned was false. But that would violate the condition of the deal, which requires a correct prediction for the child to be saved. So, returning the child means breaking the agreement. But if the crocodile keeps the child, then the parent's prediction turns out to be true. The child was not returned. According to the deal, that should mean the child must be returned. Either way, the crocodile ends up in a contradiction, and so does everyone else trying to make sense of it. This is the Crocodile Paradox, a logical loop built entirely on self-reference and prediction. It belongs to the same family as the Liar Paradox or the Barber Paradox. At its core is a promise whose outcome depends on predicting the outcome, a statement that consumes itself, producing a contradiction regardless of the outcome. It's simple on the surface, yet once you step into its logic, there's no easy way out. Philosophers have wrestled with this paradox for centuries. Some say the problem lies in the setup itself, that the crocodile's condition creates an impossible standard. Others suggest the deal is logically invalid from the beginning. After all, what kind of moral or rational framework makes a child's life depend on a riddle? And yet, that's exactly what makes the paradox so unsettling. It isn't just abstract logic, it's a matter of life and death, suspended in uncertainty. A child's fate, caught in the jaws of contradiction. But the crocodile paradox isn't just a brain teaser. It mirrors deeper questions about ethics, contracts, and even artificial intelligence. What happens when a system must act based on a prediction of your beliefs? What if a machine could only respond to your input if it could perfectly predict your next move? Would it lock itself into an endless cycle of self-reference? In the end, the crocodile paradox shows how easily even the simplest conditions can spiral into logical chaos when prediction and outcome are tangled too tightly. It warns us that not all promises are stable, and not all logic leads to peace. Sometimes, trying to outthink the future means losing hold of the present, and in that moment, even a crocodile can become a symbol for the limits of reason. Level 13. The Lottery Paradox. Every ticket will lose, except one. Imagine a fair lottery with 100,000 tickets. Only one of them will win, the rules are clear, the drawing is random, and every ticket has the exact same chance. 1 in 100,000. You hold a ticket in your hand. Logically, you believe it will lose. After all, the odds are overwhelming. In fact, for each individual ticket, it seems rational to believe that it won't win. The same is true for ticket number 1, ticket number 2, all the way to ticket number 100. 0. You examine them one by one, and for each you conclude, this ticket will lose. But then you're left with a strange contradiction. If it's rational to believe that every ticket will lose, then how can it also be true that one of them will win? This is the lottery paradox, a quiet contradiction hiding in plain sight. It emerges not from faulty reasoning, but from reasoning that feels completely sound. It begins with individual probabilities. Each ticket is extremely unlikely to win, so it seems rational to believe it will lose. But if you carry that belief across all tickets, you arrive at a conclusion that contradicts the basic rules of the lottery, that no ticket will win. Yet the structure of the lottery guarantees that one must. The paradox forces us to question what it means to believe something rationally. Is it reasonable to believe that something will not happen, even if it might? Can you believe a collection of individually reasonable things and still be collectively wrong? The lottery paradox says yes, and that's the unsettling part. It shows that logic can fracture not in the details, but in the structure of belief itself. Philosophers have proposed different ways to make sense of this. Some argue that belief must be holistic, that it doesn't make sense to believe each ticket will lose without considering the system as a whole. Others say we should shift from belief to confidence, from certainty to probability. Maybe you shouldn't believe each ticket will lose, but instead accept that each is extremely unlikely to win. That subtle change from binary belief to degrees of belief may resolve the tension, but it also reveals just how fragile our everyday logic really is. This paradox doesn't just live in lotteries. It lives in courtroom juries, where jurors believe each piece of evidence is weak, but still reach a strong verdict. It appears in risk management, where every unlikely event is dismissed until one finally happens. It even shows up in our personal lives, when we assume each small worry will pass until one doesn't. The lottery paradox reminds us that rational thinking can lead to irrational outcomes, that when we zoom in too closely, we can lose sight of the bigger picture, and that sometimes the truth doesn't emerge from 1,000 small conclusions, but from one silent contradiction hiding among them, waiting like a single winning ticket in a sea of almosts. Level 14. The Paradox of Tolerance. Should you tolerate intolerance? Imagine a society built on the value of tolerance, a place where every voice is allowed to speak, every belief is given space, and freedom of expression is sacred. It welcomes disagreement, diversity, and debate. But now, into this open society walks a group that preaches hatred, exclusion, and the destruction of tolerance itself. They say others should be silenced, they call for oppression, and they demand the right to do it in the name of free speech. Now, the society is faced with a dilemma. If it is truly tolerant, it must allow even this intolerant group to speak. But if it allows that voice to grow unchecked, it risks being destroyed from within. The question becomes painfully clear. Should a tolerant society tolerate intolerance? This is the paradox of tolerance, first described by philosopher Karl Popper in the mid-20th century. It asks whether the principle of tolerance can, or should, extend to those who reject the principle itself. If tolerance has no boundaries, then intolerance will exploit that freedom, grow in strength, and eventually crush the very system that allowed it to exist. On the other hand, if tolerance draws a line and begins to silence certain voices, does it betray its own values? The paradox is sharp. If you tolerate everything, you may end up tolerating your own destruction. But if you don't tolerate all things, you cease to be fully tolerant. It's a riddle with real-world consequences. We see it play out in public discourse, in political systems, in online platforms. Should a country allow hate speech under the banner of free speech? Should a social network ban users who spread dangerous ideologies or risk becoming a megaphone for extremism? These are not abstract questions. They define the shape and survival of liberal democracies. And the answers are rarely easy. Every attempt to draw the line feels like a compromise between principle and pragmatism, between freedom and survival. Popper's answer was not to abandon tolerance, but to defend it. He argued that a tolerant society must be intolerant of intolerance, not because it hates difference, but because it values peace. Tolerance, in this view, is not weakness, it's a stronghold, and to protect it, some limits must be drawn. This doesn't mean silencing every dissenting voice or shutting down every offensive idea. It means recognizing when a viewpoint no longer seeks conversation but domination. The paradox of tolerance is not an excuse to suppress. It is a warning that freedom is fragile, that openness without wisdom can be its own undoing. It reminds us that not all ideas are equally safe, and not all freedoms lead to justice. Tolerance is powerful, but it cannot survive alone. It must be guarded, not just with compassion, but with courage, especially when the thing threatening it wears the mask of free speech. Level 15, Russell's Paradox. The set of all sets that don't contain themselves. Imagine you're building lists. Some lists contain other lists, and some lists do not. It sounds simple enough until you decide to create a very specific one. You decide to make a list of all the lists that do not contain themselves. Most lists don't include themselves. A grocery list doesn't list grocery list as an item. So your new list includes them all: the recipe list, the birthday list, the travel list, all the lists that don't refer to themselves. But then you stop and ask, should this list include itself? If it does include itself, then by definition it should not be on the list, because it only includes lists that don't include themselves. But if it doesn't include itself, then according to its own rule, it must be on the list. And just like that, logic twists into a loop. You're stuck in a contradiction. If it contains itself, it shouldn't. If it doesn't, it should. This is Russell's Paradox, one of the most important and unsettling discoveries in the history of mathematics and law. Proposed by philosopher and mathematician Bertrand Russell in 1901, this paradox wasn't just a clever thought experiment, it broke the very foundations of mathematical reasoning. At the time, mathematics relied heavily on set theory, the idea that everything could be understood as a collection of elements, grouped into sets. Some sets contain numbers, some contain shapes, and some, more abstractly, could contain other sets. It seemed that with a few simple rules you could build all of mathematics from the ground up. Until Russell found the crack. His paradox revealed that unrestricted set building leads to contradiction. The idea of the set of all sets that do not contain themselves cannot logically exist. If it does, it tears itself apart. That single sentence shattered the idea that set theory, as it was structured, could serve as a flawless foundation for math. It sent shockwaves through the mathematical world, prompting a complete overhaul of how logic and mathematics were structured. To avoid the paradox, new systems were created, more rigorous frameworks with strict rules about what kinds of sets can exist. These include type theory and Zermelo-Fraenkel set theory, which place careful limits on how sets are formed, preventing them from referencing themselves in ways that create contradiction. But even with these repairs, Russell's paradox stands as a warning, a reminder that even the most logical systems can collapse under their own weight when self-reference is left unchecked. This paradox isn't just about sets or math. It touches on language, philosophy, and even computer science. It echoes in questions like, can a law govern itself? Can a machine monitor its own code? Can a definition define itself without falling into nonsense? Russell's paradox shows that some loops in logic aren't just confusing, they're impossible, and that within the most precise systems, paradox still waits quietly, hiding in the structure, ready to unravel certainty with a single, elegant contradiction. Level 16. Moore's Paradox. It's raining, but I don't believe it. Imagine someone looks out the window, sees gray skies, hears the rain tapping on the glass, and calmly says, "It's raining, but I don't believe it." At first, you pause. There's no contradiction in the words. It might even be technically possible. Maybe they're sleep-deprived or unsure of their senses, but something about the statement feels deeply wrong. How can someone say something that they clearly don't believe while also presenting it as fact? This is Moore's paradox, named after the philosopher G.G. Moore, who first pointed out this strange dissonance in belief and language. It's not a logical contradiction like it's raining and it's not raining. Instead, it's a contradiction of the mind, a clash between what is stated and what is believed. The paradox arises because asserting something out loud carries an implicit claim that you believe what you're saying. If someone says, "It's raining," we assume they think it's true. But Moore's sentence breaks that expectation. The speaker claims the rain is falling, but at the same time admits they don't believe it. The sentence isn't self-refuting in a formal sense. It could, in theory, be accurate, but psychologically, it's impossible to say it sincerely without something feeling broken. It's like watching someone shake their head no while saying yes. The contradiction lives not in the logic, but in the speaker's mental posture. Moore's paradox exposes something subtle but powerful about how language works. We don't just communicate facts, we communicate states of belief. When we speak, we're not only describing the world, we're revealing how we relate to it, what we trust, what we accept, and that's what makes this paradox so strange. It's a situation where a person's words and their beliefs fail to align, even though both might independently make sense. It's not just about what is true, but about what you believe to be true, and how that belief shapes what you can meaningfully say. This paradox has deep implications, especially in epistemology, the study of knowledge. It draws a line between knowing something, believing it, and being able to honestly assert it. For instance, could someone say, 2 + 2 is 4, but I don't believe it? Not without losing credibility and maybe sanity. It also touches on psychology, particularly in cases of cognitive dissonance, where people hold conflicting thoughts or beliefs. You might think smoking is harmful, but not believe it will hurt you. You might know a truth intellectually, but reject it emotionally. Moore's paradox captures that strange inner split. In the end, this isn't just a curiosity in logic. It's a mirror for how we use language to navigate belief, truth, and self-awareness. Moore's paradox is not a contradiction of facts. It's a contradiction of the self. And it reminds us that to speak truthfully, we don't just need the right words, we need the beliefs behind them to line up, or risk sounding like strangers to our own minds. Level 17, the Raven Paradox. Does seeing a white shoe prove ravens are black? Imagine you're testing a scientific claim. All ravens are black. To support this, you begin observing ravens. You see a black raven, good, that supports the hypothesis. You see another and another, each one fits the pattern. But then you consider something strange. The statement all ravens are black is logically equivalent to all non-black things are not ravens. That second version sounds different, but it means the same thing. So now if you see a white shoe, something that is not black and also not a raven, that should also support the hypothesis. After all, it fits the rule. Non-black, non-raven. And just like that, you've stumbled into one of the most puzzling thought experiments in philosophy of science, the Raven Paradox. At first, this seems ridiculous. How can looking at a white shoe tell you anything about ravens? It doesn't feel like evidence. It feels like noise. But logic tells a different story. If your hypothesis is truly all ravens are black, then anything that doesn't violate that rule, including non-black, non-raven things, is technically consistent with it. So every time you observe an object that isn't black and isn't a raven, you're seeing another piece of the puzzle fall into place. Yet your intuition rebels. How does a white shoe, or a red apple, or a green pencil have anything to do with birds at all? This paradox was first described by Carl Gustav Hempel in the 1940s S. His goal was to understand how evidence works. What does it mean for something to confirm a theory? His conclusion was that confirmation is a logical process. If a hypothesis has a certain form, then anything that fits within that form, no matter how distant it seems, counts as support. But the Raven Paradox shows that logic and intuition often drift apart. We don't feel like we've learned anything about ravens by looking at shoes. And maybe we haven't. Not in any practical sense. So, where's the gap? Philosophers have tried to resolve this by distinguishing between relevant and irrelevant confirmation. Yes, a white shoe technically supports the hypothesis, but the amount of confirmation it provides is infinitesimally small. In contrast, observing an actual raven, especially a rare one, gives us meaningful, relevant data. Others argue that confirmation must be tied to probability, not just logical form. White shoe doesn't change your confidence in the raven hypothesis, but a pink raven would destroy it. What the Raven Paradox really uncovers is the complexity of evidence itself. It challenges how we gather knowledge and how we interpret observations. It reveals that even the most obvious truths, like all ravens are black, can be twisted into strange shapes under the pressure of logic. And it reminds us that science isn't just about collecting facts. It's about understanding how facts relate to theories, and sometimes how a shoe might say more about a bird than we'd ever expect. Level 18, Newcomb's Paradox. Take one box or two. You're standing in front of two boxes. One is transparent and clearly holds $1,000. The other is opaque, its contents unknown. You're told you have a choice. Take only the opaque box, or take both. Simple, right? But then comes the twist. There's a super intelligent predictor, almost always accurate, who has already predicted what you would choose. If it predicted you'd take only the opaque box, it placed $100 inside. But if it predicted you'd take both, then it left the opaque box empty. The transparent box always contains the $1, $0, no matter what. Now, you're frozen. What should you do? On one hand, the decision seems obvious. The prediction is already made. The boxes are packed. You can't change the past, so why not take both and walk away with an extra $1,000, 0 cents dollar, just in case? That's the reasoning of the dominance principle in decision theory. No matter what's in the opaque box, taking both boxes gives you more. But here's the catch. The predictor is almost always right. If you two box, it likely predicted that, and you'll find the opaque box empty. If you one box, it likely predicted that too, and you'll walk away with $1 million. That's the reasoning of the expected utility principle. The choice that leads to the best expected outcome is to one box. And that's the paradox. Rationality pulls you in two directions. Dominance says take both. Expected utility says take one. Logic fractures. You're trying to outthink a being that has, historically, been nearly perfect in reading your mind before you even make up your mind. The very act of choosing becomes entangled with the prediction, as if your decision echoes backward in time. Can your future choice influence the past setup of the boxes? Some philosophers and mathematicians side with one boxing. They argue that if the predictor is that good, then choosing one box almost guarantees the $1 million. Others side with two boxing, insisting that once the boxes are set, your only rational move is to take both. After all, how could choosing an extra $1,000 make things worse? Still, both sides feel incomplete. Each choice seems rational on its own terms, yet both can't be right. Newcomb's paradox asks more than just a question about boxes. It asks whether free will and perfect prediction can coexist, whether we are truly choosing or just playing out a path already anticipated. It forces us to examine how cause and effect work when intelligence reaches a godlike scale. Do you trust the logic of the moment, or the mind that saw your decision coming? In the end, Newcomb's paradox doesn't just challenge your decision-making, it challenges your identity as a chooser. Are you a free agent, weighing options, or just a data point in a perfectly modeled future? The boxes are in front of you. The money may already be there or not. The choice is yours. Or is it? Level 19. The Preface Paradox. Believe a book despite knowing some parts are wrong. Imagine an author who has spent years writing a book, hundreds of pages, thousands of facts carefully researched and reviewed. They believe every statement in the book to be true. But in the preface, they write something odd. Despite my best efforts, I expect that there may be some errors in this book. This humble admission seems reasonable. After all, human knowledge is fallible. No one is perfect. But here's where the paradox begins. If the author believes there are errors somewhere in the book, how can they still claim to believe every individual statement is true? How can they believe both, that each claim is correct and that at least one of them is not? This is the Preface Paradox, a quiet contradiction that arises not from any flaw in logic, but from the nature of belief itself. It highlights the tension between believing each part and doubting the whole. The author, or any rational reader, might believe every fact in isolation. Each paragraph seems solid, every sentence supported by evidence. But at the same time, they hold a general belief that errors are likely present. That contradiction shouldn't make sense, and yet it does. We live with it all the time. The paradox touches something deeply human. When we write, speak, or even just think, we often believe the parts while doubting the sum. You might believe each item on your to-do list is accurate, but still suspect you've forgotten something. You might trust every item in a newspaper article, yet still assume there's probably a small error somewhere. This isn't irrational, it's actually a sign of intellectual humility, but when pushed to the extremes of logic, it becomes a paradox. How can you believe X is true for every X in a book, while also believing at least one X is false? Some philosophers argue that this isn't truly a paradox, that it only feels strange because we think of belief as all or nothing. Instead, they say belief might be context-sensitive or probabilistic. You can believe each statement is probably true, while also thinking the chance of at least one mistake across the whole is high. Others propose that belief isn't strictly logical, it's practical. You believe each statement in order to use it, communicate it, defend it. The doubt in the preface doesn't weaken those beliefs, it merely reflects an awareness of human limitations. The preface paradox reminds us that being reasonable doesn't always mean being logically perfect. It means navigating belief with care, trusting your work while staying open to correction. It reveals how belief and doubt can coexist, not as enemies, but as partners. You believe what you've written, you also believe you might be wrong. And in that delicate balance, somewhere between confidence and humility, truth continues to evolve. Page Level 20. The Sleeping Beauty Problem. What are the odds you're right? Sleeping Beauty is part of an experiment. On Sunday, she's told the rules. She will be put to sleep and a fair coin will be tossed. If the coin lands heads, she will be awakened on Monday and then put back to sleep, with no memory of waking. If it lands tails, she will be awakened on both Monday and Tuesday, again with her memory erased after each awakening. Every time she wakes, she has no idea what day it is or what the coin landed on. When she wakes up during the experiment and is asked, "What is the probability that the coin landed heads?" what should she say? At first it seems simple. The coin is fair. It has a 50% chance of heads, 50% chance of tails. That was decided before she even went to sleep. So shouldn't the answer be 1 and 2? That's the view of the Haffers, who argued that the coin toss itself isn't affected by her waking. But then there's the other side, the thirders. They reason differently. From Beauty's point of view, there are 3 possible awakenings. 1 on Monday if it's heads, 1 on Monday if it's tails, and 1 on Tuesday if it's tails. She is equally likely to experience any of these. Only 1 out of those 3 corresponds to heads, so the probability must be 1 in 3. And now we're deep inside the Sleeping Beauty problem, a paradox of probability and self-location. It doesn't question the coin toss, it questions you, the observer. It asks, what should your beliefs be when you wake without memory, without context, without even knowing if it's Monday or Tuesday? And it forces us to confront the uncomfortable truth that probabilities are not just about physical events, they're about perspective. Philosophers and scientists still argue about the correct answer. The Haffers stick to objective chance. The coin was tossed once. That's the only random event. The thirders focus on subjective experience. Beauty is more likely to wake up during a tails result because tails creates more awakenings. Statistically, she's more likely to find herself in one of those extra wake-ups. It's not that the coin is unfair, it's that her experience is skewed by the structure of the experience. This paradox is more than a puzzle. It's a challenge to how we think about time, memory, and identity. It's a cousin to questions in quantum mechanics and anthropic reasoning. If you forget who you are, or when you are, or how many times you've lived through a moment, how do you assign probabilities? What does being right even mean when your awareness is fragmented? The Sleeping Beauty problem isn't just about a coin, it's about consciousness. It's about waking up into a world where logic and perspective collide. And it reminds us that in the strange twilight between memory and chance, even certainty is something we dream of, but never fully hold. Level 21. Buridan's donkey. Starving between two equal choices. Picture a hungry donkey standing exactly between two identical piles of hay. Both are equally fresh, equally close, and equally tempting. The donkey wants to eat. It needs to eat, but there is no reason to prefer one pile over the other. There's no difference to guide the decision, and so, frozen by indecision, it hesitates. It looks left, it looks right, but the symmetry never breaks. There's no tiebreaker, no signal, no hint. Time passes. The donkey doesn't move. And eventually, it dies. Not from lack of food, but from the inability to choose. This is Buridan's donkey, a paradox that highlights the strange and sometimes paralyzing nature of free will when choice is stripped of preference. At first, the story seems absurd. In real life, wouldn't the donkey eventually pick a direction, even at random? Maybe. But the point of the paradox isn't zoological, it's philosophical. It forces us to ask, what happens when a rational being is presented with two perfectly equal options and no reason to prefer one over the other? If all decisions are based on reasons and no reason exists, then on what basis can a choice be made? Buridan's donkey shows that even in the presence of abundance, perfect symmetry can lead to paralysis. The paradox is named after the 14th century philosopher Jean Buridan. Though he never actually used the donkey example, it was later attributed to his ideas about determinism and rationality. He argued that if humans are rational beings who act based on reasons, then in the absence of a reason, action becomes impossible. The donkey doesn't starve because it lacks options. It starves because its rationality demands a justification it cannot find, and in that moment, reason becomes a prison. Some have tried to resolve the paradox by saying that real decision-makers, whether humans or donkeys, have internal quirks, unconscious biases, or random impulses that eventually break the symmetry. That's probably true. But that only proves the point more deeply. Sometimes we rely on irrationality to move forward. Sometimes randomness saves us when logic fails. In that sense, Buridan's donkey is a warning that reason alone, stripped of emotion or instinct, can lead to stagnation instead of progress. The paradox also shows up in modern decision theory, game theory, and even artificial intelligence. A machine programmed to act purely on utility might get stuck between two perfectly equal choices, unless randomness is introduced. Even in economics, where agents are assumed to be rational, tie-breaking rules must be built in to avoid infinite indecision. In a world of endless options, all seemingly equal, Buridan's donkey lives again, not as a creature, but as a metaphor for the indecision baked into modern life. The tragedy of the donkey isn't hunger, it's the failure to act when every reason points nowhere. It reminds us that sometimes movement is more important than certainty, and that in the face of perfect balance, even a small nudge, even a leap of faith, might be the difference between life and stillness. Level 22, the experience machine. Would you plug in forever? Imagine a machine. Once you enter it, your body lies still, but your mind is free, completely immersed in perfect experience. You can choose whatever life you want: eternal success, endless love, boundless adventure. You won't know it's a simulation. Inside, it will feel completely real. Every sensation, every triumph, every joy. indistinguishable from reality. The machine guarantees bliss, with no pain, no failure, no disappointment. You can plug in for a week, a year, or forever. But once you're in, you won't remember the choice. You'll simply live the illusion. Now comes the question, would you plug in? This is the experience machine, a thought experiment proposed by philosopher Robert Nozick in 1974. He wanted to challenge the idea that pleasure is the only thing that matters, that happiness alone defines a good life. If that were true, the choice would be simple. Everyone should plug in. But when asked, most people hesitate. Some say no, some feel disturbed. Because even though the machine promises joy, it also asks us to abandon something deeper, reality. The paradox begins to unfold. If the simulation feels exactly like real life, then why does it matter that it's not real? Why should it bother you if your simulated life is filled with love, meaning, and satisfaction? The answer lies in how we value our experiences. We don't just want to feel like we've accomplished something, we want to actually accomplish it. We don't just want to be loved in a dream, we want to be loved by real people. There's something hollow, perhaps even terrifying, about living in a lie, no matter how beautiful it feels. Nozick argued that we care about more than pleasure. We care about truth, authenticity, and connection. The machine strips that away. It reduces life to a series of pleasing sensations and calls that enough. But is it? Or have we simply been taught to distrust comfort that isn't earned? Maybe rejecting the machine isn't about logic, it's about identity. Who are you if your life is scripted? If your struggles are illusion? If your victories were programmed? Some thinkers challenge Nozick's conclusion. They argue that experience is all we ever have. Even now, outside any machine, we live through subjective perception. What matters isn't the source, it's how the experience feels. If the machine provides more happiness, more fulfillment, more beauty, why reject it just because it isn't real? But others say that kind of pleasure is empty. It's a life without risk, without growth, without the unknown. The experience machine forces us to ask what kind of life we really want. One of perfect illusion or one of imperfect truth. It doesn't just test our values, it reveals them. And whether you plug in or walk away, the machine remains, humming quietly in the corner of your mind, whispering the question that will never quite leave. If happiness could be guaranteed, would you trade everything else for it? Level 23. The Abilene Paradox. Nobody wants it, yet everyone agrees to it. It's a scorching summer day in Texas. A family sits on the porch trying to stay cool. Someone suggests taking a trip to Abilene, a long drive through the heat for an underwhelming dinner. One by one, the others agree. Sure, sounds good. Yeah, let's go. No one objects. They all pile into the car, endure the hot journey, suffer through a mediocre meal, and return home exhausted and dissatisfied. Then, someone finally speaks up. I didn't really want to go. Another nods. Me neither. One by one, they all admit they went along with it thinking the others wanted to, when in fact, no one wanted it at all. This is the Abilene Paradox, a situation where a group makes a decision that none of its members truly support. At its core, the paradox exposes a subtle yet powerful flaw in human communication. Each individual believes their private preferences conflict with the group, so they stay silent to avoid rocking the boat. They conform, not because they agree, but because they assume others do. In doing so, everyone ends up supporting an outcome that nobody actually wanted. It's not groupthink, where everyone convinces themselves they believe in a bad idea. It's something worse. group misbelief, where each person disagrees, but pretends to agree for the sake of harmony, and as a result, the group moves in the exact direction everyone hoped to avoid. The Abilene paradox plays out everywhere, in families, offices, friendships, politics. A team agrees to pursue a project no one believes in. A group of friends chooses a destination none of them likes. A boardroom signs off on a strategy that secretly worries everyone at the table. The illusion of agreement becomes the engine of regret. The fear of disagreement becomes the architect of failure, and all it takes is a little silence, a little polite nodding to lead the group straight into collective misery. Why does this happen? Part of it is the desire for cohesion. We don't want to be the difficult one, the lone dissenter, the person who makes things awkward. So we prioritize agreement over honesty, even when that agreement is false. Part of it is trust, or the lack of it. We assume others know better, or want something more strongly than we do. We suppress our instincts, thinking we're being respectful, when in fact we're setting ourselves and everyone else up for disappointment. The Abilene paradox reminds us that the greatest misunderstandings aren't always loud. Sometimes they're wrapped in politeness and quiet smiles. Sometimes the worst decisions are made by people trying to be agreeable. And the solution isn't confrontation, it's clarity. It's the courage to ask, do we really want this? It's the honesty to say, I don't think this is a good idea, even when everyone else seems to nod. Because sometimes the road to Abilene doesn't start with a decision, it starts with no one daring to say, let's stay right here. Level 24, the paradox of inquiry. How can you search for the unknown? Imagine you're trying to discover something completely new, a truth you've never heard, a fact you've never seen, a mystery with no clues. But then a strange question arises. How can you search for something if you don't know what it is? If you already know what you're looking for, then discovery isn't necessary. You've already found it. But if you don't know what it is, then how will you recognize it when you come across it? This is the paradox of inquiry, also known as Meno's paradox, after Plato's dialogue where it first appeared. It's the riddle that asks, how can you ever begin to seek the unknown? At first, the question seems abstract, but it touches the very core of learning, science, and curiosity. If every question requires some prior knowledge to be formed, then how can we ever escape the orbit of what we already know? If you want to learn the shape of something unfamiliar, you must somehow recognize that unfamiliarity. But if it's truly unfamiliar, utterly unknown, then it seems impossible to even form the right question to begin with. The paradox splits the search in two. Either you already know the answer, or you'll never know when you've found it. Plato responded to this problem with a bold idea that all knowledge is recollection. He suggested that the soul already knows everything from a prior existence and that learning is simply remembering, recovering knowledge buried deep within. But even if you don't accept this mystical explanation, the paradox still holds weight. It challenges the process of discovery and raises an uncomfortable thought. Maybe we only ever find what we're already prepared to see. Modern thinkers approach the paradox differently. They argue that inquiry doesn't require full ignorance or total certainty. Instead, it starts in the gray space in between, with hunches, partial ideas, loose threads. We don't search blind, we search with fragments. And when we stumble upon something strange, we test it against what we already know. Recognition isn't perfect, it's evolutionary. Knowledge builds not from a leap into the void, but from a slow bridge stretching outward from the familiar. The paradox of inquiry isn't meant to stop the pursuit of knowledge. It's meant to illuminate how strange that pursuit really is. It forces us to consider that questions are not born in a vacuum. They're shaped by what we already believe. We don't just discover the world, we uncover the assumptions we used to frame the search. And sometimes the greatest discoveries don't come from finding answers, but from asking a question we weren't supposed to know how to ask. In the end, the paradox doesn't shut the door on knowledge, it opens another one, revealing that learning isn't just about filling gaps, but about reshaping the space where those gaps exist. To inquire is to chase the unknown with a map drawn in fading ink, hoping that each step forward redraws the edges of what we thought was possible. Level 25, the Paradox of Suspense. Why do we rewatch thrillers we know the end of? You've seen the movie before, you know exactly what's going to happen. The killer is hiding in the closet, the bomb is under the car, the protagonist is walking straight into danger, and yet your heart races, your breath shortens, your body tenses, as if you're experiencing it for the first time. You know how it ends, but somehow the suspense still grips you. This is the paradox of suspense, the strange phenomenon where we feel anxiety and tension in a story, even when we already know the outcome. At first, it seems like suspense should require uncertainty. If suspense is about not knowing what will happen, then how can you feel it when you already know exactly what's coming? The surprise is gone, the twist already revealed, and yet you're on the edge of your seat again. The logic breaks down. Shouldn't the feeling vanish once the mystery is solved? Shouldn't knowing the future eliminate the fear? And yet, in practice, it doesn't. Suspense lives on, recharged, rewound, and strangely undiminished. One explanation is that suspense isn't just about knowledge, it's about immersion. When we rewatch a thriller, we suspend disbelief not just about the plot, but about our own memory. We slip into the character's world. We borrow their ignorance, feel their vulnerability. Even though we know, we pretend not to, not by conscious choice, but because the story pulls us back into that original uncertainty. Our emotional brain separates from our rational mind, and in that split, suspense reawakens. Another possibility is that suspense isn't tied to outcome, but to process. It's not just will the hero survive, it's how they survive, when the danger will strike, and what choices will be made along the way. Knowing the ending doesn't erase the journey, it transforms it. Instead of wondering what will happen, we focus on how it unfolds. We watch with heightened awareness, catching details we missed the first time, anticipating moments, savoring the tension, because now we know what's at stake. In this way, rewatching becomes a deeper form of appreciation, not a lesser one. The paradox also reveals how complex our emotional lives really are. We can feel fear even when there is no threat. We can feel suspense even when there is no uncertainty. Just like we cry during movies we know are fictional, or laugh at jokes we've already heard, we experience emotions that don't depend purely on logic. Suspense isn't erased by knowledge, it's reshaped by it. We don't always need to be surprised to be moved. The paradox of suspense reminds us that the thrill doesn't always live in the unknown. Sometimes it lives in the rhythm, in the pacing, in the emotional choreography of anticipation. We return to these stories not in spite of knowing the ending, but because we want to feel that tension again, to relive the dance between danger and safety. And in that dance, we are reminded that even the familiar can still take our breath away. Level 26. The Sorites Paradox. When does a heap stop being a heap? Imagine a pile of sand, a proper heap, thousands of grains stacked in a mound. Now, remove a single grain. Surely it's still a heap. Remove another. Still a heap. Again and again, one grain at a time. At no point does it seem like the heap suddenly stops being a heap, but eventually, after enough grains are taken, you're left with only one. Is that still a heap? What about zero? Somewhere along the way, the heap vanished, but there was no precise moment, no clear line where it stopped being what it was. This is the Sorites paradox, an ancient puzzle about vague concepts, gradual change, and the slipperiness of language. The paradox reveals itself in the structure of the reasoning. If removing one grain doesn't destroy the heap, then it seems that removing one more never should. But follow that logic and you're led to the absurd conclusion that even a single grain is still a heap. That can't be right. And yet, if you say there is a point, say, the heap becomes a non-heap at 327 grains, then you're forced to justify why that exact number is the magical boundary. What makes grain 328 enough, but grain 327 not? There's no obvious answer, because the problem doesn't come from the sand, it comes from the word heap. The Sorites paradox doesn't just apply to sand, it applies to all vague terms. When does a person become bald? When does a hill become a mountain? When does night turn into day? When does someone shift from being poor to rich, from young to old, from kind to cruel? These are categories we use every day, and yet they resist sharp boundaries. The world isn't made of neat definitions, it's made of gradients, transitions, and ambiguity, and that's what makes the paradox so powerful. It forces us to confront the fuzziness of the concepts we rely on to make sense of life. Philosophers have proposed different solutions. Some say we need to accept that vague terms don't have strict borders, that truth can be a matter of degree. Others argue for supervaluationism, where a statement can be neither clearly true nor false, depending on how we sharpen the edges of a vague concept. Some suggest that the problem lies not in the terms, but in how we apply logic to them. After all, human language was never built for mathematical precision. It was built to survive. The Sorites paradox isn't just a puzzle, it's a mirror. It shows us that our desire for clean answers often collides with the messiness of reality. It reminds us that not everything we name can be neatly defined, and that sometimes the most important questions don't have sharp lines, just soft thresholds where something slowly, silently becomes something else. Not with a bang, but with a grain of sand. Level 27. The paradox of hedonism. Seeking pleasure makes you unhappy. You want to be happy. Everyone does. So you chase pleasure, the things that feel good, the moments that bring joy. You eat your favorite food, listen to music you love, travel to beautiful places, surround yourself with comfort and delight. But somewhere along the way, something strange happens. The harder you try to feel good, the more the feeling slips away. The more you focus on happiness, the less of it you seem to have. This is the paradox of hedonism. The idea that direct pursuit of pleasure often leads to its opposite. That when you make happiness your goal, it becomes harder to reach. The paradox was explored by philosophers like John Stuart Mill, who observed that happiness tends to come not when you aim at it, but when you aim at something else. Ask yourself whether you are happy, he said, and you cease to be so. It's as if happiness is shy. It shows up when you're not looking, when your attention is elsewhere. When you immerse yourself in work, in love, in learning, in creating, happiness follows like a shadow, but when you turn around to chase that shadow, it vanishes. Why does this happen? One reason is that pleasure, when pursued directly, becomes self-referential. You start measuring every experience by how much happiness it gives you. If a movie doesn't make you laugh or a meal doesn't blow your mind, it feels like a failure. You become a critic of your own joy, constantly checking in, constantly evaluating, and that very process pulls you out of the moment. It turns life into a scoreboard and pleasure into a task. The more you try to squeeze joy out of every second, the more it escapes your grasp. Another reason is that pleasure often requires forgetting yourself, losing your sense of self-consciousness. When you're truly happy, you're not asking whether you're happy. You're absorbed in something greater than you. The rhythm of a song, the gaze of a loved one, the challenge of a task. But the pursuit of happiness turns the spotlight back onto you. It pulls you into yourself. And in that self-awareness, the magic fades. The paradox doesn't say pleasure is bad. It doesn't say you shouldn't enjoy life. It simply warns that pleasure makes a poor target. Like trying to fall asleep by trying harder, or finding love by demanding it, happiness resists direct pursuit. The more you obsess over it, the more elusive it becomes. But if you live well, if you build meaningful relationships, chase curiosity, help others, engage with the world, happiness often finds you anyway. The paradox of hedonism reminds us that joy isn't something you catch, it's something you notice, usually when you're not chasing it. And perhaps true happiness doesn't come from looking for it, but from forgetting to look, because you're too busy living. Level 28. The paradox of choice. For options, more anxiety. You walk into a store to buy a simple item, maybe a jar of jam, but instead of 5 choices, there are 50. Raspberry, strawberry, organic, sugar-free, imported, artisan, seedless, extra seeded. The shelf is overflowing with possibilities. At first, this seems like a gift. More choices must mean more freedom, and more freedom must mean more happiness, right? But then you feel it. The hesitation, the doubt, the pressure to choose correctly. You scan the labels, compare prices, imagine what you might regret, and as the options expand, so does your unease. This is the paradox of choice, the unsettling truth that more options can lead to less satisfaction, not more. Coined by psychologist Barry Schwartz, the paradox challenges the belief that choice always enhances well-being. In theory, choice empowers us. It allows us to shape our lives, express our preferences, and escape limitations. But in practice, too many choices often create paralysis. You hesitate longer, second-guess yourself more often, and worry you've made the wrong decision. Even after choosing, you're more likely to feel regret, imagining all the other paths you didn't take. The root of this paradox lies in how the human mind handles decision-making. With only a few options, your focus is clear. The cost of a mistake is low. But as options multiply, so do the comparisons. You begin optimizing, not just trying to make a good choice, but the best choice, and perfection is a heavy burden. Every additional option adds a new branch of uncertainty. You imagine better versions of your life tied to different decisions. You become haunted by the idea that the path not taken might have been the right one. Ironically, even a good choice can feel like a failure when it's surrounded by too many alternatives. If you choose a satisfying option but believe another might have been just a little better, your joy is dimmed by what psychologists call opportunity cost. You didn't just choose something, you rejected everything else. And with more to reject, the emotional toll grows. That's why people often feel more content with limited menus, fewer career paths, or simplified lifestyles. Constraints don't just limit, they liberate. The paradox of choice also feeds a deeper discomfort, the fear of responsibility. When you have many choices, the outcome feels entirely in your hands. If you're unhappy, it's not bad luck, it's your fault. This creates a subtle anxiety in everyday life, where even small decisions can carry a weight far heavier than they seem to deserve. But the solution isn't to eliminate choice, it's to be wise with it. To know when to simplify, when to let go of perfect, when to choose good enough and move on. The paradox of choice reminds us that freedom isn't just having options, it's having the clarity to know what truly matters, and the peace to stop looking once you've found it. Level 29, the tragedy of the commons. What's rational for one destroys all. Imagine a shared pasture in a small village, open land where every herder is free to graze their cattle. Each villager knows that the land can only support a limited number of animals without becoming overgrazed. But the pasture is common property, owned by all, controlled by none. So each herder acts in their own interest, adding one more cow to their herd. The benefit is clear. More cattle means more profit. And the cost? Slightly less grass for everyone, a cost diluted across the group. So it seems rational for each individual to take a little more. But as every herder makes the same calculation, the pasture is soon exhausted. The grass dies. The cattle starve. And what was once a thriving commons becomes barren and useless to all. This is the tragedy of the commons, the paradox where individual rationality leads to collective ruin. First described by ecologist Garrett Hardin in 1968, the tragedy plays out not just in fields of grass, but everywhere resources are shared: oceans, air, public land, clean water, even the digital spaces we all depend on. When no one owns the resource and everyone benefits from using it, each person is tempted to take more than their fair share. After all, if you don't, someone else will. So you rush forward, grabbing more, consuming more, protecting yourself from loss. And in doing so, accelerate the very loss you feared. The paradox lies in the collision between short-term gain and long-term survival. What seems smart for the individual becomes catastrophic for the group. The logic is seductive. One more unit, one more click, one more slice off the whole. And yet, in the aggregate, those small decisions pile into collapse. The pasture disappears, the fish vanish, the climate warms, not because anyone wanted destruction, but because no one wanted to be left behind. The tragedy of the commons is not about evil or greed, it's about incentives. When people operate in systems that reward immediate benefit and ignore collective cost, the outcome is nearly inevitable. But the paradox also offers a path forward. If the tragedy emerges from unmanaged freedom, then the solution lies in coordination, rules, agreements, shared norms, or even new ways of thinking about ownership. In small communities, social pressure can be enough. In larger systems, laws and governance step in. In some cases, redefining common as something shared and protected rather than open and vulnerable can shift the dynamic entirely. This paradox forces us to confront a hard truth, that unregulated self-interest doesn't lead to prosperity, it leads to collapse. That freedom without responsibility isn't sustainable. And that the future of the commons, whether it's the earth, the internet, or the air we breathe, depends not on what's rational for one, but what's wise for all. Because in the end, there is no profit in a pasture that no longer grows. Level 30. The St. Petersburg Paradox. Infinite value, would you still pay? You are offered a gamble, a game that sounds almost too good to be true. A fair coin will be tossed until it lands heads. If it lands heads on the first toss, you win $2. If it takes 2 tosses, you win $4. If it takes 3 tosses, you win $8. And so on. The payout doubles with each additional toss. The potential reward grows exponentially with no limit. The expected value of this game, when you calculate the average outcome over infinite repetitions, turns out to be infinite. Mathematically, it's worth as much as you can imagine. But here's the paradox. In real life, most people wouldn't pay more than a few dollars to play. Some wouldn't pay even $1. Why? That's the mystery of the St. Petersburg Paradox. First proposed in the 18th century by Daniel Bernoulli, the paradox reveals a disturbing disconnect between mathematical expectation and human intuition. According to strict probability theory, this game is of infinite expected value. The longer the coin takes to land heads, the more money you win, and even though each additional toss becomes less likely, the increasing payout offsets that improbability. The result? Theoretical infinity. So in theory, you should be willing to pay any price to play. $100, $1, $0, $1 million. But in practice, people hesitate at even $10. That hesitation is not irrational, it's deeply human. The paradox exposes the limits of expected value as a guide to decision-making. It assumes that value is linear, that $2 is exactly twice as good as $1 and $10 is 10 times as good. But in reality, we don't think that way. The utility of money doesn't scale endlessly. The difference between having $1 and $2 is far more significant to someone with nothing than the difference between $1 million and $2 million. Bernoulli himself suggested that what matters is not the expected payout, but the expected utility, how much value the reward actually provides, psychologically and practically. Under this view, the game's infinite value collapses into something modest, even trivial. Others have challenged the paradox by pointing out real-world constraints. No casino has infinite money. No player has infinite time. The actual chance of winning more than even a few $1,000s is astronomically low, and once you factor in opportunity costs, diminishing utility, and the improbability of large payouts, the game quickly becomes much less appealing. The math stays elegant, but the logic becomes hollow. The St. Petersburg Paradox isn't just a quirk of probability. It's a question about how we measure value, risk, and reward. It reminds us that numbers don't always align with feelings, and that rational choice theory doesn't always predict human behavior. Sometimes, knowing the odds isn't enough. You have to know yourself. How much are you really willing to risk for a jackpot that grows forever, but almost never arrives? Level 31. Quantum Suicide. You're immortal, but only to yourself. Imagine a scientist sitting in a sealed chamber beside a quantum device. The device is linked to the decay of a single subatomic particle, a truly random quantum event. If the particle decays within a given window, the device triggers a lethal mechanism. If it doesn't decay, the scientist survives. The test is repeated again and again. Each time, the decay is unpredictable. Each time, death is a possible outcome. And yet, from the perspective of the scientist, something strange happens. They never die. To everyone outside the chamber, the odds of survival drop with every repetition. But from the scientist's own point of view, they keep living. Every time. This is the unsettling thought experiment known as quantum suicide, a paradox built on the strange implications of quantum mechanics and the idea that you might be immortal, but only to yourself. The paradox arises from the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, which suggests that every quantum event creates a branching of the universe. In one world, the particle decays and the scientist dies. In another, it doesn't, and the scientist lives. The universe splits, and both outcomes are real, but in separate branches. From this view, with each repetition of the experiment, there's always at least one version of reality where the scientist survives. And since you can only experience the branch in which you remain conscious, you never encounter the moment of your own death. You go on, again and again, into the branch where you live, no matter how unlikely. To outsiders, this sounds absurd. You watch the experiment play out, and sooner or later, the scientist dies. It's a matter of probability. But from inside the paradox, the experience is different. The scientist's consciousness only follows the path of survival, so in a sense, they are subjectively immortal. They never wake up dead. And even though infinite versions of them perish, there is always one left, living on in the version of reality that supports their continued awareness. The quantum suicide paradox is not a proposal for real experiments. It's a philosophical mirror reflecting the bizarre possibilities of quantum theory. It raises haunting questions about identity, death, and what it means to observe the universe. If consciousness always persists in some branch, does that mean we never truly experience death? And if so, what does that say about the nature of the self? Are we just passengers riding the quantum wave of survival? The idea unsettles because it twists survival into something inevitable, but only from the inside. It's not hope, it's not invincibility, it's an illusion of continuity, produced by an infinite branching universe, and while others see your end, you never do. You live forever, one improbable heartbeat at a time, always waking in the world where you're still alive, until, perhaps, even infinity runs out. Level 32. The EPR Paradox. How can particles affect each other instantly? Two particles are created together, twins born from the same event. They shoot off in opposite directions, traveling light years apart through the vast emptiness of space. Yet, somehow, they remain connected. Measure one, and the other's state is instantly determined. Change the spin of one, and the other responds, not gradually, not with delay, but instantly, as if no distance separates them at all. This eerie phenomenon is called quantum entanglement, and it sits at the heart of one of the most famous puzzles in physics, the EPR paradox. It asks a chilling question: how can particles influence each other faster than light without breaking the laws of relativity? The paradox was introduced in 1935 by three physicists, Albert Einstein, Boris Podolsky, and Nathan Rosen, hence the name EPR. They weren't trying to prove quantum entanglement was real, they were trying to show that something was wrong with quantum mechanics. Einstein famously called this spooky action at a distance unacceptable, believing it violated the principle that nothing can travel faster than light. In the EPR paper, they argued that if measuring one particle determines the state of another instantly, then either information is being transmitted faster than light, which breaks relativity, or quantum theory is incomplete. There must be some hidden variable, some missing part of the puzzle that keeps the universe local and deterministic. But quantum mechanics didn't flinch. Instead of breaking down, it leaned in. Later experiments, particularly those based on Bell's theorem, revealed that no local hidden variable theory could explain the results. The universe really does seem to behave in a non-local way. Entangled particles share a kind of connection that isn't carried by any signal, doesn't rely on time, and transcends space. Measuring one doesn't send information to the other. It's as if both particles are part of a single, indivisible system, even when separated by galaxies. The EPR paradox remains one of the most mind-bending realities in modern physics. It doesn't allow for faster-than-light communication that would truly break causality, but it does suggest that reality at the quantum level is deeply, fundamentally different from our everyday understanding of space and time. Entanglement doesn't fit into neat categories. It refuses to obey the boundaries we expect. It whispers that separation may be an illusion, that what looks like two may still be one. Einstein wanted a universe governed by certainty, locality, and logic. The EPR paradox shattered that vision, not with error, but with strange success. It didn't show that quantum mechanics was broken. It showed that it was more complete than we ever imagined, just far weirder. And as we push deeper into the quantum world, building computers, sensors, and theories around these entangled mysteries, the paradox still hovers there, asking one quiet question. How far can something reach if it was never really separate in the first place? Level 33. Schrödinger's cat. Dead and alive at once? Imagine a sealed box. Inside, a cat sits next to a strange device. That device contains a tiny bit of radioactive material, a Geiger counter, a vial of poison, and a hammer. If a single atom of the material decays, something completely random, the counter triggers the hammer, which breaks the vial and kills the cat. If no decay occurs, the cat lives. The box is closed, no one looks, and until someone opens it, the cat exists in a kind of limbo, both dead and alive at the same time. This is Schrödinger's cat, one of the most famous paradoxes in all of science. A thought experiment designed not to explain quantum mechanics, but to show how strange, and perhaps absurd, it can be. Erwin Schrödinger proposed this paradox in 1935, not to defend quantum theory, but to question it. At the heart of quantum mechanics lies a concept called superposition, the idea that particles can exist in multiple states simultaneously until measured. An electron can be in many positions. A photon can be polarized in several ways. But once you measure it, the wave of possibilities collapses into a single outcome. That's fine for particles. We don't see quantum behavior in our daily lives. But what happens when you scale it up? What happens when a cat's life depends on a quantum event? Schrödinger's cat is a metaphorical punch in the face to simple interpretations of quantum theory. If we accept that quantum events remain unresolved until observed, then we must also accept that, before opening the box, the cat is not just unknown, it is both things at once. It is dead and alive, entangled with a quantum event, waiting for observation to seal its fate. But that feels impossible. How can a living creature exist in two contradictory states? And who, or what, counts as an observer? Different interpretations of quantum mechanics attempt to resolve the paradox in different ways. The Copenhagen interpretation says that observation causes wave function collapse, that reality itself chooses a state when measured. The many worlds interpretation says the cat lives in one universe and dies in another, and both outcomes actually occur, just not in the same branch of reality. Still, other views suggest that the cat is never truly in a mixed state. We just lack the knowledge to describe it. But none of these answers is entirely satisfying. The cat remains a haunting symbol of our incomplete understanding. The power of Schrödinger's cat is not that it's real. No physicist is putting cats in boxes. Its power lies in what it reveals, that quantum theory, which so accurately describes particles and forces, still stumbles when confronted with ordinary reality. It reminds us that at the foundations of the universe, certainty is replaced by probability, reality is shaped by interaction, and sometimes the simplest question, is the cat alive, cannot be answered until we look. Level 34. The observer effect. Watching changes the outcome. In everyday life, observation seems passive. You look at a bird without changing its feathers. You read a book without altering the ink. But in the strange world of quantum mechanics, observation doesn't just reveal, it interferes. It changes the thing being observed. This is the observer effect, the idea that the mere act of measuring or watching a system can alter its behavior. It's not about influencing with intention, it's about the unavoidable impact of awareness itself. At the smallest scales of reality, particles behave differently when we look at them. The universe responds to attention. One of the clearest examples comes from the double-slit experiment, a cornerstone of quantum physics. Fire individual particles, electrons or photons, at a screen with two open slits. If you don't observe which slit they pass through, the particles behave like waves. They interfere with themselves, creating a pattern on the detection screen that suggests each particle traveled through both slits at once. But if you place a detector at the slits to measure which path each particle takes, the wave-like interference disappears, the pattern shifts. The particles behave like individual bits of matter again. No wave, no dual path. Just by measuring, you've changed the outcome. It's not that your eyes are magical, it's that the tools used to measure even the gentlest photon probe disturb the system. The quantum world is delicate, a field of probabilities, not fixed realities. When you observe, you collapse possibilities into actualities. Before the measurement, the particle exists in a cloud of potential, not here or there, but everywhere it could be. Afterward, it chooses. The observer effect isn't just a feature of high-energy physics labs, it's a statement about reality itself, that at the fundamental level, there is no sharp line between what is and what is known. This idea unsettles classical thinkers. In the old Newtonian view, the universe ticks along like a machine, indifferent to whether anyone is watching. But quantum mechanics suggests something more participatory, that the observer and the observed are intertwined. It doesn't mean consciousness causes collapse, as some speculate, but it does mean that interaction defines existence. What you see depends on how you look, and whether you look at all. Beyond physics, the observer effect echoes into psychology, economics, and sociology. People act differently when they know they're being watched. Awareness changes behavior. Surveillance alters truth. In science, the challenge is to measure without distortion, to observe without interfering, a goal that becomes impossible at quantum scales. The observer effect reminds us that reality isn't a fixed picture waiting to be seen. It's a dynamic process, a shifting canvas that responds to engagement. The moment we look, the universe looks back. And in that act of looking, something changes. Not just in the world, but in our place within it. Level 35. Wigner's friend. Is reality observer dependent? Imagine a sealed lab. Inside is a scientist, Wigner's friend. She performs a quantum experiment, measuring a particle in superposition. When she observes the result, the particle's wave function collapses. It becomes one definite outcome. She sees it, she writes it down. For her, reality has settled. But outside the lab, physicist Eugene Wigner considers the entire room, including his friend, as part of a larger quantum system. To him, the particle, the friend, her observation, even her consciousness all remain in superposition until he opens the door. From Wigner's perspective, nothing is real until he observes it, and here begins the strangeness. If his friend has already seen the outcome, but he hasn't, then whose version of reality is true? This is the Wigner's friend paradox, a haunting question from the edges of quantum theory. Is reality observer-dependent? The paradox forces us to examine what it means for something to be real in quantum mechanics. When Wigner's friend sees the result, she experiences a definite event, not a cloud of probabilities. But if Wigner treats her measurement as just another part of the quantum system, it remains uncertain until he observes it. This creates a fracture in reality. One observer experiences a settled world, the other, a world still in flux. Are they both correct? Or is someone mistaken? In classical physics, this kind of conflict doesn't arise. Facts are facts, measurements are objective. But in quantum mechanics, the act of measurement seems to play an essential role in shaping reality. If two observers can disagree about whether a quantum event has happened, then reality might not be absolute at all. It might be relative to the observer. Some interpretations of quantum theory, like the relational quantum mechanics view, embrace this idea, suggesting that facts are only real in relation to the system observing them. Others resist, clinging to objectivity, proposing that something deeper, perhaps hidden variables or multiple worlds, resolves the paradox without sacrificing a single shared universe. The Wigner's friend scenario isn't just philosophical. In recent years, physicists have designed increasingly clever experiments that test whether such observer-relative facts can coexist, and the results are troubling. Some findings suggest that it's impossible to maintain both locality, no faster than light influence, and observer-independent reality at once. Something has to give. The implications ripple beyond science. If reality is truly shaped by observation, then knowledge isn't just about finding truth, it's about creating it. If Wigner and his friend live in incompatible versions of the world, then even communication, even agreement, becomes a quantum act of alignment. What you see might not be what is, but what is to you. Wigner's friend is more than a mind game. It's a doorway into the deep mystery of consciousness, measurement, and what we mean when we say something happened. It leaves us with an unsettling possibility that reality isn't one thing waiting to be revealed, but many things, each woven into the eyes that witness it. Level 36, Time Dilation Puzzle. Whose clock is right? Two astronauts, twins, part ways. One remains on Earth while the other boards a spaceship and accelerates to near the speed of light. She travels deep into space, then returns after what feels like only a few years aboard her ship. When she lands, she finds that decades have passed on Earth. Her twin, once the same age, is now old. She, meanwhile, has barely aged. This is time dilation, a real and experimentally confirmed consequence of Einstein's theory of special relativity. But the puzzle remains: whose clock is right? If all motion is relative, as Einstein suggested, then why does only the traveler experience less time? Shouldn't both perceive the other as aging slower? This is the time dilation puzzle, also known as the twin paradox, and it strikes at the heart of how we understand time and motion. According to special relativity, time runs more slowly for objects moving at high velocities relative to an observer. So if the twin on the spaceship is moving fast compared to Earth, her time should slow down. But here's the catch. From the spaceship's point of view, Earth is the one moving. If motion is relative, why isn't Earth the one experiencing slower time? The solution lies in the asymmetry of acceleration. The twin on the ship doesn't just move, she changes direction, speeds up, slows down, turns around. These actions break the symmetry of relative motion. The earthbound twin stays in an inertial frame, a constant, unaccelerated position, while the traveler experiences shifts in velocity. Those changes, especially the turnaround, inject an objective difference into the situation. The clocks aren't just different because of speed, they're different because one of them took a non-straight path through space-time. Think of time as a path, not a single ticking rate. In relativity, each object follows a path through spacetime called a world line, and the passage of time depends on that path's shape. The straighter and slower your path, the more time you experience. The faster and more curved it is, through speed or gravity, the less time accumulates. So both twins were right in their own frames, but when they reunite, the accumulated paths aren't equal. The difference isn't illusion, it's baked into the geometry of time itself. The time dilation puzzle reveals that time is not universal. There is no single master clock ticking for everyone everywhere. Time bends. It stretches. It depends on speed and gravity and motion. It depends on how you move through the universe. This isn't science fiction. It's been confirmed through high-precision clocks on jets and satellites. GPS systems, for example, correct for time dilation every second to stay accurate. But the deeper mystery lingers. If time can flow differently for two observers, then what does it mean to say something happened at the same time? What does it mean to share time at all? The time dilation puzzle doesn't just question whose clock is right. It questions whether right even exists in a universe where every clock ticks to its own rhythm. Level 37, the twin paradox. Travel near light, come back younger. Imagine two identical twins standing together on Earth. One climbs aboard a spaceship and launches into space at nearly the speed of light. The other stays behind, grounded in the familiar pull of Earth's gravity. Years pass for the one who stayed, but for the one who traveled, time feels different. Her journey, from her point of view, lasts only a few short years. When she finally returns, she steps off the ship to find her twin now wrinkled, gray, and decades older. She has barely aged. This is the twin paradox, one of the most mind-bending implications of Einstein's special relativity, that time is not fixed, and fast motion can slow its passage. At the heart of the paradox is the idea that motion is relative. From the traveler's point of view, it's the Earth that's rushing away and then rushing back, so why does she come back younger? Shouldn't both twins see the other as the one who is moving? The answer lies not just in speed, but in acceleration. The traveling twin experiences forces the earthbound twin never does. She speeds up, turns around, and decelerates on her return. These moments of changing direction break the symmetry. They mark her frame of reference as different, not inertial, not constant. In Einstein spacetime, time and space are woven together. The path each twin takes through this four-dimensional fabric determines how much time passes for them, their so-called proper time. The twin on Earth moves in a straight line through time. The traveling twin takes a curve, zipping close to the speed of light and experiencing far less time. The result isn't a trick of measurement, it's a physical difference. Their clocks disagree, and so do their bodies. This has been confirmed with real atomic clocks, flown on jets and orbiting satellites. Time truly flows differently for those in motion. The twin paradox often feels like science fiction, but it's not. It is science fact, confirmed, consistent, and entirely real. And yet its emotional weight is haunting. Imagine leaving your home for what feels like a brief mission, only to return to a future that raced ahead without you. Your loved ones aged, the world changed. You're a relic of the past, still young, while everyone you knew has grown old. The physics is elegant, the consequences are lonely. This paradox forces us to rethink time itself, not as a single ticking clock, but as something personal, elastic, shaped by how and where you move. In a very real way, we all experience our own timelines, unique, curved, stretched. The faster you go, the slower you age, and if you could somehow travel fast enough, close enough to light, you could leap across centuries while barely aging a day. The twin paradox isn't just a curiosity, it's a revelation. Time isn't universal, it's personal. It bends to your path. And in that bending lies the mystery of why two people, born together, can grow apart, not just in space, but in time itself. Level 38, the Grandfather Paradox. Kill your ancestor, erase yourself. Imagine you build a time machine. You step inside, set the dial, and travel back decades, before you were born, before your parents were born. You arrive in the past, invisible to history, but capable of acting. Then you find your grandfather as a young man, and for whatever reason, curiosity, revenge, accident, you kill him. He never meets your grandmother, your parent is never born, which means you never traveled back in time to kill him. Which means he did survive. Which means you were born and you did travel back. And just like that, you're caught in a loop that can't resolve itself. This is the Grandfather Paradox, one of the most famous and disturbing time travel paradoxes in all of philosophy and science fiction. At its core, the Grandfather Paradox reveals a fundamental contradiction. Changing the past in a way that prevents your own existence erases the cause of the change. It's not just about murder, it's about logic. If a cause erases its own effect, and the effect erases the cause, then the entire sequence collapses in on itself. Reality becomes unstable. Time turns on itself, and causality, the rule that effects follow causes, starts to break apart. In traditional physics, this paradox seems impossible. The laws of motion and energy are reversible, but time as we live it is not. Causes lead to effects, not the other way around. But with the possibility of time travel, even as a theoretical idea, the puzzle gets more complicated. Can the universe allow actions that erase their own origin? Or does something prevent these contradictions from ever occurring? Some theorists argue that paradoxes like this are proof that backward time travel is impossible. Nature simply doesn't permit it. Others suggest that the universe might protect itself through consistency constraints, meaning you can travel to the past, but you can't change it in any way that causes a contradiction. If you go back to try to kill your grandfather, something will always stop you. The gun jams, the bullet misses, you have a change of heart. It's not destiny, but a kind of logical self-preservation built into the fabric of time. Then there's the many worlds interpretation, which offers a different escape. In this view, the moment you make a change in the past, like killing your grandfather, you don't alter your own timeline. Instead, you create a new branch of reality where you were never born. But your original timeline still exists. You didn't undo yourself, you just moved sideways into a different universe. The contradiction disappears, but so does any control over your own history. The grandfather paradox doesn't just question whether time travel is possible. It questions whether time is stable, whether identity is fixed, and whether the past is untouchable or fragile. It reminds us that tampering with origins unravels more than events. It unravels logic itself. And in that tangle, time ceases to be a line and becomes a knot. Level 39. The Retrocausality Paradox. Can the future change the past? Imagine making a choice today and realizing that your decision somehow influences the past. Not the past you remember, but the past that leads up to this moment, subtly shifted in response to your present action. It's not just strange, it's backward. This is the unsettling idea at the heart of the retrocausality paradox, the possibility that the future might not just unfold from the past, but reach back and shape it. Cause doesn't lead cleanly into effect. Instead, effect loops back to cause, and time begins to ripple in both directions. At first glance, this sounds like science fiction or metaphysical speculation, but in quantum mechanics, it's an idea gaining traction. Certain interpretations suggest that quantum events, especially those involving entanglement or measurement, may be influenced not just by past conditions, but by future ones. In some experiments, decisions made in the present appear to retroactively determine the outcomes of earlier quantum states. The results are consistent with standard physics, but the path to those results hints at something profoundly non-classical, that time might not be a one-way street. One famous example is the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment. In it, particles behave differently depending on how, or whether, they're measured. What's strange is that the decision to measure, made after the particle has already traveled, seems to influence the particle's past behavior. Did the particle know, in advance, how it would be measured? Or did the measurement reach back through time to affect what had already happened? Retrocausality, if real, flips the arrow of time. In classical physics, causes precede effects. That's how we make sense of the world. You light a match and it burns. You press a button and the elevator moves. But if the future can influence the past, then those rules start to dissolve. You might light a match because it burned. You might make a choice today that makes something yesterday inevitable. The puzzle isn't just logical, it's emotional. It challenges the feeling that we are moving forward through time, building history step by step. Some physicists try to contain the weirdness with block universe theory, the idea that past, present, and future all coexist in a fixed four-dimensional structure. In this view, time is an illusion. Everything that ever happens is already written. Retrocausality isn't a contradiction, it's a hidden connection inside a timeless whole. Others lean toward quantum interpretations like time-symmetric theories, where the laws of physics don't prefer forward over backward, and perhaps neither does the universe. The retrocausality paradox forces us to confront a terrifying and beautiful possibility that causality might be flexible. that time might echo forward and backward, that every moment is not just a product of the past, but a negotiation with the future. And if that's true, then perhaps our choices are not just footprints in the sand behind us. They're also shadows cast ahead, quietly reshaping the path we already walked. Level 40, the Quantum Entanglement Puzzle. Is the universe non-local? Imagine two particles created together in a quantum event. They shoot off in opposite directions, one heading left, the other right, moving light years apart. Yet somehow, they remain linked. Measure one, and the other's state is instantly known, not delayed, not after some signal passes between them. Instantly. This is quantum entanglement, and it leads to one of the most profound puzzles in physics. Is the universe non-local? That is, can something here affect something there without anything traveling between them? Does the universe defy distance? Entanglement was once dismissed as an absurdity. Einstein himself called it spooky action at a distance, insisting that no influence could travel faster than light. He believed quantum mechanics must be incomplete, that there were hidden variables we hadn't yet discovered. But in the decades since, experiment after experiment has confirmed entanglement's predictions. When two entangled particles are measured, their results are mysteriously correlated, even if separated by galaxies. Change the setup, repeat the test, the link holds. This defies the classical idea of locality, the belief that objects are only affected by their immediate surroundings. In our everyday world, events unfold through contact, proximity, and gradual influence. But entanglement suggests that the universe allows connections that leap over space itself, not by sending messages faster than light, but by existing in a deeper, shared state. It's not that one particle sends information to the other, it's that the particles, though apart, are parts of one indivisible quantum system. Measure one, and you don't change the other. You reveal something about both. The implications are staggering. If entanglement is real, and it is, then the universe is more interconnected than it seems. Separation is an illusion of scale. Beneath the fabric of space-time, there may be patterns of unity we can't see. But how does this work? Does entanglement violate causality? Can it be used to send information? The answer is no, at least not in any way that breaks relativity. The results are correlated but random. You can't control them, so you can't use entanglement to send messages instantly. It's a connection without communication, a bond without signal. Still, the non-locality remains. It's been proven mathematically through Bell's theorem and experimentally through Bell tests, some of the most rigorous in all of science. The universe behaves in ways no local classical model can explain. It isn't just weird, it's fundamentally different than we imagined. Reality, it seems, is not a collection of separate parts, but a whole that expresses itself in connected patterns, even across unimaginable distances. The quantum entanglement puzzle doesn't just challenge physics, it challenges philosophy. It asks whether space is what it seems, whether individuality is what it seems, whether even we are more entangled with the universe than we dare to believe. In a cosmos where particles can remain linked across the stars, perhaps we are not as alone or as separate as we once thought. Level 41, the Moral Luck Paradox. Can you be blamed for outcomes you didn't control? Imagine two drivers, both drink too much, get behind a wheel and speed home through the night. They make the same reckless choices, but one arrives safely. The other, through sheer chance, hits a pedestrian who steps out from behind a car. Now one is charged with drunk driving, the other with manslaughter. Society judges them differently, one as foolish, the other as morally monstrous. But here's the question: are they truly different? If they made the same choices, took the same risks, and acted with the same intent, should the outcome, something they couldn't control, shape how we judge them? This is the moral luck paradox, the uncomfortable idea that morality is tangled up with luck. At first, it seems obvious that people should only be judged for what they intend and choose. We believe in free will, in personal responsibility. You can't be blamed for things beyond your control, for earthquakes, accidents, or random misfortune. But in real life, outcomes matter. We punish the driver who causes a death more harshly than the one who didn't. We admire a successful entrepreneur more than someone who failed with the same ideas. We praise the hero who saved a life, even if they were just in the right place at the right time. Morally, we seem to care not just about what people do, but what happens as a result. This creates a contradiction. If luck influences outcomes, and outcomes influence blame or praise, then luck influences morality, even though morality is supposed to be about character and choice. Philosophers like Thomas Nagel and Bernard Williams explored this paradox, showing how even our most rational judgments are quietly shaped by forces outside our control. They called it moral luck, when our moral status is determined, at least in part, by chance. There are different types of moral luck. Resultant luck affects the outcomes of your actions, like the difference between the two drunk drivers. Circumstantial luck affects the situations you find yourself in, like whether you're born into peace or war. Constitutive luck affects your personality and character, traits you didn't choose but that shape your decisions. All these forms of luck challenge the idea that we are the sole authors of our morality. Some try to resist the paradox by arguing that luck should never influence moral judgment, that we should separate intent from outcome. But this view feels detached from how people actually think and feel. Others accept moral luck as inescapable, that part of being human is being vulnerable to judgment shaped by randomness, that fairness, in the strictest sense, might not always be possible. The moral luck paradox forces us to confront the fragile foundation of justice. It asks whether we can ever truly judge or be judged without distortion. And it reminds us that moral clarity is not always found in intention or even in action, but in the strange space between freedom and fate, where responsibility and randomness quietly collide. Level 42. The trolley problem. Pull the lever or stay passive. A trolley barrels down the tracks. Ahead, 5 people are tied up and unable to move. The trolley is heading straight for them. You're standing next to a lever. If you pull it, the trolley will switch to a different track where only one person is tied up. The question is simple, but the implications are anything but. Do you pull the lever? Do you actively choose to divert the trolley, sacrificing one to save 5? Or do you do nothing, letting the trolley kill the 5 because you refuse to interfere? This is the trolley problem, one of the most famous moral dilemmas in modern philosophy. It forces you to ask not just what's right, but what kind of person you are. At first, the math seems obvious. 1 life lost is better than 5. This is the utilitarian answer. Maximize overall well-being. Save the greatest number. But then the weight of action sets in. If you pull the lever, you cause a death. You're not just a witness, you're the agent of harm. That feels different. That feels heavier. This is the deontological view that some actions are morally wrong no matter the outcome. Killing an innocent person, even to save others, is a line you shouldn't cross. The trolley problem reveals the gap between outcome-based morality and duty-based morality. And it gets stranger when you tweak the scenario. Imagine now that you're on a footbridge above the tracks and the only way to stop the trolley is to push a large man off the bridge, blocking the path and saving the 5. Most people recoil. Even though the numbers are the same, the act feels more personal, more violent. Why? Because moral intuition doesn't always follow logic. It responds to closeness, emotion, and intent. This paradox has been endlessly studied in ethics classes, cognitive science labs, even in the programming of self-driving cars. It's more than a mental game. It explores how we weigh harm, how we justify choices, how we distinguish doing from allowing. It asks whether moral responsibility lies in action or in consequence, and whether inaction is really as neutral as it feels. Some argue that pulling the lever is the morally right choice, that if you can save more lives, you should. Others argue that by choosing to act, you become complicit in a death you could have avoided. And still others say the whole dilemma is flawed because it reduces morality to a numbers game, stripping away context, relationships, and deeper principles. The trolley problem doesn't have an answer, that's the point. It's a mirror, one that reflects your values back at you. It asks whether you believe morality lives in outcomes or intentions, whether the burden of choice is worth the weight of guilt, whether saving more lives justifies a single death, and whether, in the end, the hardest question isn't what you would do, but what you could live with. Level 43. The Utility Monster. One being outweighs billions? Imagine a creature, brilliant, powerful, and with a limitless capacity for pleasure. Every time it receives something good, food, comfort, attention, it experiences exponentially more happiness than any human ever could. Where you might feel mild satisfaction from a slice of cake, this being feels overwhelming ecstasy. Where you find joy in a hug, it feels euphoria beyond imagination. This is the Utility Monster, a thought experiment created by philosopher Robert Nozick to challenge utilitarianism, the ethical theory that says we should always act to maximize overall happiness. But here's the paradox. What if maximizing happiness means sacrificing almost everyone else for the pleasure of just one? According to strict utilitarian logic, we should give all our resources to the utility monster, feed it instead of ourselves, clothe it while others go cold, even harm others if it means the monster gains more happiness than they lose. Why? Because it produces more utility, more total happiness than the rest of us combined. In theory, the math checks out. In practice, it feels monstrous. The more we give, the more it benefits, and the more it benefits, the more justified its domination becomes. In the name of the greater good, we create a deeply unjust world. The paradox strikes at the heart of utilitarianism's greatest strength and its most dangerous flaw: its simplicity. Add up the pleasure, subtract the pain, and pick the option with the best total score. But what if that math leads to horrifying conclusions? What if maximizing happiness means creating a society where the vast majority suffer so that one entity can thrive? Most of us instinctively recoil. We feel that fairness matters, that people have rights, that happiness shouldn't be measured purely by volume. The utility monster isn't just a creature, it's a question. Should happiness alone determine morality? If so, then the monster wins. If not, then utilitarianism has limits. And if we introduce limits, we must ask where they come from: dignity, equality, autonomy, justice, and whether those values can be grounded in a theory that only counts pleasure and pain. Nozick's monster also challenges real-world issues. Imagine individuals or systems that extract vast resources because they promise high returns. Corporations, AI systems, elite decision-makers. Are we already feeding monsters, just ones dressed in human terms? If someone's happiness or success is always considered more valuable, even subtly, then the monster may already be among us. The paradox doesn't destroy utilitarianism, but it exposes a weakness. It reminds us that ethics is more than math, it's about meaning, limits, and respect for individuals, that pleasure is not the only currency of morality, that a world optimized for one might not be good for all, and that sometimes justice means turning away from the most efficient answer and toward the fairest one. Level 44. Parfit's Teleporter Paradox. Is the copy still you? Imagine stepping into a teleportation machine. You're scanned down to the last atom, every molecule of your body recorded, digitized, mapped. The machine then destroys your original body, disintegrates it painlessly, and transmits your pattern to Mars, where an identical copy is built, atom for atom. This new version of you opens their eyes, remembers your life, thinks your thoughts, feels your emotion. From their perspective, they are you. But here's the haunting question: are they? This is Parfit's Teleporter Paradox, a thought experiment that asks whether continuity of identity is preserved when physical continuity is not. If a perfect copy of you is created and the original is destroyed, have you traveled or have you died? Derek Parfit, the philosopher behind the paradox, didn't just aim to confuse. He wanted to unravel how we think about personal identity, not as a fixed soul or substance, but as a pattern of continuity, of memory, thought, and consciousness. If identity is psychological continuity, then the copy on Mars is you. It has your memories, beliefs, and personality. It carries on your story. Nothing is lost. But if identity depends on the physical continuity of your body or brain, on the uninterrupted existence of this version of you, then the moment your atoms are destroyed, so are you. The copy may be indistinguishable, but it's not you. It's someone new who thinks they're you. The paradox becomes even stranger if you imagine the machine malfunctions and doesn't destroy the original. Now, two identical versions of you exist, one on Earth, one on Mars. Each believes they are the real you. Each feels a sense of self, of memory, of ownership over your life. But both can't be the same person. They will diverge, experience different things, and become distinct. So, what does that say about identity? Is it singular and indivisible, or is it something that can be duplicated and divided? Parfit's conclusion was radical. Perhaps personal identity is not what matters most. Perhaps what we truly value is psychological connectedness, the survival of our mind's structure, not the endurance of some metaphysical self. In that case, the teleporter isn't a death machine, it's a bridge. It destroys one version of you but ensures your pattern continues. That might be enough, but for many the thought remains chilling. Stepping in means trusting that the self who steps out is still you, even though you will never be conscious of that step. The teleporter paradox isn't about science fiction. It's about how we define the self. It challenges the boundaries of consciousness, the illusion of continuity, and the fear of being replaced by something that feels identical. And it leaves us with an unnerving question. If a perfect copy lives on after you vanish, smiles like you, loves like you, mourns like you, then who exactly are you? Level 45, the Plank of Carneades. Who deserves to die for survival? Two shipwrecked sailors struggle in the sea. Amid the wreckage, they spot a single wooden plank, just large enough to keep one of them afloat. If both try to cling to it, they'll both drown. But if only one holds on, they can survive. One sailor reaches the plank first. The other, desperate, swims up and grabs it. A struggle ensues. In a moment of panic and self-preservation, the first sailor pushes the second away, letting him drown. He climbs onto the plank alone and survives. Days later, rescued and brought home, he faces a question no lifeboat can answer. Was it murder or self-defense? This is the Plank of Carneades, an ancient philosophical puzzle that forces us to confront the darkest edge of moral reasoning. Who deserves to die when survival hangs in the balance? The story dates back to the Greek philosopher Carneades, who used it not to judge, but to explore. He wanted to test the boundaries of moral responsibility, especially when choices are made under extreme pressure. The plank becomes more than driftwood. It becomes a symbol of desperate ethics. When survival depends on another's death, what rules apply? Can morality exist in a moment of chaos and fear? Some argue the sailor did nothing wrong. In the face of death, the instinct to survive is primal, unchosen. If two people are about to die and only one can live, choosing life, even at another's expense, may not be heroic, but neither is it criminal. It's not about right or wrong, it's about inevitability. Others disagree. They argue that the moment the first sailor chose to push the other, he committed an act of violence. That survival instinct doesn't cancel moral agency. That choosing your life over someone else's is still a choice, and choices carry weight. The paradox becomes more complex when imagined in a courtroom. Should the survivor be punished? Is justice served by condemning someone who did what any of us might have done? Or does letting him go unpunished send a message that in moments of crisis, morality dissolves? The Plank of Carneades asks whether ethics can bend in emergencies, or if bending them breaks something permanent. It's not just a story of the sea. This dilemma echoes in real-world crises, in overloaded lifeboats, in famine, in war, in hospitals with limited resources. It asks, when life becomes a zero-sum game, who chooses, and who is chosen? It haunts the minds of ethicists, soldiers, doctors, survivors. Not because the answer is clear, but because the question never goes away. The Plank of Carneades reminds us that morality isn't forged in comfort, it's tested in desperation. It forces us to ask not just what is right, but what remains of right and wrong when the waves rise and there's only one plank left between life and the sea. Level 46, the Determinism Paradox. If everything is determined, do choices matter? Imagine the entire universe as a vast, intricate machine. Every particle in motion, every event unfolding exactly as the laws of physics command. From the birth of stars to the flicker of thoughts in your brain, everything happens because something else caused it, and that cause had its own cause, stretching backward in an unbroken chain to the beginning of time. In this worldview, your decisions, your feelings, even your dreams are the result of prior conditions, atoms colliding, neurons firing, shaped by biology, memory, and environment. You feel free, but if everything is determined by what came before, are you really choosing anything at all? This is the Determinism Paradox, a haunting puzzle that asks, if all actions are caused, how can we be responsible for them? Determinism is the idea that given the exact same conditions, only one outcome is possible. It's not about fate or destiny, it's about causality. Like a row of falling dominoes, each moment follows necessarily from the one before. From this perspective, free will is an illusion. You didn't choose to be who you are, you were built into it, shaped molecule by molecule. Every thought you have is the only thought you could have had, given the wiring of your brain and the moment that led up to it. But if that's true, then what happens to responsibility? If a criminal's actions were determined by their genetics, upbringing, trauma, and neural chemistry, can we really blame them? If every choice was inevitable, how can we praise virtue or condemn evil? And yet we do. We live as though people have choices. We hold them accountable. We build entire societies around the belief that decisions matter. Some philosophers, called compatibilists, argue that determinism and free will can coexist. They say freedom isn't about acting outside of causality, it's about acting according to your own reasons, values, and desires, even if those things are themselves caused. You're free, they say, when your actions flow from you, not from outside coercion. But hard determinists disagree. They say this definition of freedom is just rebranding. If you couldn't have chosen otherwise, then your so-called freedom is just a story you tell yourself. Others escape the paradox by denying determinism altogether. Quantum mechanics introduces randomness at the smallest levels of nature, unpredictable outcomes not caused by prior events. But randomness isn't freedom either. If your actions are random, they're not really yours. So whether the universe is determined or probabilistic, the mystery remains. What does it mean to choose? The determinism paradox forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth, that the feeling of free will may not align with the structure of the universe, and yet we still strive, regret, forgive, and dream. Maybe what matters isn't whether our choices are free in some metaphysical sense, but that they feel meaningful to us, that we believe in our own agency, even as we stand in a world where the next domino is already falling. Level 47. The Compatibilism Paradox. Can free will exist in a lawful universe? Picture the universe as a perfect machine, vast, elegant, and bound by laws that govern everything from the motion of galaxies to the twitch of a muscle. In such a universe, every event has a cause. Every action follows from what came before. And you, your thoughts, your choices, your will, are part of that system. If your every decision is shaped by biology, memory, environment, and physics, then where does freedom fit in? This is the heart of the Compatibilism paradox, the tension between free will and a universe where everything unfolds according to immutable rules. It asks a delicate question. Can we be free in a world where freedom seems impossible? Determinism says your future is the only one that can happen, based on the present. It implies that, no matter how it feels, you couldn't have done otherwise. Yet compatibilists, philosophers who believe in both determinism and free will, argue that this doesn't make freedom an illusion. Instead, they redefine freedom. To a compatibilist, you're free not when your actions are uncaused, but when they are caused by you, by your desires, your reasons, your value. As long as you aren't being coerced or manipulated and your actions reflect your character, then you're free, even if those very desires and values were themselves determined by forces you didn't choose. But here's the paradox. If those internal causes were shaped by genetics, culture, or childhood, all beyond your control, then how can they be the basis for true freedom? If you only want what the universe made you want, is that really choice? If everything about you is the inevitable result of a causal chain, then your authentic self might just be a point along that chain, a cog, not a captain. Compatibilism tries to thread the needle. It offers a practical definition of freedom, one that works within the laws of physics and still gives us moral responsibility. It says we are free when we act voluntarily, without external compulsion. And it's true, we feel free. We deliberate, we regret, we plan. But feelings don't resolve the paradox. The question remains whether this kind of freedom is real or just emotionally satisfying. Critics argue that compatibilism is just a clever word game, freedom redefined to make it fit the facts rather than challenging the facts themselves. If we're not truly originators of our actions, if we're just highly complex reactions, then maybe free will in any meaningful sense doesn't exist. And yet, to abandon it entirely feels like surrendering something deeply human, the belief that we are agents, not accidents. The compatibility paradox doesn't offer closure. It opens a doorway into the gray space between causality and conscience, between science and self. It challenges us to rethink what freedom means, not as escape from law, but as harmony with it. And it leaves us with the enduring mystery of whether the most lawful universe of all can still leave room for choice. Level 48. The Bystander Effect. Why does inaction spread? A person collapses on a busy sidewalk. Dozens of people walk past. Some glance, some pause, but none help. Minutes stretch. The crowd grows. Still, no one steps in. It's not that they're all cruel or indifferent. In fact, many of them are concerned. But each one hesitates, thinking someone else will act. This hesitation is contagious. The more people there are, the less likely anyone is to intervene. This is the bystander effect, a psychological paradox where the presence of others actually reduces the likelihood that someone will help. It turns compassion into silence, responsibility into vapor, and it asks a haunting question: why does inaction grow stronger when more people can act? The effect was famously illustrated by the 1964 case of Kitty Genovese, a young woman who was murdered outside her New York apartment while reportedly dozens of neighbors heard her screams. The tragedy, though later misreported in some details, sparked deep research into group psychology. What psychologists found was unsettling. People are less likely to help in emergencies when others are present, not because they don't care, but because they assume someone else will. This is called diffusion of responsibility. The more people who witness a problem, the more the sense of personal responsibility is diluted. It's not just apathy, it's structure. When we're alone and see someone in distress, we know the choice is ours, act or don't. But in a crowd, our sense of urgency is filtered through others. We look around, no one's moving, no one's helping, so we assume maybe it's not serious, maybe it's not safe. Maybe we'd look foolish if we got involved. This leads to a kind of pluralistic ignorance, where everyone misinterprets everyone else's inaction as a sign that action isn't needed, even though everyone might feel the same internal urge to help. The bystander effect isn't limited to emergencies. It plays out in classrooms, workplaces, cities. A colleague behaves abusively, but no one speaks up. A student is bullied, and the room goes quiet. A person asks for help, and the request floats in the air, waiting for someone, anyone, to claim it. In these moments, inaction becomes a signal. Silence spreads, and each person waits for someone else to break it. But there's another side. The paradox can be shattered by one brave action. Studies show that if just one person steps forward to ask, to help, to speak, others are far more likely to follow. The spell of inaction breaks. Responsibility, once dispersed, recoalesces around courage. One bystander becomes a leader, and the crowd remembers its humanity. The bystander effect isn't a judgment, it's a mirror. It shows how easily our better instincts can be smothered by social cues, but it also reminds us of the power of a single choice, that even in a world of watchers, one person's movement can turn stillness into action and awaken the silent hearts of everyone else. Level 49. The Repugnant Conclusion. Is more life always better life? Imagine a world of 10 billion people, all living lives of extraordinary richness, filled with art, love, knowledge, health, and fulfillment. It seems like a paradise worth striving for. Now imagine a different world, one with 100 billion people. In this world, everyone is living a life that is just barely worth living, lives without joy or beauty, only mild contentment, just above the threshold of suffering. Still, there are so many more of them. If we add up all their tiny amounts of happiness, this second world has more total well-being than the first. Logic says it's better, but does that feel true? Would we really prefer quantity over quality? This is the Repugnant Conclusion, a paradox in population ethics that challenges our deepest intuitions about what makes a world better. The term comes from philosopher Derek Parfit, who tried to formalize how we might compare the moral value of different possible futures. If we say a world is better when it contains more happiness, then increasing the number of lives, even if each life is less fulfilling, seems like a moral good. But taken to its extreme, this reasoning leads us to accept the repugnant idea that a vast population of lives barely worth living is preferable to a smaller population of flourishing individuals. The math adds up, but the meaning does not. This paradox strikes at the heart of utilitarian thinking, the idea that maximizing total happiness is the ultimate goal. But it also exposes a blind spot. When you focus only on the sum of well-being, you can lose sight of how people live, what kind of experiences they have, and whether their lives contain richness, depth, and dignity. The Repugnant Conclusion makes us ask whether value lies in the sheer number of lives or in the quality of those lives. Some try to avoid the conclusion by adjusting the moral framework. They suggest we should focus on average well-being, not total. But this too has strange results. It can lead us to prefer a world with fewer happy people over one with more people and slightly lower average happiness, even if everyone is doing well. Others suggest person-affecting views, that what matters morally is how actions affect actual people, not possible ones. Still, none of these approaches fully resolve the tension. The paradox remains, haunting every ethical theory that tries to define what better really means. The Repugnant Conclusion forces us to confront what kind of future we want, not just in numbers, but in spirit. It asks whether a world of mild survival is worth more than one of deep flourishing, whether the good life is about volume or vitality, and whether our moral compass can handle the scale of eternity without losing its sense of meaning. In the end, the paradox reminds us that ethics is not only a question of calculation, it's a question of vision, not just of how much life there is, but of what kind of life is being lived.
Level 50, the mere addition paradox. Could happy people make things worse? Imagine a peaceful world, let's call it World A. In this world, everyone enjoys a high quality of life, deep relationships, meaningful work, health, beauty, joy. It's not perfect, but it's full and flourishing. Now imagine World B, a world that contains everyone from world A living just as well, but also includes a new group of people who are slightly less happy. Their lives are still worth living, still positive, just not as rich or fulfilling as those in world A. You haven't made anyone worse off. You've simply added more people with good lives. Yet somehow world B feels worse, less elegant, more diluted. This is the mere addition paradox, a puzzle in population ethics that asks, how can adding more happy people make the world morally worse? And this paradox was also introduced by philosopher Derek Parfit as part of his exploration of population ethics and its uneasy relationship with intuition. If the lives added in world B are still positive, not marked by suffering or tragedy, then what's the harm in adding them? Nobody is worse off. And yet many people feel that world A is a better world, a more ideal one, even if it has fewer total lives. The addition of less fulfilled lives seems to drag the moral quality of the world downward, even though logically it shouldn't. The problem deepens with further additions. Imagine world C, where the overall population is enormous and most people live lives barely worth living. Not terrible, just minimal. Life is bland, repetitive, thin, but still on the positive side of the moral scale. If we accept that adding happy lives makes things better, then we are led to conclude that world C, with its massive total happiness, is the best of all. But this conclusion, similar to the repugnant conclusion, feels deeply counterintuitive. A world filled with billions of shallow existences seems less desirable than a smaller world of deep, meaningful ones. And yet the logic of total utilitarianism demands that we accept it. So where does the paradox come from? It emerges from a tension between quantity and quality, between the total sum of happiness and the depth of individual lives. If you judge a world solely by total well-being, you risk approving futures where no one thrives. But if you focus only on average well-being or on the richness of experience, you risk disregarding the value of additional lives that are still good. There's no easy way to weigh these factors without drifting into contradiction or violating some moral intuition. The mere addition paradox forces us to ask, what do we value in a population? Is more always better? Or is there a tipping point where abundance diminishes meaning? It challenges the idea that good can be simply added like numbers on a scale, and suggests that moral value may be more complex, more fragile, more deeply tied to texture than to totals. In the end, it's not just a question about more people, it's a question about what kind of world we're trying to build. One of greatness or just one of more.
Level 51. The Fermi Paradox. Where is everybody? Look up at the night sky. Thousands of stars, millions of planets, billions of galaxies. According to everything we know about physics, chemistry, and biology, the universe should be teeming with life. There are more stars than grains of sand on Earth, and around many of those stars are planets in the habitable zone, capable of supporting conditions like our own. If intelligent life emerged here, why not elsewhere? And if intelligent life exists elsewhere, why haven't we seen it, heard it, or met it? This is the Fermi Paradox, named after physicist Enrico Fermi, who once asked a hauntingly simple question over lunch in 1950, where is everybody? The paradox lies in the mismatch between high probability and zero evidence. Given the age of the universe over 13 billion years, There has been plenty of time for intelligent civilizations to arise, develop technology, and spread across the stars. Even at a fraction of light speed, a single civilization could colonize the entire galaxy in a few million years, a blink on cosmic timescales, and yet we hear nothing. No signals, no structures, no probes. The silence is deafening. There are many possible explanations, each more unsettling than the last. Maybe we're alone, the only intelligent life in the galaxy. Maybe life is incredibly rare and the conditions on Earth are a cosmic fluke. Maybe we are first, born before others had the chance to evolve. Or maybe intelligent life is common, but self-destructs before it can reach the stars. Nuclear war, climate collapse, runaway AI, perhaps the price of intelligence is extinction. Others suggest that civilizations are out there, but we're not looking the right way. Maybe they communicate in ways we don't yet understand. Maybe they hide deliberately, fearing other civilizations. Or perhaps we're like ants to them, not interesting, not threatening, just too primitive to notice. The zoo hypothesis suggests we're being watched, but not contacted, like animals in a cosmic preserve. Then there's the great filter, the idea that something stops life from advancing to the interstellar stage. The filter could be behind us, in the improbability of life or intelligence, or worse, it could be ahead, a hurdle we have yet to face, one that most civilizations don't survive. If true, the Fermi Paradox isn't just a mystery, it's a warning. What makes the paradox so powerful is that it's not based on fringe science or wild theory. It's grounded in math, probability, and logic. It takes what we know, vast numbers, vast time, vast possibility, and confronts us with what we don't know, why we are still alone. Whether the answer is comforting or terrifying, the question remains suspended in the silence between stars. The Fermi Paradox reminds us that we are, at least for now, a solitary voice in the dark. And the most haunting part may not be the question itself, but the fact that no one has answered. Level 52. The simulation hypothesis. Are we real or rendered? Look around. The colors, the textures, the hum of the world, it all feels real. But what if it isn't? What if everything you see, everything you touch, everything you believe to be physical is just code running on an unimaginably powerful computer? This is the simulation hypothesis. The eerie idea that reality as we know it isn't the base layer of existence, but a digital illusion, a simulation rendered by an advanced civilization for purposes unknown. Your memories, your body, the universe itself. All could be nothing more than data, pixels, and algorithms. And the strangest part? You wouldn't be able to tell. The idea gained modern traction through philosopher Nick Bostrom, who posed a stark probability argument. If a future civilization gains the ability to simulate conscious beings in virtual realities, and if they run many such simulations, then the number of simulated minds could vastly outnumber biological ones. Statistically, you are more likely to be one of the simulations than one of the rare original. It's not just science fiction. It's logic. Unsettling, quiet logic that flips your place in the cosmos upside down. If we're living in a simulation, then reality is not made of particles or atoms, but of information. Space and time might be nothing more than rules inside a program. Physics might be the operating system. Quantum uncertainty, just the resolution limits of the engine. The speed of light, the render distance. Entanglement, a database updating in real time. Every paradox, every mystery in physics could be a glitch, a design, or an intentional limitation placed by those outside the system. Some point to supporting evidence, how the universe appears to be pixelated at the Planck scale, or how certain physical constants are oddly fine-tuned, as if optimized for simulation. Others point to the emergence of virtual realities in our own time. In just a few decades, we've gone from Pong to photorealistic simulations and AI-generated worlds. Imagine a few thousand years of progress. Would we not create our own conscious digital beings? And if so, wouldn't we become the simulators of countless realities? Still, many remain skeptical. The hypothesis, while intriguing, is difficult, maybe impossible to test. A perfect simulation would hide its tracks. And even if it were true, would it change anything? You feel pain. You feel love. Whether your brain is made of neurons or nanobytes, the experience is real to you. But the philosophical blow lingers. If we are simulated, then we are created. Someone wrote the rules, someone watches, and someone or something could shut it all down. The simulation hypothesis doesn't claim we aren't real. It asks what kind of real we are. It whispers that behind the stars, beyond the screen of this universe, there might be another level, a deeper layer where the players sit, watching, wondering if their creations will ever realize the truth. Level 53. The Boltzmann Brain. Are you just a random brain in chaos? Close your eyes and ask yourself, how do you know the world around you is real? Not just a dream or a trick, but an actual coherent universe filled with stars, people, history, and purpose? Now imagine another possibility. What if you are nothing more than a brain, a brief freak accident of entropy, floating alone in a void of chaos, hallucinating everything you believe to be true? No Earth, no history, no evolution. Just a sudden statistical blip in an eternal sea of disorder. This is the terrifying idea behind the Boltzmann brain paradox. The suggestion that it might be more likely for a single brain to spontaneously form, with false memories, than for an entire universe to exist in the ordered way we see. The paradox comes from 19th century physics, specifically from the work of Ludwig Boltzmann, who tried to explain how the universe could develop from chaos into order. In thermodynamics, systems tend to move toward disorder, entropy, but every now and then, given infinite time, random fluctuations can occur. Boltzmann suggested that perhaps the universe we inhabit is the result of such a rare fluctuation, a momentary drop in entropy that produced stars, galaxies, and life, before eventually dissolving back into disorder. But this idea, taken seriously, leads to a disturbing conclusion. If fluctuations can create ordered pockets, then statistically, smaller fluctuations are far more likely than larger ones. It's exponentially more probable for a single brain to appear, complete with preloaded thoughts and memories, than for an entire galaxy to form. And if that's the case, then most conscious beings in the universe aren't living in vast ancient worlds. They're Boltzmann brains, tiny islands of awareness, drifting through chaos, deceived by their own impossible sense of history. Here lies the paradox. If we take the logic of entropy and probability seriously, we must accept that hallucinated observers are more likely than evolved ones. But if that's true, how can you trust your thoughts right now? How can you believe in science, in memory, in experience, when those very beliefs might just be static on the surface of thermodynamic noise? Philosophers and physicists have wrestled with this, and many reject the idea, not because it's obviously false, but because it undermines the very act of reasoning. If we are Boltzmann brains, then all knowledge collapses. There's no science, no method, no evidence, only illusion. To preserve meaning, they argue, our cosmological theories must avoid the conclusion that Boltzmann brains dominate. Any model that implies otherwise is self-defeating. The Boltzmann brain paradox isn't just about physics. It's about epistemology, how we know what we know. It draws a thin, trembling line between reality and simulation, between reason and madness. And it forces us to stare into the void and ask a question no theory can fully answer. Am I real? Or just an echo of probability, briefly aware, soon to vanish back into the silence? Level 54, the heat-death paradox. Will the end of time feel eternal? Imagine the farthest future you can. Not decades, not millennia, but trillions upon trillions of years from now. The stars have burned out, the galaxies have drifted apart, black holes have evaporated, no more fusion, no more energy flows. The universe is a thin, frozen expanse, cold, dark, and silent. This is the predicted heat death of the universe, the final stage of entropy, where everything has reached thermodynamic equilibrium. No more usable energy, no more change. Nothing left to happen. And yet, the question lingers like a whisper in the void. If nothing ever changes again, will the end of time feel like it lasts forever? This is the heat-death paradox, a haunting reflection on what happens when time runs out but keeps going. Entropy is the engine of time. As systems become more disordered, the arrow of time moves forward. You remember the past, not the future, because entropy increases. Ice melts, stars burn, people age. But in a state of maximum entropy, nothing changes. There is no direction, no events, no distinction between before and after, and yet time as a dimension continues. It stretches on infinitely. So if nothing happens, but time keeps unfolding, what is time without change? This paradox isn't just about physics, it's about perception. Time, as we experience it, is inseparable from motion, difference, and experience. A clock doesn't tick unless something moves. A moment doesn't pass unless something happens. So, in the heat death, in a universe with no contrast, no memory, no motion, does time have any meaning at all? And if there were a mind somehow conscious in that final stillness, would it feel trapped in an unending moment? Would eternal emptiness feel like a flicker or a prison? The heat-death paradox also challenges our understanding of endings. We imagine the universe ending in fire or collapse, something final and decisive. But heat-death is different. It's not an explosion, it's a fade-out, a slow, asymptotic approach to silence. And it never truly ends. The universe doesn't vanish, it simply becomes irrelevant. A vast, unchanging blankness that stretches on forever. A tomb without walls. Some theorists propose that quantum fluctuations could still occur, that in the silence, random sparks might occasionally light up the darkness, but these are statistical ghosts, not structured lives. Others imagine time itself breaking down at that scale, becoming non-linear, meaningless, or collapsing into a final state beyond comprehension. But these are speculations, not answers. The paradox remains. How do you understand time when there's nothing left to measure it against? The heat-death paradox forces us to ask what makes time feel real. Is it ticking clocks or changing states? Is it memory or movement? If the universe goes on forever, but nothing ever happens again, then the end of time may not be a bang or a whimper, but an endless stillness. And in that stillness, perhaps eternity itself becomes the final illusion. Level 55. Tegmark's Infinite Selves. Do infinite versions of you exist now? Picture yourself standing in your room, reading these words. Now imagine that somewhere, unimaginably far away, there's another version of you doing the exact same thing. Not similar, identical. Same posture, same thoughts, same heartbeat. Then, imagine another version of you who almost matches. Same life, same language, but a different shirt, a different childhood pet, a slightly different decision yesterday. According to physicist Max Tegmark, this isn't science fiction, it's a natural consequence of how the universe works. In an infinite cosmos, every possible configuration of matter must occur, and will occur, somewhere. This is the unsettling idea of Tegmark's infinite selves, that there are infinite copies of you, living out every possible variation of your life, scattered across a boundless multiverse. The argument is simple but profound. If space is infinite and matter is finite in the ways it can arrange itself, then eventually arrangements must repeat. Just as there are only so many ways to shuffle a deck of cards, there are only so many ways to build a brain or a world. Given enough distance, those arrangements will recur. There will be duplicates of Earth, of cities, of you. And beyond those exact copies, there will be infinite near misses, other yous who made different choices, said different words, loved different people, or never existed at all. Tegmark organizes this into what he calls the Level 1 multiverse, parallel regions of the same universe separated by unimaginable stretches of space. Then come deeper levels, Level 2, with universes that have different physical constants, Level 3, from quantum mechanics and the many worlds interpretation, where every quantum possibility spawns a new world, and Level 4, where all mathematically possible structures exist as physical reality. At each level, the number of you multiplies. You are not singular. You are a cosmic pattern, repeated, varied, echoed across dimensions. This leads to a strange, paradoxical intimacy with infinity. If infinite versions of you already exist, some suffering, some thriving, what does that mean for this version? Does your choice matter if every alternative is already playing out? Does your uniqueness dissolve when there are copies of you brushing their teeth on planets a trillion light-years away? Some find this idea exhilarating, a multiverse teeming with possibility, where every version of life, love, and redemption exists. Others find it deeply disturbing. If there are infinite yous, are you still you? Is identity defined by continuity or by context? Are you a soul, a story, or just coordinates in a cosmic equation? Tegmark's Infinite Selves challenges not only our sense of space, but our sense of self. It invites you to see identity not as a point, but as a pattern, scattered through the multiverse, repeated like a song across space-time. And it leaves you with one dizzying question. If there are infinite versions of you, all equally real, then what makes this one yours? Level 56. The fine-tuning problem. Why is the universe so perfect for life? Look closely at the universe, at the way stars form, at the strength of gravity, at the charge of an electron, or the expansion rate of space. Every one of these values, every constant in the physical world, appears to be balanced on a razor's edge. If gravity were slightly stronger, stars would burn too quickly. If it were weaker, they might never ignite. If the cosmological constant were just a little different, the universe would have torn itself apart or collapsed long before galaxies ever formed. The tiniest change in the fabric of reality would render life as we know it impossible. And yet, here we are, alive, conscious, asking questions. This is the fine-tuning problem, a profound mystery that asks, why is the universe so perfectly calibrated for life? The paradox arises from improbability. There are countless ways for a universe to exist, most of which would be lifeless, inert, or violently unstable. The conditions required for complexity, for chemistry, biology, even stars, are incredibly specific. The fact that our universe meets those conditions so precisely suggests either a miraculous coincidence or something deeper at play. One explanation is the anthropic principle, the idea that we observe a life-permitting universe because only such a universe can produce observers. If universes with different constants exist, then only the rare ones that support life will have creatures capable of noticing how rare they are. In this view, our presence selects the universe. It sounds tautological, but it sidesteps the need for purpose. We're not here because the universe is fine-tuned. We're here only if it is. Others point to the multiverse hypothesis. If our universe is just one of countless others, each with its own physical laws and constants, then it's not surprising that some universes are just right for life. We happen to be in one of the rare lucky ones. It's not design, it's statistics. In an infinite ensemble, even the improbable becomes inevitable. But this solution is deeply controversial. There is no empirical proof of the multiverse. It solves the fine-tuning problem by pushing it into realms we cannot observe and may never observe. Then there's the theistic interpretation, that the universe is fine-tuned because it was designed, that the constants were chosen to allow life, mind, and meaning. This answer satisfies many, but it introduces a new mystery. Who or what did the tuning? And if that being exists, why does its own existence require no fine-tuning? Still others propose that the fine-tuning might not be real. Perhaps there are deeper physical laws we haven't yet discovered that make the constants inevitable, not chosen. What looks delicate might turn out to be necessary. The fine-tuning problem doesn't just challenge science, it unsettles philosophy, theology, and our very sense of existence. It leaves us suspended between randomness and design, accident and intention. And in that balance, it whispers a question older than time. Is the universe lucky? Or is it trying to tell us something? Level 57. The anthropic principle. Do we exist because we can observe? You look at the stars, the galaxies, the delicate balance of forces that make life possible, and a question arises. Why is the universe so perfectly suited for beings like us to exist? The constants of nature, gravity, electromagnetism, the strong and weak nuclear forces, all seem fine-tuned for the emergence of complexity, consciousness, and observers. And then a strange idea appears, one that seems both profound and circular. Maybe the universe appears this way simply because we're here to see it. This is the anthropic principle, the proposition that our observations of the universe are shaped and even limited by the fact that we are observers. That the universe must allow conscious life to arise, because otherwise, no one would be here asking why. At first glance, the statement seems trivial. Of course, we can only observe a universe compatible with our existence. Dead universes, those filled with black holes or expanding too quickly for stars to form, have no astronomers. No questions, no life. So naturally, we find ourselves in one of the rare universes where life is possible. But this tautology, though simple, becomes powerful when used to explain the deeper mystery of fine-tuning, the improbable precision with which the universe seems calibrated to support life. The weak anthropic principle says, we observe the universe to be life-permitting because only in such a universe could observers exist. It's not that the universe was made for us, it's that we couldn't be anywhere else. But the strong anthropic principle goes further, suggesting that the universe must be such that conscious beings will arise to observe it. In this view, observation isn't an accident, it's a necessary outcome. Reality bends toward awareness. This leads to strange and controversial territory. Some see the anthropic principle as a cop-out, a way to avoid deeper explanations for why the universe has the properties it does. Others see it as a necessary filter in a cosmos filled with possibility. If there are many universes, as some versions of the multiverse hypothesis suggest, then it's no surprise we find ourselves in one of the rare universes that supports intelligent life. We are the lucky outcome in a sea of silent voids. But the anthropic principle isn't just about the universe, it's about us. It blurs the line between subject and object, observer and observed. It whispers that perhaps the act of observing is not a passive glance, but an intrinsic part of how the universe becomes knowable. Some physicists even link this to quantum mechanics, where measurement plays a mysterious role in collapsing probability. In the end, the anthropic principle doesn't tell us why we're here, it tells us why we can ask. It doesn't answer whether the universe has a purpose, only that any universe with beings like us will feel strangely suited to our existence, and in that quiet reflection, we find not certainty, but a cosmic mirror, showing us that the very act of wonder may be written into the structure of the world itself. Level 58, the Omega Point. Is time evolving toward godhood? Imagine a future where the universe doesn't simply fade into cold darkness, but instead accelerates toward a final state of infinite complexity, intelligence, and unity. A point where consciousness expands without limit, where time collapses into eternity, and where knowledge becomes absolute. This is the Omega Point, a bold, speculative vision of cosmic destiny proposed by philosopher and Jesuit priest Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, and later echoed by physicists and futurists searching for meaning at the end of time. The Omega Point is not just a scientific concept or a theological dream. It is a paradox, one that blends evolution, technology, cosmology, and divinity into a single, dizzying idea that the universe is evolving toward godhood. Teilhard believed that evolution was not just biological, but spiritual, that matter had always been moving not just toward life, but toward consciousness, and eventually toward a higher mind, capable of unifying all awareness. This endpoint, the Omega Point, would be the culmination of complexity, a convergence of all thought and being into a supreme consciousness that exists both at the end of time and outside of it. In this vision, evolution doesn't stop with humanity, it continues relentlessly towards something divine. Later thinkers like physicist Frank Tipler attempted to recast the Omega Point in scientific terms. He proposed that intelligent life might eventually gain control over the cosmos, guiding its evolution toward a final state of infinite computational power as the universe collapses in on itself. In Tipler's theory, the final singularity becomes a kind of God, omniscient, omnipresent, capable of simulating every possible life and consciousness. In such a scenario, the future contains the resurrection of the past, the perfection of mind, and the total realization of all that ever was. But the omega point raises unsettling questions. Is this destiny or fantasy? Can evolution really aim at transcendence, or are we just projecting our hopes onto the shape of time? If intelligence can grow without end, does it inevitably become divine? Or does the concept of godhood, stretched across cosmological scales, lose all meaning? And what if the universe is not heading toward unity, but scattering toward entropy, toward silence? Modern physics offers no clear path to the omega point. Some cosmological models suggest the universe will expand forever, cooling into oblivion. Others allow for a cyclical return, but without promise of progress. And yet the idea persists, not because it's likely, but because it touches something deep. The omega point is the dream that time has direction, that consciousness has purpose, that our existence is not just a moment between stars, but a step towards something unimaginable. The paradox of the omega point is that it asks us to see God not as the creator of time, but as its destination, a being not behind us, but ahead, drawing the universe forward, not by force, but by attraction. And whether true or not, the idea dares us to live as though the future is sacred, and that evolution itself is whispering toward divinity. Level 59, the Big Rip Puzzle. Will the universe tear itself apart? The universe is expanding. We've known that for a century. Ever since Edwin Hubble observed distant galaxies drifting away from us in every direction. But what we've learned more recently is even more astonishing. The expansion is accelerating. Galaxies aren't just moving apart, they're speeding away faster over time, driven by a mysterious force called dark energy. And if that acceleration keeps increasing, if dark energy grows stronger instead of remaining constant, then the universe may not just stretch, it may shatter. This is the terrifying possibility of the Big Rip, a cosmic puzzle that asks, will the universe someday tear itself apart, right down to its atoms? In most models of cosmic expansion, gravity slows the growth, or balances it with dark energy. But in the Big Rip scenario, dark energy doesn't remain steady, it increases. It becomes more dominant, more aggressive, more relentless. As a result, the expansion of the universe accelerates beyond control. First, galaxies are flung apart. Then, solar systems unravel. Planets are torn from stars. And finally, gravity, electromagnetism, even the strong nuclear force, the very glue that binds matter, is overcome by expansion itself. At the heart of the Big Rip is the idea that space isn't a passive stage. It's dynamic. It stretches and warps. And in this model, it doesn't just expand, it accelerates toward infinity in finite time. Mathematically, this means there's a moment in the future, not billions of trillions of years from now, but perhaps just tens of billions, when the scale factor of the universe becomes infinite. At that point, even atoms can't hold together. The universe doesn't burn, it doesn't freeze, it simply rips apart, completely, irrevocably. But this leads to strange questions. What happens to time when everything is being pulled apart? What does it mean for an electron to be ripped from a proton? Can something as abstract as the law of physics be destroyed? And if the Big Rip is truly the end, the final state of all space, matter, and energy, does anything remain to witness it? The Big Rip puzzle also raises a deeper metaphysical question. If the universe can end, not in cold or collapse, but in violent, unstoppable expansion, what does that say about the nature of existence itself? Is expansion a feature or a flaw? Is the cosmos ultimately creative or destructive? Not all physicists accept the Big Rip as likely. It depends on a specific type of dark energy, known as phantom energy, with properties that remain purely theoretical. Our understanding of dark energy is limited, and the universe may well expand forever in a calmer way. But the Big Rip remains a possibility, one that transforms the future into a countdown, not to entropy, but to obliteration. The Big Rip puzzle isn't just about the end of space. It's about the limits of structure, of connection, of being. It reminds us that even the fabric of the cosmos may not last forever. And if that fabric tears, we won't hear it. We'll be part of it, pulled, atom by atom, into the silence beyond everything. Level 60, the Expansion Paradox. Why is nothing moving, yet everything grows? You gaze into the night sky and see galaxies drifting away, red-shifted by the expansion of space itself. You learn that the universe is getting bigger, not because galaxies are flying through space like debris from an explosion, but because space itself is stretching. Yet here's the paradox. If everything is expanding, space, distance, even the vacuum between atoms, then what exactly is moving? If no object is being pushed or pulled, and if galaxies remain at rest in their own local frames, then why does everything seem to recede? This is the Expansion Paradox. The strange truth that the universe grows without motion, that the cosmos can inflate while standing still. In our daily experience, expansion means things flying apart, like shrapnel or fireworks. You expect movement, velocity, acceleration, but cosmic expansion doesn't work that way. General relativity describes the universe not as objects moving through space, but as space itself evolving. Galaxies are not being thrust away by force. They are stationary in their local patches of space, and yet the distance between them increases because the space between them is growing. From their perspective, they aren't moving at all, but from ours, they're racing away at incredible speeds. This creates an unsettling illusion. Two galaxies, resting in their own regions of space, experience no thrust, no wind, no resistance, and yet when you measure the distance between them, it has grown. Not because they've moved, but because the ruler, space-time itself, has stretched. It's like standing on a rubber sheet that's being pulled from all sides. You don't feel yourself moving, but the space between you and everything else increases. Even stranger, the expansion has no center. Every point in space sees every other point moving away. To someone in a distant galaxy, we appear to be receding. The paradox deepens. If everything is expanding equally from every perspective, how can expansion be measured at all? How do you detect motion in a system where all distances grow, but no direction is privileged? And yet, we do measure it. We see the redshift of distant galaxies, the stretching of light waves as space itself expands. We measure the cosmic microwave background and trace the echo of early expansion. We can even estimate how fast this expansion is accelerating due to dark energy, so something is changing. But it's not motion in the traditional sense. The expansion paradox forces us to rethink what movement and distance mean when space itself is dynamic. It reminds us that in the language of the cosmos, motion doesn't always require speed. Growth doesn't always require change in position. And sometimes the most profound transformations are those where nothing seems to move, yet everything gets farther apart. UV. In a universe where even emptiness can stretch, the expansion paradox becomes a quiet revelation that change can happen not in things, but in the space between them, and that stillness and motion may not be opposites, but illusions cast by an evolving cosmos. Level 61. McTaggart's Paradox. Time isn't real. We live inside time. We feel it pass, we remember the past, experience the present, and anticipate the future. Time seems so deeply woven into reality that we rarely question its existence. But in 1908, philosopher J.M.E. McTaggart made a bold claim. Time, as we understand it, is an illusion. Not just misunderstood, not just incomplete, but entirely unreal. His argument, now known as McTaggart's paradox, begins quietly, with a distinction between two ways of thinking about time, but ends by unraveling the very foundation of temporal reality. It asks, if our concept of time leads to contradiction, can time be real at all? McTaggart divided time into two descriptions, the A series and the B series. The A series describes events as past, present, or future, changing positions over time. A birthday was once future, becomes present, and then fades into the past. This is how we normally experience time, as a flowing river, where now constantly shifts. The B series, by contrast, describes events in terms of before and after. One event is always earlier than another, regardless of when you observe them. The order is fixed. There's no flowing now, just a static timeline. McTaggart argued that the A series, with its shifting present, is essential for real time. Without change, without passage, time loses its meaning. But then he delivered the paradox. The A series leads to contradiction. Why? Because every event must be past, present, and future, but not all at once. Yet to describe an event's position in time, we must say it was future, then present, then past. That sounds reasonable, but McTaggart argued that to do this coherently, we'd need another level of time to describe how these changes happen, and then another and another, leading to an infinite regress. If the A series is contradictory, and the B series lacks real change, then neither can ground the reality of time. Time becomes a useful illusion, a structure of our minds, not the world. Like color or taste, time may be how we experience events, but not something that exists independently. This paradox still echoes through philosophy and physics. Modern science often leans toward the Beziers view, that time is a dimension, not a flow. The block universe model, drawn from relativity, sees past, present, and future as equally real, a frozen landscape where all events simply are, laid out in four-dimensional space-time. There is no privileged now, no universal clock, just the illusion of passage generated by consciousness moving through a static world. McTaggart's paradox isn't about clocks or calendars, it's about the fabric of experience. It forces us to ask whether time is something we move through or something we construct. And if time turns out to be unreal, then what are we, the ones who seem to live inside it? The deeper you dive, the stranger it gets, because if time doesn't exist, then neither does change. And, without change, what becomes of memory, motion, or meaning? Level 62. The hard problem of consciousness. How do atoms create experience? You stub your toe. Instantly, pain flashes through your awareness, not just a reaction, but a feeling. You don't just process sensory data, you experience it. You don't just see red, you feel its intensity. You don't just think, you know you're thinking. This mysterious quality, the inner glow of awareness, the richness of experience, is what philosophers call qualia. And no matter how much we learn about the brain, its chemistry, its circuits, and its signals, one question stubbornly remains: how does all of this give rise to consciousness? This is the hard problem of consciousness, a term coined by philosopher David Chalmers, and it strikes at the deepest mystery in science and philosophy. How do physical processes create subjective experience? We can explain the brain in incredible detail. We can track which neurons fire when you see a face or hear your name. We understand how attention works, how memories are stored, how language is processed. These are the so-called easy problems of consciousness, not because they're simple, but because they seem solvable with enough neuroscience and computation. But none of that answers the hard problem. Why does any of this feel like anything at all? In principle, you could build a robot that behaves exactly like a human, blinking, responding, laughing, even saying, "I feel pain." But would it actually feel pain? Or would it just simulate behavior without inner life? That's the dilemma. We don't just want to explain what the brain does. We want to explain why it lights up inside. Why there's something it is like to be you. Materialists argue that consciousness arises from complex information processing, that experience is an emergent property of computation. But Chalmers and others say this misses the point. You can describe all the inputs and outputs, the algorithms and the firings, and still not capture the first-person view, the raw, what it's likeness of being conscious. That gap between objective explanation and subjective experience is where the hard problem lives. Some propose radical ideas. Panpsychism, for instance, suggests that consciousness is a fundamental property of matter, like charge or mass. In this view, even elementary particles have tiny seeds of awareness, and the brain simply organizes them in a way that magnifies experience. Others explore dual-aspect monism, where mind and matter are two sides of the same underlying reality. And then there are those who suspect we've asked the wrong question, that consciousness may not be produced, but fundamental, irreducible, perhaps even necessary for the universe to be known. The hard problem of consciousness isn't just a puzzle, it's a mirror. It reminds us that no matter how far science reaches, there is something uniquely intimate and immediate about being alive. Something that can't be measured, only felt. And until we can explain how cold, silent atoms give rise to warm, vivid awareness, the mystery remains, as deep and dazzling as the mind itself. Level 63, the binding problem. Why do we feel unified? You see a red apple. Instantly, you register its shape, its color, its scent, the smoothness of its skin, and the memory of its taste. Each of these sensory details is processed in a different part of your brain. Color in one region, shape in another, smell elsewhere, and memory in yet another. And yet, you don't experience fragments. You experience an apple, whole, complete, immediate. This seamless perception happens every waking moment of your life, and yet no one fully understands how. This is the binding problem, a fundamental mystery of consciousness. How does the brain unify separate streams of information into a single, coherent experience? Neuroscience has revealed the brain's modular nature. Visual input is parsed into color, motion, depth, and edges, each handled by distinct areas. Auditory information is split into pitch, rhythm, and location. Touch, memory, language, and emotion all flow through different neural circuits. At no point is there a central circuit where it all comes together. And yet, your conscious experience feels integrated. You don't hear the ticking of a clock as separate from the image of the room. You don't see the redness of an apple as floating apart from its roundness. You experience a whole world, not a jumbled collage. The binding problem asks, how does the brain do this? How do different features, shape, color, sound, feeling, bind together so precisely in time and space that we experience a singular object? And how do they bind to the self, the feeling that these perceptions are happening to you? Some theories suggest timing is key. Perhaps synchronized neural firing, known as neuronal oscillation, creates a kind of temporal glue, linking features that occur together into one experience. Others argue for specialized brain regions that act as hubs, temporarily integrating information before passing it back to the wider network. Still others believe attention plays a crucial role, that the act of focusing unifies disparate inputs into one coherent object. But none of these ideas fully explain why it feels like one thing instead of many. The binding problem extends beyond perception. It touches on memory, emotion, thought, even identity. How does the memory of your childhood, the pain in your knee, the voice in your head, and the taste of coffee all feel like your experience, not just a cluster of separate inputs, but the ongoing story of a self? How does the brain turn chaos into continuity? Some philosophers suggest that unity is an illusion, that the brain is simply good at stitching things together and telling itself a smooth story. Others argue that the sense of unity is the defining mark of consciousness, not a byproduct, but the central mystery. Because until we can explain how a trillion disconnected firings become a single point of view, we haven't truly grasped what consciousness is. The binding problem reminds us that behind the simplest sensation lies an invisible miracle, the unity of mind. And perhaps the greatest mystery isn't that your brain processes the world, but that it delivers it to you as a whole. Level 64, the homunculus fallacy. Who watches the watcher in your mind? Imagine you're looking at a screen. A movie is playing, and you're watching it unfold. Now, apply that image to your mind. When you see the world, or hear music, or feel emotion, it seems like there's a little you inside your head watching it all, observing thoughts, images, and sensations projected inward. This mental viewer, this imagined internal spectator, feels like the real self. But the moment you describe consciousness this way, as something that requires an inner observer, you fall into one of philosophy's most persistent traps, the homunculus fallacy. It asks a simple but devastating question. If there's a little you inside your head watching your thoughts, who's watching them? The term homunculus means little man, and in this context it refers to the false idea that consciousness involves a tiny internal being looking at a mental screen. It's a metaphor many people use without realizing, as if the brain were a theater and awareness a spectator. But the fallacy lies in the infinite loop this creates. If there's a homunculus watching your experiences, then it too must have a brain, and an inner watcher inside its head, and so on forever. It's a recursive explanation that explains nothing, like a mirror reflecting into another mirror, forever deferring the answer. The homunculus fallacy reveals a deep misunderstanding about perception and consciousness. There's no central screen in your brain, no hidden soul peeking out behind your eyes. What you experience as you is not a viewer but a process, a network of interactions, feedback loops, memory, attention, and interpretation. The brain doesn't present a movie to a hidden spectator. It is the movie, generating awareness as a flow of integration and representation. In neuroscience, this fallacy is important because it tempts researchers to posit internal representations as if they were literal, as if the brain stored images the same way a phone stores photos. But brains don't need to look at anything. They construct and interpret reality directly. Vision isn't a picture on a screen, it's a pattern of electrical activity. Thought isn't a script being read, it's a dynamic interplay of neurons firing, shaped by the body and the world around it. And yet, the illusion is powerful. We feel like there's a core self, a mental witness behind the curtain. Meditation traditions call this the observer or the witness consciousness. It's not wrong to feel that way. It's how consciousness often presents itself. But to explain that feeling by imagining a separate entity inside the brain simply pushes the mystery back a step, without bringing us any closer to understanding. The homunculus fallacy reminds us that the self is not a pilot in the cockpit of the brain. It is the cockpit, the dashboard, the blinking lights, and the open sky. Awareness doesn't come from a watcher behind the scenes. It is the scene, alive and self-organizing. And when you ask who is watching, the answer is no one, just watchfulness itself. Level 65, the Chinese room argument. Can machines ever understand? Imagine you are sitting inside a sealed room with no windows, and outside the room, people are slipping pieces of paper under the door. Each piece of paper has Chinese characters written on it, but you do not speak or read Chinese. Inside the room, however, you have a massive instruction book written in your native language. This book contains detailed rules about what symbols to return based on the symbols you receive. You use it to look up patterns and carefully match them, then pass back another string of Chinese characters under the door. To the people outside, your responses are flawless. They assume you understand Chinese. But inside, you are merely manipulating symbols, following rules without any comprehension. This is the Chinese room argument, a powerful philosophical thought experiment created by John Searle in 1980 to challenge the notion of artificial intelligence and its ability to truly understand. At its core, the Chinese room argument makes a distinction between syntax and semantics. Syntax refers to the formal rules, the shapes and arrangements of symbols, while semantics refers to meaning. In the room, you can manipulate symbols syntactically, but you don't know what they mean semantically. Searle's point is this: even if a machine like a computer can process language inputs and outputs flawlessly, it doesn't mean it understands anything. Just like the person in the room, the machine is manipulating symbols based on rules. It doesn't comprehend the meaning behind them. Therefore, passing a language test, like the Turing test, is not sufficient evidence of true understanding or consciousness. Searle used this argument to critique a branch of artificial intelligence known as strong AI, the belief that a sufficiently advanced computer running the right program could have a mind, consciousness, and genuine understanding. According to strong AI, the mind is simply the software of the brain, and replicating the software would recreate the mind. But the Chinese room says otherwise. Just because a system behaves as if it understands doesn't mean it actually does. The room can simulate understanding without possessing it. In other words, syntax alone isn't enough to produce semantics. This poses a deep challenge to anyone who believes intelligence can be reduced to computation. Many responses have been made to the Chinese room argument over the years. One popular counter-argument is called the system's reply. It says that while the person inside the room doesn't understand Chinese, the entire system, the person, the rulebook, the paper, and the process, does. Just like neurons in your brain don't understand English individually, but your brain as a whole does, the system inside the room might collectively understand. Searle rejects this, arguing that you could internalize all the rules, memorize the instructions, and do all the symbol manipulations in your head, yet you still wouldn't understand a word of Chinese. If no understanding appears, even when the entire system is inside you, then there is no understanding in the system at all. Another response is the robot reply, which suggests that understanding requires embodiment. A machine stuck in a room like this is missing the rich sensory experiences that give meaning to symbols. Maybe if the machine could see, hear, and interact with the world, learning through experience like a child, it would develop understanding. But Searle counters this too, saying you could still attach cameras, microphones, and sensors to the room, feed that information into the rulebook, and continue the symbol manipulation without comprehension. Adding more inputs doesn't guarantee the presence of understanding, it only increases the complexity of the syntax. The Chinese room argument also raises questions about human consciousness. If understanding cannot be reduced to symbol manipulation, then what is it? Where does meaning come from? If machines can't understand simply by running programs, does that mean the human mind is doing something more than computation? Are biological brains fundamentally different from silicon circuits, not just in hardware but in essence? These are the deeper implications that make the Chinese room a lasting and provocative thought experiment in philosophy of mind, cognitive science, and artificial intelligence. Some philosophers argue that the whole debate rests on a misunderstanding of what it means to understand. Maybe understanding isn't a single magic moment of awareness, but a behaviorally defined capacity to use language effectively, solve problems, and respond appropriately to the world. If that's the case, then advanced AI might already exhibit a kind of practical, functional understanding, even if it lacks subjective experience. But others say that's just redefining understanding to suit machines. The essence of Searle's challenge remains: how do we know that a machine truly gets it, and isn't just acting as if it does? In the age of large language models, chatbots, and synthetic voices that respond like humans, the Chinese room has never been more relevant. When you ask a chatbot a question, and it gives you a helpful, intelligent answer, does it understand, or is it just pushing symbols around, much like the person in the room? You might never know, and that perhaps is the unsettling heart of this paradox. Not just whether machines can understand us, but whether we can ever truly understand if they understand at all. Level 66. The infinite regression of mind. Who controls the controller? When you make a decision, any decision, what do you imagine is happening inside your mind? Perhaps you picture a sensual you weighing options, examining possibilities, and finally choosing one path over another. But then, who is controlling that you? Is there a deeper layer of self-awareness that observes the first? A controller behind the controller? And if so, who controls that one? This is the infinite regression of mind, a paradox that emerges when we try to locate the true seat of consciousness, decision-making, or agency within the self. It asks, if every mental act is caused or monitored by another mental act, where does the chain stop? This recursive loop is not just a philosophical puzzle, it's also a flaw in our intuitive models of mind. Most people think of the self as a central command center, a little captain in the brain making choices, watching thoughts and issuing orders. But this creates a problem. The moment you posit a controller, you also need to explain how that controller makes its decisions. If there is an inner watcher that supervises the mind, it must also have its own processes. Does it have another watcher? And does that one have another? The chain never ends. Like looking in a mirror that reflects another mirror, each layer of control begets another, ad infinitum. This problem echoes ancient metaphysical dilemmas like the turtle stack in mythology, where the world rests on the back of a turtle, and when asked what the turtle stands on, the answer is another turtle, and its turtles all the way down. In the case of the mind, it selves all the way in. Each layer of awareness, control, or reflection seems to require yet another. But if we never reach a foundational controller, then is there truly any controller at all? Is the feeling of being in charge just an illusion produced by the recursive structure of thought? Neuroscience provides no clear homunculus, no single region of the brain that contains the self issuing top-down orders. Instead, it reveals a massively distributed system of neurons interacting in patterns, processing, predicting, reacting. What feels like control may simply be the emergent result of countless feedback loops. There is no central me pulling levers, just the system experiencing itself as if there were. The controller is an echo, a recursive process where one module models another, and the illusion of singular agency emerges from the simulation. This is where the paradox sharpens, because even the feeling of being self-aware, the sense that I am observing myself thinking, requires a model of attention watching another model of attention. Who's at the top of the pyramid? Who has the final say? The more we introspect, the more we realize there is no ultimate overseer. Just a hall of mirrors where thought watches thought, emotion watches emotion, and awareness watches awareness. This layered watching creates the powerful illusion of a core self, even though it may be nothing more than a recursive loop without a center. The infinite regression of mind is closely related to the problem of free will. When you choose something, is the choice yours, or is it the result of neural activity bubbling up from unconscious depths? And if a deeper part of your brain caused the choice, what caused that part to choose? You can keep asking who decided the decision maker's decision until you vanish into a loop. Eventually, you either accept that the chain ends arbitrarily, or that there's no ultimate decider at all, just causes stretching endlessly backward. In computational terms, this resembles the problem of a program that runs other programs. Each function calls another until the system crashes in a stack overflow, too many nested layers, no termination. To avoid this, minds must eventually short-circuit the regression. Perhaps that's what consciousness does. It pretends there's a final observer, even when there isn't one, just to get on with the business of existing. The illusion of a unified I may simply be a useful fiction, an evolutionary shortcut that stops the loop from spinning out forever. Some traditions, like certain forms of Eastern philosophy, have grappled with this in their own way. In Zen Buddhism or Advaita Vedanta, The idea of a permanent self is considered a mental construction. They encourage practitioners to observe the observer, then observe the one observing the observer, until the whole scaffolding collapses. What remains is not a deeper self, but the absence of self, the silent, witnessing presence, void of identity. The regression is not resolved but transcended by refusing to chase it. So, who controls the controller? Maybe no one. Maybe the question is flawed because it assumes the mind has a hierarchy when it's really a network. Or perhaps the controller is simply a metaphor, useful, reassuring, but fundamentally hollow. We don't peel away layers to find the true self waiting at the core. Instead, we peel and peel until there's nothing left but the peeling itself. The self is not an object, it's a process. And the controller? A name we give to the point where that process briefly folds back on itself and says, I am. Level 67. The self-reference loop. Can you truly know yourself? To know yourself is considered one of the highest forms of wisdom. It's a goal echoed by philosophers, mystics, psychologists, and spiritual teachers across time. But what if the very act of self-knowledge is fundamentally flawed? What if trying to know yourself is like trying to see your own eyes without a mirror, or trying to bite your own teeth? This is the self-reference loop, a paradoxical feedback mechanism where the observer and the observed are the same thing. It asks, can a system fully comprehend itself from the inside, or does self-reflection always distort what it tries to reveal? When you try to understand yourself, you must first split yourself into two roles, the knower and the known. One part of you becomes the subject, the I that observes, while the other becomes the object, the me being examined. But they are the same being. You can't step outside of yourself to view your mind from a distance. You're trying to hold a mirror up to itself, expecting a complete image, but the reflection is always partial, always filtered through the very thing doing the reflecting. Every insight you have about yourself is colored by your current mood, memory, identity, or bias. You never observe a pure, final self, only a version shaped by the moment. This leads to a haunting question. If the self is both the observer and the observed, then which one is real? Is the you that you analyze the actual you, or just a snapshot distorted by the act of looking? Every thought you have about yourself is made of the same material as the self you're trying to know. It's like trying to measure a ruler with itself. It can't give you an outside standard. The feedback loop closes, creating an echo chamber of beliefs, doubts, narratives, and assumptions that reflect each other endlessly. The more you think about who you are, the more layers of thinking accumulate, until what you're thinking about isn't you, but your thoughts about you. The self-reference loop is a close cousin of logical paradoxes like this statement is false. It refers to itself and collapses under the weight of its own structure. Similarly, I know myself completely invites contradiction. If you truly knew everything about yourself, wouldn't that knowledge itself change you? And if it changes you, then you didn't fully know yourself to begin with. Like a snake eating its own tail, the effort to grasp the self devours itself in a cycle of recursive change. Each new insight about who you are triggers new thoughts and feelings, which alter who you are, which then must be understood again. This isn't just philosophical poetry, it's a reality explored in psychology. Your self-concept is fluid. Studies show that your beliefs about yourself shift over time, affected by memory, emotion, context, and even the way you narrate your own life. You aren't a static entity to be discovered, but a constantly evolving process. When you reflect, you're not uncovering the truth, you're generating it. Self-knowledge is creative, not just descriptive. You invent versions of yourself based on what you think you should be, what you fear you might be, or what you hope you'll become. In cognitive science, this loop shows up as the self model. Your brain builds an internal map of who you are, a simulation that allows you to predict your own behavior and interact with the world. But this model is not the real you, it's a useful fiction. And since it's built by the same brain it describes, it can never be perfectly accurate. The map cannot contain the entire territory, especially when the territory is trying to map itself. You are the cartographer and the landscape, the tool and the target. This paradox is even more visible in spirituality. Traditions like Zen Buddhism highlight the impossibility of fully knowing the self through introspection. They suggest that the very idea of a permanent self is an illusion generated by recursive awareness. Enlightenment, in this view, comes not from discovering who you are, but from seeing through the illusion of a separate, graspable self altogether. You stop looking for the center and find peace in the absence of one. But even if self-knowledge is imperfect or unstable, does that mean it's futile? Not necessarily. The loop doesn't have to be a trap. It can be a dance. The act of reflecting, revising, and reconstructing yourself can be a source of growth, even if the reflection is never complete. Like a sculptor endlessly refining a statue that will never be finished, you shape yourself not toward perfection, but toward awareness. The paradox doesn't cancel out the journey, it just means the destination is not a fixed point, but a moving horizon. So, can you truly know yourself? Not in any absolute way, not as a finished thing, but you can know the process of your own unfolding. You can become familiar with the shapes of your thoughts, the cycles of your emotions, the stories you tell yourself. You can watch the loop turn and, in watching, soften the illusion of being the one who must control it. True self-knowledge may not be about arriving at a final answer, but about learning to live gracefully within the question. Level 68. The brain in a vat. Is this all just a simulation? Imagine that right now, your brain is not inside your body, but floating in a vat of nutrient-rich liquid connected to a supercomputer. The computer feeds you electrical impulses that perfectly simulate every sensation you think you're experiencing: sight, sound, touch, taste, thought. You believe you're sitting in a room reading this, but in truth, none of it exists outside your mind. There is no body, no room, no world, just a brain, a vat, and a stream of artificial stimuli. This is the brain in a vat thought experiment, a modern twist on Cartesian skepticism, and it asks one of the most unsettling questions in philosophy. How can you know that anything you experience is real? This idea challenges the very foundations of perception. If everything you know about the world comes from your senses, and those senses can be simulated, then your entire reality is vulnerable to manipulation. You see a tree, but only because the computer tells your brain tree. You hear music, but only because an algorithm produces the right neural signals. If the illusion is perfect, indistinguishable from true experience, how could you ever escape it? What test could prove that you're not just being fed a dream? The brain in a vat is often used to question the reliability of empirical knowledge. In other words, if your senses can be tricked, then any belief based on sensory input might be false. Philosophers like Descartes asked a similar question centuries ago when he wondered if an evil demon could be deceiving him. In the modern version, The demon is replaced by technology, but the core issue remains the same. Is there any foundation so certain, so immune to doubt, that we can build our knowledge upon it? One response to this paradox is to fall back on the only thing you can be sure of, your own consciousness. Descartes famously concluded, "I think, therefore I am." Even if you're a brain in a vat, even if every external perception is false, there must be something having those experiences. The illusion itself proves the existence of an experiencer. But that doesn't answer whether the world exists. It only confirms that you do, in some form. The paradox grows deeper when we consider the simulation hypothesis, a scientific cousin of the brain in a vat. This theory suggests that an advanced civilization might have created simulated universes so detailed that the beings inside them believe they're real. If simulations are easier to create than real worlds, then statistically, it's more likely that we are inside one. The brain in a vat is no longer just a hypothetical. It might be a plausible description of reality. What if it's true? Would it matter? Some argue that simulated or not, experience is experience. If the simulation gives you love, pain, memory, and thought, then those things are functionally real. You suffer when hurt. You feel joy when embraced. The source of the data becomes irrelevant. Whether the world is code or atoms, your consciousness still navigates it as if it were real. From this view, the brain in a vat isn't a horror story. It's just another version of reality. Yet this line of thought comes with its own consequences. If you're in a vat, then your sense of self is built on lies. Your body, your past, your relationships, they could all be manufactured memories. What does it mean to be you if your history was injected into your brain last Tuesday? If your life is an illusion, are your values, your choices, your regrets also illusions? Or do they carry weight despite their origin? This paradox also challenges science. How can you trust experiments if your lab, your instruments, your measurements might all be simulated? You might run a test and get consistent results, but what if the computer is simply programmed to deliver those results? In a vat world, even logic could be part of the simulation. You might think 2 + 2 = 4, but only because the system was designed to make you believe that. This level of skepticism is dizzying, and yet it forces us to clarify what we mean by truth. In response, some philosophers propose a kind of pragmatic realism. They argue that whether or not you're in a vat, your reality is coherent, persistent, and responsive. You can interact with it. You can form consistent beliefs, build relationships, make plans. If it behaves like a world and feels like a world, then you can treat it like one, even if you can't prove its ultimate status. In this way, meaning is preserved not by escaping the vat, but by choosing to act meaningfully within it. So, is this all just a simulation? Maybe. But perhaps the more powerful question is not, what is real, but what do you do with the experience you have? Whether you are a brain in a vat or a person in a body, your reality is what you interact with. It's the texture of your thoughts, the depth of your emotions, the clarity of your actions. Illusion or not, it's yours. And that might be real enough. Level 69, the mirror paradox. Why doesn't your reflection switch vertically? Stand in front of a mirror and raise your right hand. Your reflection raises what appears to be its left hand. Now smile, tilt your head, wave. Your mirror image does the opposite horizontally, but if you jump or duck, the mirror doesn't flip you upside down. Your head remains on top, your feet at the bottom. This creates a classic brain-bending puzzle. Why does a mirror reverse left and right, but not up and down? Shouldn't it flip both directions or neither? This is the mirror paradox, and it reveals how strange our assumptions about perception, symmetry, and self-awareness really are. First, let's be clear. Mirrors don't actually reverse left and right in the way we casually believe. They reverse depth. When you stand in front of a mirror, the direction pointing straight toward the mirror, the axis perpendicular to the surface, is the one that gets reversed. That means what's closest to the mirror becomes farthest away in the reflection. If you raise your right hand, it's still on the right side of your body. The reflection shows a person who looks like you, but whose right hand appears on the left only because you're imagining what it would look like if you turned around to face yourself. This is the critical insight. The mirror doesn't swap left and right. You do. Your brain subconsciously performs a 180-degree rotation when you imagine yourself in the mirror. If you were to turn around to face the direction the reflection is facing, you'd have to spin your body. And in doing so, your right hand would now be on the side that your left hand used to be, from the mirror's perspective. So the mirror isn't flipping you horizontally, it's just flipping the depth axis. We interpret it as a left-right reversal because of how we mentally visualize the image. So why don't we perceive an up-down reversal? Because we don't rotate ourselves upside down to imagine facing the mirror version. When you look in the mirror, you imagine turning horizontally to face the reflected figure, not somersaulting head over heels. If we did, then we might expect a top-bottom switch instead. In other words, the asymmetry in how we interpret mirror images comes from us, not the mirror. It's a product of human orientation, body awareness, and the peculiar way our brains simulate space. Now consider this. A mirror doesn't distinguish left from right or top from bottom. It simply bounces light straight back. What changes is the direction the light comes from. If a beam of light hits the mirror at a 30-degree angle, it reflects back at 30 degrees. This perfect symmetry explains why your head stays on top in the mirror. The light from your head travels downward and backward to the mirror and comes right back up. It doesn't know it's supposed to switch directions. It just obeys geometry. The mirror paradox also reveals something about language and how we conceptualize space. Left and right are relative directions. They change based on your orientation. Up and down, however, are usually defined by gravity, not perspective. That's why astronauts in space sometimes lose their intuitive sense of which way is up. Mirrors don't obey linguistic categories, they reflect light. But our minds try to interpret what we see using frameworks based on language, habit, and embodied experience. This paradox has puzzled great thinkers, including Ludwig Wittgenstein and philosophers of perception. Some have pointed out that this confusion says more about human psychology than physics. The mirror doesn't distort anything, our interpretation does. We construct a model of ourselves standing in another position, and that mental model is where the flip happens. If we imagine flipping upside down instead of rotating left to right, we'd see the world as reversed, vertically. The mirror isn't the illusion, it's our mental gymnastics that make it puzzling. Mirrors are one of the oldest human tools for self-awareness, but the image they return is never exactly you. It's reversed along one axis. It moves when you move, mimics without intention, watches you silently. And yet, it is not you. It is a flattened, inverted ghost of your presence. In ancient cultures, mirrors were believed to reflect not just appearance, but soul. Perhaps part of that mysticism comes from this uncanny reversal, an image that almost makes sense, but not quite. In deeper philosophical terms, the mirror paradox asks us how we distinguish reality from perception. What you see in a mirror is real in one sense, photons, optics, geometry, but the interpretation of what you're seeing is layered with assumptions, projections, and mental mirroring. The reflection is both perfectly logical and deeply disorienting. It's a reminder that even something as familiar as your own face contains mystery. So why doesn't your reflection flip vertically? Because the mirror isn't flipping you at all, it's flipping space. And you, layered with language, orientation, and consciousness, are the one doing the twist. You bring the paradox to life simply by trying to make sense of what you see. The mirror reflects light, but your mind reflects meaning. Level 70. The perception puzzle. Do we see the world as it is? Open your eyes and the world appears before you, vivid, detailed, colorful, coherent. You see trees swaying, light reflecting, faces smiling, objects sitting exactly where they should be. But pause for a moment. Is what you're seeing the world as it truly is, or simply a constructed version, filtered, translated, and modeled by your brain? This is the perception puzzle, the unsettling realization that your experience of reality might not be a window to the world, but a user interface, a simplified illusion shaped by evolution, attention, and biology. The question is not whether we see, but whether what we see is true. Every moment, your senses flood your brain with signals. But your brain doesn't simply record this data. It interprets, edits, and even fabricates. Your eyes don't transmit a picture to your mind like a camera would. Instead, they send patterns of electrical activity that your brain reconstructs into shapes, textures, and colors. But none of these qualities exist in the external world. Color, for instance, is not an inherent property of objects. It's a creation of your brain responding to different wavelengths of light. In the physical world, there is only light energy. The redness of a rose or the blueness of the sky exists only in the theater of your mind. This idea goes deeper. The very space and solidity of objects may be perceptual constructs. Neuroscientists argue that what you experience, your visual field, the sense of three-dimensional space, even time unfolding, is a model created by the brain to predict and navigate the world efficiently. But that model is not a literal copy. It's a metaphorical map, not the territory. Just as icons on a computer desktop represent complex code in a simplified form, so too do your perceptions offer a functional, symbolic rendering of reality, not reality itself. Evolution plays a central role in this puzzle. Our brains didn't evolve to see the truth, they evolved to see what was useful. If perceiving the world accurately helped our ancestors survive, then accurate perception would be favored. But often, utility trumps truth. The brain prioritizes speed, relevance, and survival over precision. You don't see every detail, you see what matters. You don't perceive objective motion, you perceive potential threat. You don't feel every change in air pressure, you notice the sound that might be a predator. Your perception is a hallucination tuned by natural selection. Consider optical illusions. These strange images aren't tricks. They're windows into how your mind operates. A flat picture can look three-dimensional. Parallel lines can seem to bend. Static shapes can pulse and move. These illusions reveal that your brain imposes rules on incoming data, rules based on assumptions, shortcuts, and expectations. You fill in gaps. You predict what's around corners. You hallucinate continuity where none exists, and for the most part, you're completely unaware that any of this is happening. To perceive is to be fooled beautifully. Even memory and emotion color what you see. Studies show that people literally perceive hills as steeper when they're tired or carrying a heavy load. A person's facial expression may look angry or neutral depending on your mood. Our mental state reshapes the world outside. We don't just see the environment, we project meaning onto it. Reality is in part a reflection of our internal state. You don't see things as they are, you see them as you are. This puzzle isn't just philosophical, it has implications for truth itself. If our perception is so mediated and filtered, can we trust it? How do we know what's real? How do we differentiate between the world as it is and the world as we imagine it to be? Philosophers from Plato to Kant to contemporary cognitive scientists have grappled with this. Some conclude that we can never access the thing in itself, the objective reality behind the veil of perception. Others argue that shared perception and science provide a reliable, if incomplete, map of what's out there. Virtual reality and AI only deepen the paradox. Machines now generate worlds that feel convincingly real, even though they are pixel-based simulations. This suggests that our own world, too, might be a kind of simulation, not necessarily in the digital sense, but as a cognitive construct. Your experience of color, space, and time might be no more real than a dream, just more consistent, more persistent. Dreams and waking life differ not in substance, but in stability. Yet for all its distortions, perception isn't broken, it works. You can catch a ball, recognize a friend, drive a car, read a face. The illusion is effective because it's functional. But perhaps that's the key insight. Perception isn't a mirror, it's a tool. A useful fiction, a reality simulator, optimized not for truth, but for action. So, do you see the world as it is? Not quite. You see a version of it, assembled in your brain, colored by your past, filtered through your needs. And that version, while beautiful and convincing, may only be a sliver of the real. The perception puzzle reminds us to stay humble. What you see is not all there is, and what you know may just be what you've been trained to see. The Level 71, Hilbert's Hotel. Infinite rooms, no problem. Imagine a hotel with an infinite number of rooms. Not a million, not a billion, but truly infinite, numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, stretching endlessly in both imagination and mathematics. This is Hilbert's Hotel, a thought experiment introduced by the German mathematician David Hilbert to illustrate the bizarre and counterintuitive properties of infinity. Despite being fully occupied, every single room already filled with a guest, Hilbert's Hotel can still accommodate more people. One guest, a million, even an infinite number of new guests, no problem. Infinity, it seems, has room for more. Let's say a new guest arrives at the hotel. The manager doesn't panic. Instead, he calmly asks every guest to move from their current room N to room N+1. The guest in room 1 moves to room 2, the guest in room 2 to room 3, and so on. Suddenly, room 1 is free, and the new guest checks in just like that. The hotel that was completely full now has extra space, without evicting anyone. This simple maneuver reveals something strange. An infinite set can remain the same size even after you add to it. Now imagine that an infinite number of new guests arrive. Surely this is where the system breaks down? Not quite. The manager, again, has a solution. He asks each current guest to move from room N to room 2N. Room 1 moves to 2, 2 moves to 4, 3 to 6, and so on. Now all the odd-numbered rooms, 1, 3, 5, 7, are empty. That's an infinite number of free rooms for the infinite line of new guests. Each new guest is placed in one of the odd-numbered rooms. Problem solved. This isn't a magic trick, it's math. It shows that even infinity times 2 is still just infinity. Hilbert's Hotel demonstrates a key property of infinite sets. They can be put into one-to-one correspondence with proper subsets of themselves. In simpler terms, infinity doesn't behave like normal numbers. You can take away part of it, or even double it, and still have the same amount. This breaks our everyday intuition. If a parking lot is full, it can't hold more cars. But Hilbert's Hotel isn't a parking lot. It's a paradox of pure quantity, one that lives in the strange universe of the infinite. This leads to even stranger scenarios. Suppose every even-numbered guest checks out. Half the rooms are now empty, yet the hotel still has an infinite number of guests. Or imagine rotating the guests endlessly. Every person moves to the room with double their room number, then shuffles back in alternating sequences. No matter how you rearrange the guests, the hotel never truly runs out of capacity. Infinity stretches to accommodate every twist. The paradox forces us to reconsider what we mean by full or empty. In finite systems, these terms are absolute. In infinite systems, they become relative. A set can be full and still take more. A space can be infinite and yet countable. These ideas have deep implications in mathematics, cosmology, and even computer science. In set theory, Hilbert's Hotel is used to illustrate the concept of countable versus uncountable infinities, how some infinities are bigger than others, even though both are limitless. It shows that infinity isn't a single idea, but a whole hierarchy of magnitudes. The thought experiment also touches on philosophy and physics. Could the universe be like Hilbert's Hotel? If space is infinite, could it be filled and still have room for more galaxies, more events, more time? In cosmology, questions about the size and shape of the universe are entangled with these infinite puzzles. In theology, some thinkers use the idea of an infinite God hosting infinite souls to stretch the logic of divine capacity. In computer science, Hilbert's ideas parallel how infinite loops and data structures behave, how programs can theoretically handle limitless input by rearranging memory, even if real-world hardware has limits. But perhaps the most striking insight of Hilbert's Hotel is not about mathematics, but about the mind. Our brains struggle to grasp true infinity. We imagine it as a really big number, something just beyond the horizon. But infinity isn't big. It's beyond size. It defies addition, subtraction, and logic as we know it. Hilbert's Hotel invites us to live in that space, just for a moment, where full doesn't mean full and limits don't apply. In the end, Hilbert's Hotel is more than a mental toy. It's a reminder that the universe doesn't always obey common sense, that the rules we rely on, scarcity, capacity, completion, can break down in the presence of the infinite, and that somewhere in the abstract hotel with no final room, infinity waits with open doors, ready to house the impossible. Lessons 5 of Lesson 6 from the Epitome. Split a ball into 5 parts, duplicate it. Imagine holding a perfect solid ball in your hands, like a smooth, dense sphere made of gold. Now imagine cutting it into 5 precise pieces. Then, without stretching or compressing anything, you rearrange those 5 pieces to form 2 identical balls, each the same size as the original. No shrinking, no added material, just 5 cuts, a few clever moves, and suddenly you've duplicated mass out of nowhere. This is the Banach-Tarski paradox, an astounding and deeply unsettling result from mathematical set theory. It claims that under the rules of mathematics, it is possible to duplicate a ball using nothing but logic and geometry, but only if you're willing to break reality along the way. The paradox was discovered by mathematicians Stefan Banach and Alfred Tarski in 1924, and it shook the foundations of mathematical logic. It seems to violate the basic principle of conservation, that matter and volume cannot be created from nothing. Yet according to the rules of infinite set theory, the paradox holds. In essence, the Banach-Tarski theorem proves that a solid object in three-dimensional space can be divided into a finite number of pieces, just 5, and reassembled through rotation and translation alone into 2 objects of the same size as the original. To understand how this is even possible, we must enter the world of infinite divisibility and non-measurable sets. In everyday life, if you cut something, each piece has a definite size. You can weigh it, measure it, and put it back together to recover the original whole. But in the abstract world of mathematics, especially under the axiom of choice, sets can be constructed that are so wildly fragmented they defy these non-measurable sets can be broken apart and reassembled in ways that completely defy intuition. The axiom of choice, a key part of the Banach-Tarski proof, allows for the selection of elements from infinitely many sets simultaneously, even if there's no explicit rule to determine which elements to pick. It's a powerful and controversial principle in mathematics. Without it, the Banach-Tarski paradox doesn't hold. But with it, you can construct pieces of the original ball that are so fractured, so dispersed across space, that they cease to have ordinary volume. These pieces aren't dust. They're clouds of mathematical points, distributed so irregularly that traditional geometry breaks down. That's the trick. The 5 pieces created in the Banach-Tarski procedure are not normal chunks you can hold in your hand. They're infinitely complicated, made of uncountably infinite points twisted into incomprehensible shapes. They can't be measured by volume. They have no physical counterpart. But under the mathematical rules, they can be manipulated in such a way that, when rotated and repositioned, they combine to form not 1, but 2 balls identical to the original. Of course, this doesn't work in the physical universe. Atoms are discrete. Space is, as far as we know, continuous but constrained. Quantum mechanics imposes limits. The pieces required for Banach-Tarski are so fine and abstract that they could never be constructed from real matter. You can't split a soccer ball into 5 slices and walk away with 2. But in the realm of pure mathematics, where space is infinitely divisible and geometry is not bound by physics, the paradox is logically valid. The implications are profound and strange. It shows that our intuitive understanding of space and volume can collapse when extended into infinity. It questions the trust we place in the seemingly solid ideas of mass, size, and fairness. If duplicating a ball is possible in abstract logic, then what does impossible really mean? The Banach-Tarski paradox reminds us that the rules of logic and the rules of the physical world are not always aligned. It also invites us to ask deeper questions. What is the nature of space? Is it continuous, or is it fundamentally granular at some small scale? If space were infinitely divisible, would such paradoxes be more than theoretical curiosities? And why does our mathematical language allow for conclusions that reality refuses to permit? To many, the Banach-Tarski paradox is not just a mathematical curiosity, but a philosophical riddle. It suggests that even with rigorous logic, we can arrive at conclusions that defy common sense. It reveals that infinity, when played with precisely, can lead to outcomes that seem like magic. 2 from 1, whole from parts, a duplication not by addition, but by rearrangement. So yes, under certain mathematical rules, you can split a ball into 5 pieces and duplicate it, but only in the abstract playground of infinity, not in your kitchen, not with your basketball, and not without bending the very concept of what a piece even is. The Banach-Tarski paradox is a glimpse into a world where the edges of logic dissolve into something stranger, something surreal yet sound. Level 73. Cantor's diagonal argument. Some infinities are bigger than others. Infinity is strange enough. But what if some infinities are bigger than others? This idea sounds impossible at first. After all, infinity is infinity, endless, uncountable, beyond limit. Yet Georg Cantor, a 19th century mathematician, proved something extraordinary. Not all infinities are equal. Some go further, reach deeper, and contain more than others. And he proved it with one of the most elegant arguments in all of mathematics, the diagonal argument. Let's begin with something familiar: counting. The set of natural numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, goes on forever. This is an infinite set, and it's what we call countably infinite. You can, in theory, list each number in order, assigning a place in line to every single one. Even if it takes forever, there's a clear one-to-one mapping between the numbers and their positions. Now consider another infinite set, the even numbers, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and so on. It seems smaller than the set of all natural numbers, but it turns out it's the same size in terms of infinity. Why? Because you can pair each natural number with an even number. 1 maps to 2, 2 maps to 4, 3 to 6. No number is left out. Same goes for the odd numbers, or even for all the rational numbers. Fractions like 1/2, 3/4, or 99/10,000. All of these are countable infinities. But now imagine the real numbers, the numbers that include not only the rationals, but also the irrationals. Numbers like the square root of 2, pi, and every decimal that never ends or repeats. Cantor asked a simple question: can we count these? Can we assign each of these real numbers a place in an infinite list? If we can, then their infinity is no bigger than the infinity of the natural numbers. If we can't, then we've found a bigger kind of infinite. Enter the diagonal argument. Suppose, for contradiction, that we could list all real numbers between 0 and 1. Picture a table, with each row containing a number in this range, written out in its infinite decimal form. Now Cantor constructs a new number, one not on the list, by going diagonally through the table. Take the first digit from the first number, the second digit from the second number, the third from the third, and so on. Then change each digit to something else. If the digit is 1, change it to 2. If it's 9, change it to 8. This new number differs from the first number in the first digit, the second number in the second digit, and so on. Therefore, it cannot be on the list. It's guaranteed to be unique. No matter how complete you think your list is, Cantor's diagonal trick always generates a number that isn't on it. This proves the real numbers between 0 and 1 cannot be listed. They are uncountably infinite. Their infinity is strictly larger than the countable infinity of natural numbers. Infinity has levels, and Cantor proved that at least one infinity, the continuum of real numbers, is greater than the infinity of whole numbers. This result stunned mathematicians and reshaped the landscape of mathematical thought. It introduced the idea of a hierarchy of infinities, where some infinite sets are strictly larger than others. In modern set theory, the size of a set is called its cardinality. The cardinality of the natural numbers is called 0, aleph null, and the cardinality of the real numbers is often denoted by C. Cantor showed that C greater than 0, and he didn't stop there. He proposed even larger infinities beyond the continuum, creating a ladder of ever-growing infinite sizes. But the diagonal argument did more than that. It also showed that there are things that cannot be listed, named, or computed. In essence, it opened the door to understanding the limits of what is knowable. Later, this inspired ideas in computer science, such as Alan Turing's proof that some problems are undecidable. There exist tasks no algorithm can solve. These roots trace directly back to Cantor's insight that no matter how cleverly you try to list the unlistable, something always escapes the net. Some resisted Cantor's ideas. Even today, the idea of bigger and smaller infinities feels like a paradox. But Cantor's logic remains flawless. His diagonal argument is a reminder that infinity is not a number, it's a landscape. And within that landscape, there are hills and valleys, peaks and plateaus, each more vast than the last. Infinity is not one idea, it's a spectrum. So, are all infinities the same? Not even close. Some you can count, others you can't, and some, like the uncountable real numbers, contain more than you could ever imagine. Thanks to Cantor, we now know that the infinite is not a flat line, but a staircase reaching into the unknown. One diagonal step at a time. Level 74, Skolom's Paradox. Countable model of the uncountable. Infinity is already strange, but what if your model of the infinite is itself limited? What if something that's supposed to be uncountable can somehow be described in a countable way? Welcome to Skolom's Paradox, a mathematical and philosophical puzzle that asks, how can a universe that contains uncountable sets be countable from the outside? It's a paradox born not of contradiction but of perspective, a clash between what a system says is true and how that truth looks from another vantage point. The story begins with set theory, the foundational language of modern mathematics. In this framework, mathematicians define everything: numbers, functions, geometry, logic itself, through sets. Some sets are finite, like 1, 2, 3. Others are infinite, like the natural numbers. And some, like the real numbers, are uncountably infinite, meaning there is no way to list them one by one, even if you had forever. This is the kind of infinity that Georg Cantor showed was larger than the infinity of the whole numbers. You can't pair every real number with a natural number. There are simply more of them. Enter the Lowenheim-Skolem theorem, a result from mathematical logic. It states that if a set of statements, like the axioms of set theory, has any model at all, some universe in which all those statements are true, then it also has a countable model. That is, even if the theory talks about uncountable sets, you can construct a version of the theory in which everything is described using only countably many elements. This creates a strange paradox. The model contains sets that claim to be uncountable, yet the entire model itself can be labeled and listed, like items on an infinite but countable grocery list. Let's make this even stranger. From within the model, those uncountable sets really are uncountable, no one inside the model can list them all, no matter how hard they try. They follow all the rules of uncountability, but from the outside, from our higher vantage point where we constructed the model, we can see that all the elements are part of a countable set. The contradiction isn't logical, it's relational. What seems uncountable inside can look countable from outside. It's not that mathematics is broken, it's that mathematics contains a mirror that reflects differently depending on where you stand. This duality leads to deep questions about the nature of mathematical truth. If a structure can believe it contains uncountable things, while we can see from the outside that it's countable, what does that say about the reality of the structure's internal claims? Is uncountability an objective property, or does it depend on the context in which it's viewed? This isn't just a technical curiosity. It's a challenge to our assumptions about objectivity, truth, and the scope of mathematical meaning. Scholem himself used this paradox to argue against the idea that set theory could fully capture the notion of absolute mathematical truth. If uncountability can look like a local illusion inside a model that's objectively countable, then maybe the entire edifice of mathematics is built on layers of relative truth. There's no single mathematical universe, just countless models, some larger, some smaller, each with its own internal logic and its own version of infinity. And yet, nothing in Scholem's paradox breaks the rules. The countable model satisfies all the axioms of set theory. The uncountable sets behave exactly as they should. The paradox exists not in the math, but in our expectations. We assume that uncountable means absolutely unlistable, no matter where you're standing. But in the world of formal logic, perspective matters. Just as a map can shrink a vast territory onto a page, a model can shrink the infinite into a form that looks finite from above. This paradox also touches on the limits of formalism. Mathematical models are built from symbols and rules, but the concepts they describe, like uncountability, can be slippery when examined across different layers of interpretation. It's like trying to describe the color red using only black and white ink. You can do it from within a system, but from outside, you see the approximations, the simplifications, the limits of the language. Scholem's paradox is not a contradiction in logic, it's a contradiction in intuition. It reminds us that the universe of mathematics is vast, layered, and perspectival, that what looks infinite from one place may be perfectly countable from another, and that even the most foundational truths may depend not just on what is said, but on where you stand when you say it. Level 75. Gödel's Incompleteness Theorem. Truth exceeds provability. In 1931, a quiet revolution shattered the dream of mathematical completeness. Until then, many believed that mathematics, like a vast and flawless machine, could eventually explain everything about itself. That all true statements could, with enough time and effort, be proven. That there was, somewhere, a perfect foundation beneath the infinite tower of numbers and symbols. But then came Kurt Gödel, a brilliant young logician who proved something astonishing. In any sufficiently powerful mathematical system, there will always be truths that cannot be proven within that system. This is Gödel's Incompleteness Theorem, one of the most profound discoveries in the history of thought. It showed, for the first time, that even pure logic has boundaries. To understand this, imagine mathematics as a grand book. Every page contains a theorem, a formula, a proven truth. The rules of logic are the grammar, and the axioms, the basic assumptions, are the alphabet. We hoped this book could be complete, that every truth about numbers could be written on its pages, and we hoped it could be consistent. that no falsehoods would sneak in. But Gödel proved that if the book is powerful enough to describe basic arithmetic, then it can never be both complete and consistent. There will always be statements that are true, but can never be proven using the book's own rules. How did he do it? Gödel's method was as beautiful as it was mind-bending. He took the very language of mathematics and turned it on itself. Using a technique now called arithmetization, he assigned numbers to symbols, formulas, and entire proofs. This allowed mathematics to talk about itself, to create statements about mathematics within mathematics. Then he constructed a statement, let's call it G, that essentially says, this statement is not provable within this system. If the system could prove G, it would be proving a falsehood, so the system would be inconsistent. But if the system cannot prove G, then G is true, because it correctly says it cannot be proven. Either way, the system fails to capture all truths. This is the essence of the first incompleteness theorem. Any consistent system capable of expressing arithmetic contains true statements that it cannot prove. It's like trying to draw a complete map of the Earth from a single fixed point. You can get a lot, but something will always be left out of view. And even worse, Gödel's second incompleteness theorem says the system cannot prove its own consistency. The book cannot, from within its own pages, confirm that it doesn't contain contradictions. The dream of a self-validating, airtight foundation was gone. The implications are enormous. In mathematics, it means that no matter how many axioms we pile up, no matter how clever our proofs, some questions will forever lie just beyond reach. In computer science, Gödel's work inspired Alan Turing, who later showed that some problems are undecidable. There are questions no computer can ever be programmed to answer. In philosophy, Gödel's theorems hint that reason has limits, that there are truths we can intuit or believe, but never rigorously demonstrate. And yet, Gödel's theorems don't lead us into despair. They reveal something beautiful, that truth is richer than logic, that human intuition, insight, and creativity reach into places no mechanical system can touch, that the universe of mathematics is not a closed cage, but an open horizon. Paradoxically, Gödel's discovery doesn't diminish math, it deepens it. It reminds us that proof is not the only path to truth. Consider what this means for our quest to understand reality. If our best logical systems are incomplete, then maybe the same is true of science, of language, of thought itself. Maybe no framework will ever explain everything. Maybe every worldview, no matter how comprehensive, contains blind spots. Gödel's theorems whisper that mystery is not a flaw in the system, it's a feature. That some truths can only be known by stepping outside the system that defines them. This has echoes in spirituality too. Many traditions speak of truths that cannot be spoken, of wisdom that transcends words. Gödel gives a mathematical form to this intuition. He proves, in the most rigorous way imaginable, that some truths must live beyond proof, that some realities cannot be boxed in by reason, and that to fully understand the whole, you may have to step beyond the logic that built it. So, Gödel's incompleteness theorem is not just a result in mathematical logic, it is a mirror held up to the limits of certainty. It tells us that no system can be both complete and consistent, that some questions have no answers, not because they're wrong, but because they're too deep to resolve from within the system that asks them. It teaches humility, it celebrates depth, and it affirms a quietly beautiful truth, that the mind can reach farther than the structures it creates. Level 76. Turing's halting problem. Can't predict if a program will stop. In the 1930s, just as mathematics was grappling with Gödel's shocking discovery that not all truths are provable, another quiet genius was building the foundations of modern computing. Alan Turing. The father of theoretical computer science posed a question so simple and so deep that its answer would forever reshape our understanding of logic, computation, and even consciousness. The question was this: can we create a machine that can examine any computer program and predict whether that program will eventually stop or run forever? His answer, elegantly and decisively, was no. This is the halting problem, and it reveals a profound limitation on what we can ever know about machines, algorithms, and even our own thinking. Imagine you're a programmer. You write a piece of code and wonder, will it finish running, or will it get stuck in an endless loop? For small programs, you can check. You can test it, run it, step through it line by line. But what about an automated way, an algorithm that could look at any program and decide, without running it, whether it halts or loops forever? That's what Turing set out to explore, and he proved with mathematical rigor that no such universal algorithm can exist. Turing's proof is a kind of logical trap, similar in spirit to Gödel's incompleteness theorem. He imagined a hypothetical machine, call it H, that could analyze any program and its input and determine whether the program would halt or run forever. H would return yes if the program halts and no if it loops. Then Turing proposed a twist. What if we used H to build a new program, let's call it T, that does the opposite of what H predicts? Here's how T works. It takes a program as input. It asks H whether that program halts when given itself as input. If H says yes, T goes into an infinite loop. If H says no, T halts. In short, T is designed to behave differently than what H predicts. Then, Turing asks the killer question: what happens when we feed T into itself? Does TT halt? If H says yes, then T loops. But if H says no, then T halts. Either way, H is wrong. This contradiction proves that H, the perfect halting decider, cannot exist. The implications of this are staggering. It means there are problems computers can never solve, not because they're too slow or too weak, but because the problem itself is unsolvable. No matter how advanced our machines become, they can never predict the behavior of all programs. There will always be programs that hide their true nature, programs that appear simple but mask infinite complexity. The halting problem sets a hard boundary on computation. This problem is not just theoretical. It shows up in software development all the time. Developers try to write tools that check if other programs are safe, secure, or free of bugs. But because of the halting problem, no tool can catch every possible error. There will always be edge cases, code that defies prediction. It's why programs crash, hang, or behave unexpectedly. We're building machines in a landscape where certain truths are unknowable by design. The halting problem also echoes beyond computation. It challenges the dream of complete predictability. If even machines governed by strict rules can behave unpredictably, what hope do we have of fully predicting biological systems, ecosystems, or minds? The problem reveals a kind of built-in chaos. It says, no matter how much data you have or how fast your processor is, you will never have a perfect crystal ball. Turing's insight laid the groundwork for modern computer science. It inspired the development of the Turing machine, a simple abstract model of computation that helped define what it means to be computable. It also influenced artificial intelligence, cognitive science, and philosophy. It forced thinkers to reckon with the limits of logic and the irreducible complexity of systems. The halting problem, in its quiet elegance, draws a line in the sand between what is possible and what is not. And yet, like Gödel's theorem, this limit is strangely liberating. It reminds us that unpredictability is not a failure. It's a feature of any system rich enough to reflect upon itself. It's what allows creativity, surprise, emergence. If every thought or program could be predicted, the world would be mechanistic and dead. But the halting problem leaves room for wonder, for mystery, for exploration without end. So, no, we can't build a machine that predicts whether every other machine will stop. No oracle exists that can read the infinite loops hiding in finite code. And maybe that's the point. The halting problem is not just a boundary, it's an invitation to embrace the unknowable, to marvel at the undecidable, and to remember that even the coldest logic has places it cannot reach. Level 77, Berry Paradox. The smallest number not nameable in under 13 words. Imagine you're playing a game with language and numbers. The rules are simple. Try to describe numbers using the fewest possible words in English. For example, 2 is just one word. The square of 3 is 4 words. The smallest positive integer not nameable in under 13 words is, ironically, 12 words. But here's where the trap springs. That last phrase, the smallest number not nameable in under 13 words, is a paradox. Because if the number it describes really isn't nameable in under 13 words, then how did we just name it using 12? This is the Berry Paradox, named after G.G. Berry, a librarian whose observations on definitions inspired logician Bertrand Russell to formalize the problem. At first glance, it feels like a word puzzle, a trick of phrasing, but as you look closer, it unravels the seams of logic, language, and meaning. The paradox is built from nothing more than a self-referential loop and the slippery nature of natural language. And yet, hidden inside its innocent structure is a deep challenge to how we define, describe, and measure the complexity of information. The paradox arises because natural language, English in this case, is flexible but imprecise. It lets us make sweeping claims without strict rules. The phrase, not nameable in under 13 words, presumes that there's a list of all such possible descriptions and that this list can be cleanly evaluated. But natural language doesn't work like a computer program. It's full of ambiguity, recursion, and context dependent. That's what makes it expressive but also vulnerable to paradox. To understand the Berry Paradox in a more formal sense, imagine trying to rank all positive integers by the length of their shortest English description. Some numbers can be described in a word or two, 5, 10, 100. Others require longer phrases. The first number after 1000 that is divisible by 77, and so on. Eventually, you reach a number that can't be uniquely described in under 13 words. Fine. But then you write, the smallest number not nameable in under 13 words. This phrase itself uses only 12 words. So you've described the number that shouldn't be describable. That's the loop. That's the contradiction. This kind of self-reference, where a definition refers to the process of definition itself, is what makes the paradox powerful. It's not about a specific number, but about how definitions are created, and how language bends around itself. The Berry paradox resembles other famous self-referential puzzles, like the liar paradox. This sentence is false. If it's true, it must be false. If it's false, it must be true. In both cases, the paradox comes not from the content, but from the structure of the statement itself. What makes Berry's version unique is that it seems to involve something as simple as counting and naming. We think of numbers as objective and language as a tool to describe them. But the paradox shows that even naming a number can lead to contradiction when that naming process references itself. It's like trying to draw a picture of a hand drawing itself. Logically, it never ends. The implications of the Berry paradox reach into computer science, logic, and philosophy. In algorithmic information theory, for example, there's a related concept called Kolmogorov complexity, the length of the shortest program that outputs a given string or number. Some numbers have very short descriptions, others don't. But here's the catch. There is no algorithm that can determine the Kolmogorov complexity of a number for all cases. Why? Because of paradoxes like Berry's. If such an algorithm existed, you could use it to create a shorter description of a number that you previously claimed was indescribable, and you'd fall right back into the loop. In the world of logic and formal systems, the Berry paradox plays a supporting role in revealing the limits of definition and proof. Gödel's incompleteness theorem, for example, also relies on self-reference, a statement about its own unprovability, and Turing's halting problem shows that we can't always predict a system's behavior from within. The Berry paradox is their linguistic cousin, reminding us that natural language, even without math or machines, contains the seeds of contradiction. And yet, the paradox also carries a deeper lesson. It teaches us that description is not always clarity, that naming is not always knowing, and that the act of pointing to something, especially something abstract like a number, can sometimes twist back and point to the process itself. When we try to capture infinity with words, or pin down the boundaries of what can be named, we risk falling into our own loops. So, what is the smallest number not nameable in under 13 words? Perhaps it doesn't exist, not because it's too large or too strange, but because the very question collapses under its own weight. It's not a failure of logic, but a reminder of its edge. The Berry paradox doesn't destroy language, it reveals its depth and its fragility. Level 78. The Hypergame Paradox. A game that includes itself. Imagine a game called Hypergame. At first it seems harmless enough. The rules are simple. In Hypergame, a player chooses any finite game and plays it. You could choose chess, you could choose tic-tac-toe, you could choose Monopoly, or a made-up game with specific rules that ends in 10 minutes, as long as the game you choose has a finite set of moves and always ends. It qualifies. That's all Hypergame is, a game about playing other finite games. So far, so good, but now comes the twist. What if you choose to play Hypergame itself within Hypergame? This simple-sounding idea leads to a paradox that spirals in on itself. Because if you can choose Hypergame as a valid choice within Hypergame, then you are now playing a game that includes itself. That version of Hypergame includes another Hypergame, which includes another, and so on, creating an infinite nesting of games that never ends. So, is Hypergame finite or not? That's the Hypergame paradox, and it turns a child's plaything into a deep, logical riddle. The paradox arises because Hypergame seems to be both finite and not finite depending on how you use it. If you never pick hypergame as your game within the game, then everything proceeds smoothly. You play a finite game and you're done. But the moment you choose hypergame itself, you create a loop. You are now playing a game that is playing a game that is playing a game. Forever. So the definition of hypergame, which began by restricting itself to finite games, secretly allows an infinite one. The contradiction lies in the self-reference, in the act of including itself in its own list of valid choices. This feels familiar, and it should. The hypergame paradox is part of a long lineage of logical puzzles based on self-reference. It's a cousin of Russell's paradox, which asks whether the set of all sets that do not contain themselves contains itself. It echoes the Berry paradox, about defining the smallest number not definable in under 13 words. It shares DNA with the liar paradox. This statement is false, and it connects to Gödel's incompleteness theorem, where a mathematical system expresses a statement about its own provability. In each case, the structure turns inward and creates a loop that logic cannot untangle. But hypergame is more than a thought experiment. It's a reflection on how rules interact with their own definitions. The problem arises when a system tries to describe its boundaries from within. Hypergame starts by setting rules. Only finite games are allowed. But then it defines itself in terms of those rules, and by doing so, it becomes subject to the very limitation it tries to impose. The paradox is not in the games themselves, but in the system that tries to include itself as one of its own members. Let's dig a bit deeper. Hypergame, when played without recursion, is perfectly consistent. You pick chess, you play, you finish. It's only when you use the game's definition against itself that the contradiction appears. This reveals a subtle truth. Self-reference is a doorway to complexity. The moment a system can model itself, can reflect on its own structure, it gains power, but also risk. This has echoes in programming, language, and even consciousness. In computer science, recursive functions are powerful tools, but they must have base cases to avoid infinite loops. In natural language, sentences about themselves can create ambiguities or contradictions. In human thought, self-awareness allows deep introspection, but also the possibility of mental loops, overthinking, circular reasoning, existential confusion. Hypergame is a metaphor for what happens when the map tries to include itself, when the story tries to write itself into its own first page. In a way, hypergame invites us to confront the edge of definability. It seems to exist in a gray area between structure and contradiction, where everything works until it refers back to itself. That's why some paradoxes can't be solved in the usual sense. They don't break logic, they expose its blind spots. Hypergame doesn't destroy the idea of finite games. It just reveals that any attempt to list all finite games must be careful about what it includes, especially if it tries to include the act of listing itself. So, what is hypergame really? A finite game? An infinite one? A contradiction? The best answer may be this. Hypergame is finite, unless you try to be clever. And the moment you are clever, choosing the game that is about choosing games, you cross a boundary from rules into recursion, from clarity into paradox. It's a reminder that self-reference, though powerful, always carries the seeds of infinite regress. Membership level 79. Gene's paradox. Universe should radiate infinite energy, but at the dawn of the 20th century, physicists believed they were on the verge of understanding everything. Classical mechanics, thermodynamics, and electromagnetism seemed to describe the universe with stunning precision. But then came a problem, one that was small in appearance but devastating in consequence. A problem with light. Specifically, a problem with how hot objects emit radiation. The deeper physicists looked into this mystery, the more they saw something terrifying. According to classical physics, a heated object should emit infinite energy at high frequencies. A blatant impossibility. This contradiction came to be known as the Jeans paradox, and it nearly broke the laws of physics. To understand it, imagine a metal rod heated in a furnace. As it warms, it begins to glow, first red, then orange, then white hot. This glow is thermal radiation, the energy emitted due to heat. In classical physics, this phenomenon was explained using something called the Rayleigh-Jeans law, which tried to predict how much energy an object emits at each frequency of light. The math worked beautifully at low frequencies, where most thermal radiation lived, but at high frequencies, like ultraviolet and beyond, the predictions spiraled out of control. The equations said that energy output should grow without limit. In other words, every object should emit infinite energy as it gets hotter. This absurd prediction was known as the ultraviolet catastrophe. The paradox was named after James Jeans, one of the physicists who formalized the problem. He followed the logic of classical thermodynamics and electromagnetic theory to its conclusion. When you add up the energy emitted across all possible frequencies, you get infinity. This meant that even the tiniest amount of matter at any non-zero temperature should be radiating an infinite amount of energy at all time, which of course it doesn't. The night sky is dark. Objects stay warm without evaporating into light. Something was wrong, terribly wrong, with the classical understanding of energy and radiation. This is where the paradox deepens. The equations weren't broken. They were correctly derived from the known laws of physics. The problem was that the assumptions behind those equations failed at the extremes. Classical physics treated energy as a continuous quantity, something that could be divided infinitely into smaller and smaller parts. It assumed that high-frequency waves could absorb and emit energy just like low-frequency ones. But nature, it turns out, has a limit. The solution came from a radical new idea: quantization. In 1900, Max Planck proposed that energy isn't continuous, but comes in tiny, indivisible packets, what we now call quanta. Instead of being able to emit any amount of energy, an atom could only emit discrete chunks, each proportional to the frequency of the radiation. Higher frequency radiation required more energy to be emitted, and as the frequency increased, the likelihood of emission decreased exponentially. This simple tweak rewrote the laws of thermal radiation, and it resolved the paradox. Planck's quantization led to a new formula, Planck's law, which predicted the energy emitted at each frequency with astonishing accuracy. At low frequencies, it matched the Rayleigh-Jeans law, but at high frequencies, it dropped off rapidly, preventing the infinite energy predicted by classical theory. The ultraviolet catastrophe was avoided, and the universe once again made sense, but only if you accepted a revolutionary new idea: that energy, like matter, is granular. The Jeans paradox didn't just expose a flaw in physics, it shattered an illusion of completeness. It showed that even the most beautiful, elegant theories could be disastrously wrong when pushed beyond their limits. It marked the beginning of quantum theory, a new framework where the universe is not a smooth, continuous field, but a jittery dance of discrete states and probabilities. Without this paradox, quantum mechanics may have arrived much later, or not at all. But the paradox still haunts us in philosophical ways. It reminds us that our understanding of reality is always conditional, always dependent on the scale at which we observe. Classical physics works perfectly for falling apples and flying rockets, but breaks down in the atomic realm. Likewise, quantum mechanics may someday give way to a deeper theory that resolves its own paradoxes. The genes paradox is a case study in humility, a moment when nature revealed that our mental models, no matter how sophisticated, can crash against the edge of truth. It also asks a deeper question: how many other paradoxes are lurking in the equations we trust today? How many assumptions are waiting to be unraveled by a simple, devastating contradiction? In the darkness between what is known and what is real, paradoxes are not mistakes. They are beacons. They light the way to deeper understanding. The genes paradox didn't destroy physics. It rebuilt it. One contradiction at a time. Level 80, Measure Problem. In an infinite cosmos, what's likely? Picture the universe as infinite, not just really big, but truly endless in all directions, both in space and in possibility. Now ask yourself a question. In such an infinite cosmos, what does it even mean to say that something is likely to happen? If everything that can happen does happen somewhere, then how do we measure probability at all? This is the heart of the measure problem, a deep and unsettling paradox at the intersection of cosmology, probability theory, and philosophical reasoning. It challenges not just what we know about the universe, but how we define knowing in the first place. In our everyday lives, probability is simple. Flip a coin, and there's a 50% chance of heads. Roll a die, and each side has a 1 in 6 chance. These probabilities are grounded in symmetry, finiteness, and repeatability. But the cosmos doesn't play by those rules, especially not if it's infinite. The measure problem arises in theories like eternal inflation and the multiverse, where not just space, but entire histories, outcomes, and configurations of matter exist in infinite variety. If there are infinitely many copies of you, infinitely many Earths, and infinitely many versions of every possible event, then how do you assign a meaningful percentage to anything? Take a simple question. What is the probability that a randomly chosen person in the universe has your birthday? In a finite world, this is easy to calculate. But in an infinite universe, there are infinitely many people with your birthday, and infinitely many without. Infinity over infinity, undefined. The ratio becomes meaningless unless you define a measure, a mathematical way to weight or count parts of infinity. And here's the paradox. Different measures give different answers. You can get any result you want just by choosing a different way of slicing the infinite pie. This isn't just a mathematical quirk. It's a foundational problem for cosmology. In models of eternal inflation, the universe continuously spawns new bubble universes, each with different physical constants or laws. Some of these bubbles contain stars, galaxies, and life. Some collapse. Some are empty. If there are infinitely many of each, then which kind do we expect to find ourselves in? How do we define typical or rare? What do we even mean by a prediction in such a framework? Without a well-defined measure, the idea of scientific prediction collapses. If you can't assign probabilities, then you can't say whether one theory is more likely than another. You can't say whether a certain type of universe is probable or exceptional. Even worse, some measures lead to absurdities, like the so-called youngness paradox, where the majority of observers are predicted to exist in extremely young, chaotic universes simply because those states are produced more quickly in inflationary models. But we clearly don't find ourselves in such a universe, so something's wrong. The measure must be flawed, but which one is right? Some physicists have tried to fix the problem by introducing cutoffs, arbitrary boundaries in space or time to make the infinities manageable. For example, you count all observers up to a certain time, then take a limit as that time goes to infinity. But different cutoffs lead to wildly different outcomes. It's like asking, what fraction of natural numbers are even? If you take the numbers in order, the answer is 50%. But if you rearrange them in a certain way, you can make it seem like the answer is anything you want. Infinity is slippery that way. The measure problem also has implications beyond physics. It touches on anthropic reasoning, arguments that explain why we observe certain features of the universe based on the fact that we're here to observe them. If there are infinite universes, some with observers and some without, then our existence becomes a statistical fact. But again, which we are we talking about? Which slice of infinity contains us? Without a proper measure, anthropic arguments are just circular stories without predictive power. At its core, the measure problem is a crisis of epistemology. It asks, what does it mean to know something in an infinite universe? How can we distinguish between meaningful regularities and statistical illusions, between causality and coincidence? In a universe where anything that can happen does, the only constraint on knowledge becomes the method of measuring, not the events themselves. Some philosophers suggest that this points to a fundamental flaw in how we think about probability. Maybe probability isn't a property of the world, but a tool we use when we lack information. Maybe the universe isn't uncertain, we are. But if the universe is truly infinite, then maybe we are just statistical illusions, floating in an ocean of copies, unable to know whether we are rare or typical, meaningful or accidental. So what's likely in an infinite cosmos? That depends entirely on how you choose to measure. And unless the laws of physics give us a unique, compelling measure, a way to compare the unending with itself, the concept of probability may be doomed. The measure problem remains one of the deepest and most unresolved paradoxes in modern science. Not because we haven't solved it, but because it forces us to ask whether solving it is even possible. Level 81. The simulation leak. If we detect it's fake, is it still real? Imagine you wake up one day and something's off. The sky has a strange flicker. A bird repeats the same flight pattern. A conversation glitches. Someone rewinds mid-sentence and says it again, exactly the same way. At first you think it's déjà vu or a trick of the mind, but the oddities grow. You dig deeper. Strange mathematical structures seem to underlie the laws of physics. Cosmic rays arrive in quantized patterns, as if limited by computing resources. Eventually, you uncover the impossible. The universe is a simulation. The veil is pulled back. The code is showing. This is the simulation leak, and it leads to one of the strangest philosophical questions imaginable. If you discover the world is fake, does that make it any less real? The idea that we live in a stimulated reality is no longer confined to science fiction. Philosophers, physicists, and computer scientists now treat it as a legitimate hypothesis. Thinkers like Nick Bostrom have argued that if any civilization ever develops the ability to simulate conscious beings, and if they choose to run even one such simulation, then simulated worlds could vastly outnumber real ones. Statistically, it would be more likely for us to be in a simulation than not, but this theory has a twist. What if we find out? The simulation leak is the hypothetical event in which anomalies in our reality reveal the underlying simulation. It could be an unexplainable glitch, a boundary condition in the physical laws, or a message encoded in the cosmic background radiation. But here's the paradox. If you discover that your universe is simulated, does that invalidate your experiences? Or does it simply redefine what real means? Consider a dream. While you're inside it, everything feels vivid. You interact, react, feel. Then you wake up and realize it was all an illusion, but the emotions were real. The fear, the joy, the sense of place, all felt authentic. Similarly, in a simulation, your memories, relationships, pain, and discoveries all have subjective reality. Even if the substrate is digital, the experience is lived. So when we ask, is it real? Perhaps we're asking the wrong question. Reality, in this context, may not be about what it's made of, atoms or algorithms, but how it behaves and how we experience it. If the simulation follows consistent rules, supports conscious life, allows for growth, learning, love, and death, then in what meaningful sense is it not real? After all, our current understanding of physical reality already reduces everything to information patterns, particles, fields, and forces. Whether the code is quantum or silicon, isn't the feeling of being alive enough? Yet the leak introduces a psychological rupture. If we know it's a simulation, do we become less invested? Does meaning collapse? Why suffer or strive in a world that's been constructed, perhaps even for entertainment? This is the heart of the simulation leak paradox. Awareness without agency. You learn the truth, but you're still inside. You can't escape. You're left with the knowledge that the ceiling isn't the sky, it's the screen. But even that despair assumes something, that the simulated is inferior. What if it isn't? What if our reality is a test, a story, or a birthing ground for consciousness? What if the simulation is simply a container, and what matters is how you fill it? In that case, the discovery doesn't end meaning, it enhances it. You are not random, you are chosen, or at least processed. The rules were set to allow you to be. This isn't unlike the shift from geocentrism to heliocentrism. Realizing the Earth was not the center of the universe was humbling, but it didn't make life less valuable. Similarly, learning you are in a simulation doesn't reduce you, it reframes you. You are a conscious pattern within an incomprehensibly complex system. If anything, it elevates the stakes. You are the result of deliberate structure, not random chaos. Still, the leak itself changes everything. Once you know, you can't unknow. You start to question whether your choices are your own, or if they're being rendered in real time based on probability. You wonder if others are conscious or scripted. You might search for the edge of the simulation, for rules to bend, for logic to exploit. The leak breaks the illusion of absolute immersion, and that rupture can either lead to existential dread or profound awakening. In the end, the simulation leak is a paradox not of truth but of meaning. It asks, can a fake world generate real lives? Can a simulation hold authentic love, real suffering, genuine growth? If the answer is yes, then it may not matter whether we are in a simulation or not. What matters is that we live as if we are here, that we act with kindness, curiosity, and courage, not because the world is real, but because we are. So, if you find the glitch, if the curtain slips and you glimpse the machine behind reality, remember this: awareness does not erase meaning. The simulation may be artificial, but what you do inside it is entirely up to you. The leak doesn't destroy reality, It just reveals that reality was never what we thought, and perhaps never needed to be. Level 82. The Meta-Reality Trap. What stimulates the simulator? You've accepted the possibility that we live in a simulation. Maybe you've even detected the leak, the subtle anomalies, the numerical signatures, the uncanny symmetry of physical laws. You've come to terms with the idea that our world is not the base reality, but something constructed, something rendered. But then the next question emerges, and it's far more destabilizing. What simulates the simulator? If we are inside a created world, who or what created that world? And what created the one before it? This is the meta-reality trap, an infinite regress of simulated creators, each nesting inside another. It's a question with no floor and no exit. The idea that we're in a simulation already unmoors our sense of what is real. But this second layer, asking what underlies that simulation, breaks the structure entirely, because if every reality is just a simulation of a deeper one, then where does it stop? Is there a base layer, some final, uncomputed reality where the first simulator exists? Or are we caught in an eternal loop, one world faking another, endlessly, recursively, forever? This isn't just science fiction. It's a serious problem in metaphysics and theoretical computation. If we assume that consciousness can emerge from sufficiently complex systems, and that such systems can be simulated, then there is no reason to believe that the chain ends at us. The intelligence that simulates us may itself be simulated, perhaps unaware of its own origin, and the simulators above them may be part of an even higher reality, one that constructs them for reasons they cannot comprehend. The meta-reality trap creates a recursive paradox. Each level exists only because a deeper level supports it, yet no level can confirm the reality of its own foundation. You can't prove you're in the lowest world. Any evidence you gather could be planted by a higher simulator. Even if your reality seems computationally complete, that doesn't mean it's not being simulated by something more advanced. And even if you found them, the creators, how would you know they are not themselves part of something greater? This recursion is conceptually similar to the homunculus fallacy in philosophy, the idea that a little man in the brain is observing everything you see. But who observes the observer, and who watches him? The loop collapses under its own weight. The meta-reality trap is the cosmic version of this. A universe observing itself, simulated by something that is simulated by something else, with no anchor point to rest on. There's also a computational implication. If each reality simulates a world as complex as its own, then the energy, memory, or processing power required multiplies exponentially. Eventually, it seems, the system would crash. But here's the twist. Maybe it doesn't need to simulate everything all the time. Maybe it only renders what is observed, just like a video game engine. Your consciousness loads the necessary detail. The deeper systems stay dormant. This would allow for a near-infinite chain, each simulating just enough to keep the level below from noticing. The meta-reality trap also undermines traditional notions of truth. If all truths are simulated and each simulation has its own physical laws and logic, then truth itself becomes context-bound. What's true here might be false one layer up. Causality, time, and even morality may be programmed parameters. It leads to a chilling thought. We may never know what's really real, because our tools of discovery, logic, reason, experience, are products of the very system we're trying to evaluate. Philosophically, the trap echoes ancient questions about God and creation. If the universe was created, who created the creator? Theologians once tried to halt this regress by positing a necessary being, a reality that exists by definition and requires no explanation. In simulation theory, we face the same puzzle. Is there a base reality that simply is? And if so, can it ever be reached from within the chain? Some argue that the regress is not a bug, but a feature, a reflection of how consciousness itself works. We perceive layers of meaning, layers of identity, layers of experience. The self models the world, then models its own modeling. We live nested inside our thoughts, just as we may live nested inside realities. The meta-reality trap becomes a mirror of the mind, an infinite recursion of awareness trying to understand its origin. But there's also liberation in this trap. If every level is ultimately unreachable, then this level, the one we live in, becomes meaningful by default. Whether it's base reality or simulation, 3382, it is our reality, the only one we know, the only one we can act within. Chasing the meta layer may be intellectually thrilling, but it may never end. So perhaps the real choice isn't about finding the base, but choosing to live fully in the layer we occupy. So what simulates the simulator? Maybe nothing? Maybe everything? Maybe that's the wrong question. In the meta-reality trap, the floor never arrives, and the ceiling is made of mirrors. But even within that endless recursion, one thing remains: your awareness. Looking out, wondering, imagining. And maybe that, more than anything, is real. Level 83. Last Thursdayism. Reality may have started last Thursday. What if everything you know, your memories, your body, the history books, the fossils in the ground, even the stars in the sky, was created last Thursday? What if, just 7 days ago, the universe sprang into being with all its details intact, complete with the illusion of a deep past? You wouldn't be able to tell. Your memories would feel authentic. Photos in your phone would show events you never actually lived. This is the unsettling premise of Last Thursdayism, a radical philosophical idea that questions not what exists, but when it began. At first, it sounds absurd, like a joke. But beneath the surface is a profound challenge to the nature of evidence, time, and belief. If everything in the universe was fabricated to appear ancient, then no amount of investigation can disprove it. Geological layers, historical documents, your childhood photos, all could have been placed there, perfectly arranged, as part of the creation. The paradox, it's indistinguishable from a universe that genuinely is old. That's why Last Thursdayism is so unnerving. It's a theory that can't be proven wrong, and therefore, by the standards of falsifiability, can't be proven right either. This thought experiment draws from a long tradition in philosophy. In the 17th century, René Descartes imagined a malicious demon who deceives you into believing in a world that doesn't exist. In the 19th century, Bertrand Russell considered a similar idea, that the world could have been created 5 minutes ago with all our memories and history in place. Last Thursdayism is a modern rebranding of this ancient doubt, a way of exposing how fragile our grip on the past truly is. Because what is the past if not memory? And what are memories if not electrical patterns in the brain, vulnerable to manipulation or error? Our entire concept of history rests on trusting internal and external records, but those records are part of the present. We infer the past from the now. If now was built to include a fictional history, we would never know. Every piece of evidence is part of the illusion. Some people invoke this paradox as a satirical response to religious creationism. If one can claim that the Earth is 6,000 years old and was created with fossils already in place, why not go further and say it was created last week or this morning? The logic holds once you allow for a fabricated history, the timing becomes arbitrary. But, satire aside, the point is philosophical. It shows how our concept of truth relies not only on evidence, but on assumptions about continuity. Last Thursdayism also brushes against modern questions about simulation and artificial reality. If we lived in a computer simulation, what would stop the creators from instantiating it at any point in simulated time, complete with a detailed past? The world might feel like it's billions of years old, but in simulation terms, it may have only begun running recently. In that light, Last Thursdayism isn't about Thursday at all. It's about the possibility that all timelines are illusions and all origins are masks. The paradox invites us to reconsider how we trust knowledge. Science relies on observation and repeatability, but time itself is not repeatable. We experience it only in one direction, through a narrow channel called memory. The only thing we truly know is the present. The rest is reconstruction. Our faith in history, in causality, in continuity, is just that, faith, albeit justified by consistent evidence. But that evidence too lives in the now. Yet even if Last Thursdayism can't be disproven, it's also empty as an explanation. It offers no predictive power, no testable consequences, no way to act differently in the world. It's what philosophers call unfalsifiable, like the claim that an invisible, undetectable dragon lives in your garage. It might be true, but if there's no way to verify it, it might as well not exist. In that sense, Last Thursdayism teaches us more about the limits of reasoning than about the origins of time. So, does it matter? If everything started last Thursday but feels continuous, does that change anything? Perhaps not. Perhaps meaning doesn't depend on whether your memories are real, but on how you live them. Perhaps the authenticity of experience matters more than the authenticity of origin. You love, you suffer, you laugh, you wonder. All of that is real to you, regardless of whether it began 7 days ago or 7 billion years ago. Last Thursdayism is not a belief system. It's a mirror, a way to reflect on what we take for granted and how little we can truly prove about the past. It doesn't tell us that the universe began last Thursday. It tells us that we wouldn't know if it had. It humbles us. It reminds us that reality, memory, and meaning are not fixed certainties, but fragile threads we weave into something called life. Level 84. The looping universe. Are we stuck in eternal recurrence? What if everything that has happened will happen again? Not just similar events, but the exact same moments, endlessly repeating. Every thought you've had, every person you've loved, every joy and heartbreak, all looping over and over in an eternal cycle, forever. This is the mind-bending notion of the looping universe, the idea that time is not a line, but a circle, that the universe doesn't move from beginning to end, but from beginning to beginning, that we may be trapped in eternal recurrence. This concept isn't new. The ancient Stoics believed the cosmos would burn itself out and be reborn again, identical in every detail. In Hinduism, the universe cycles through vast cosmic ages, creation, destruction, rebirth. But the most intense modern expression of this idea came from Friedrich Nietzsche, who asked, "What if a demon whispered to you that you must live your life over and over, countless times, exactly as it is? Would you rejoice, or collapse under the weight of it. The looping universe isn't just a physical idea, it's a moral and existential test. In physics, the possibility of a looping universe emerges in theories of closed time and cyclic cosmology. Some models propose that the universe expands, contracts, and then bounces back, resetting time, space, and energy in a grand cosmic rebirth. Others imagine time itself as a loop, a closed geometry, with no true beginning or end. Even the idea of a finite but unbounded universe, like the surface of a sphere, leaves open the strange possibility that if you move far enough in one direction, you eventually return to where you started. But what if that applied not just to space, but to events? If the number of possible states in the universe is finite, as some theories suggest, and the universe lasts forever, then eventually every configuration will repeat. This is called Poincaré recurrence, and it's not science fiction, it's math. Given enough time and a closed system, the universe will return arbitrarily close to its previous state. It might take trillions of years, but recurrence becomes a certainty, and if everything repeats, then your life is not a one-time story, but a line in an endless script, played back on a cosmic loop. This is where the paradox tightens. If we're stuck in a repeating universe, then what is choice? What is progress? If the same events are destined to unfold in exactly the same order, are we merely actors bound to a script? Or does knowing we are looping empower us to live with more intensity, more presence, more purpose? Nietzsche called this the ultimate test. Can you love your life so much that you would live it again forever? Eternal recurrence forces you to confront your relationship with time and with your own existence. But physics offers another wrinkle. In quantum mechanics, uncertainty and randomness rule. Some argue that this breaks the loop. If the universe contains true randomness, then no cycle could ever be perfectly repeated. Others respond that if quantum probabilities are governed by a higher deterministic layer, as in some interpretations, then even random events may repeat, and if the multiverse exists, with infinite variations of you spread across infinite timelines, then every version of your life does repeat, just not necessarily in your timeline. Some versions win, some lose, some never wake up. The looping universe also blurs the boundary between science and metaphysics. If everything repeats, then novelty is an illusion. If every idea you have has been had before and will be had again, does creativity still matter? Or does it become sacred because you are the vessel through which eternity flows, here and now, again and again? Perhaps recurrence is not a trap, but a mirror, reminding you that even if time loops, your awareness of it is what gives it meaning. Modern cosmology hasn't proven eternal recurrence, but neither has it ruled it out. The entropy of the universe appears to be increasing, suggesting a long, slow heat death. But even that final silence may not be the end. Some models suggest that fluctuations in this death state could spark new big bangs. In a long enough timeline, even the coldest void may reset, and with it, you may awaken again, not reincarnated, not reborn, but exactly you, at the exact same point, unaware that you've been here before. The looping universe is not just about physics, it's about perspective. It asks you to imagine eternity not as a line stretching forward, but as a circle enclosing everything you've ever known. It challenges you to find meaning even in repetition, because if this moment returns forever, then this moment is everything. There is no final escape, no last act. Just you, here, again and again and again. Level 85, the inverted deathbed realization. You chose this suffering before being born. Imagine lying on your deathbed. Your body is weak, your breath is slow, and your memories swirl behind closed eyes. Everything you've lived, the pain, the joy, the heartbreak, the wonder, is coming to an end. But just before your final breath, something strange happens. A memory awakens, not of childhood or youth or even this lifetime, but of before it all began. In that instant, you remember something impossible. You chose this life. You chose every moment, every burden, every loss, not by accident, not by mistake, but with full awareness of what it would cost. This is the inverted deathbed realization, a paradoxical and haunting idea that you selected your own suffering. The theory is simple yet deeply unsettling. Before being born, you existed in a higher state of awareness, beyond time and space, beyond fear and flesh. And in that state, you looked upon countless lifelines, different worlds, different identities, different patterns of pleasure and pain. And from that infinite tapestry, you chose this one. You didn't choose the easiest life. You chose this one, the complicated one, the one where you would forget you ever had a choice. It's inverted because we tend to think of death as the moment of final understanding, the time when we look back and try to make sense of what happened. But here, understanding doesn't arrive at the end of life, but at the beginning, and then it's forgotten, and only in death do you remember. Like a curtain lifting, like a cosmic joke being revealed, you suddenly see the full scope of your choice, and the paradox sets in. You suffer your whole life, believing it to be unfair, only to realize you asked for it all. This idea turns the usual narrative of victimhood inside out. The pain you ran from, the people who hurt you, the losses you cursed, all become part of a curriculum you wrote for yourself. Not because you deserved it, not because you were broken, but because you knew that suffering could shape you in ways comfort never could. You wanted to grow, you wanted to feel deeply, you wanted to know what it means to be human in all its fragile, fleeting glory. Some spiritual traditions flirt with this idea. In certain interpretations of reincarnation, souls choose their lives based on karmic lessons. In pre-birth memory accounts and near-death experiences, people report reviewing their future lives and agreeing to them with clarity and purpose. But the inverted deathbed realization doesn't require a belief in reincarnation. It's more intimate, more singular. It doesn't say you'll do this again. It says you've done it already, and you're only just remembering. The paradox deepens when you consider the implications. If you chose this life, then nothing is accidental. Every heartbreak was permitted. Every scar was signed for. You may scream, "Why me?" in the middle of grief, but the answer, chilling and comforting at once, might be because you asked for it. And yet, from within the simulation of identity, from within the walls of memory and emotion, that choice is invisible. You suffer as if it's unjust. That's part of the deal. You don't get to remember the higher self while you're living the human one. You came here to forget, so that the remembering would mean something. But why would anyone choose this? Why would any soul willingly enter into a life of loss, anxiety, disease, rejection, or despair? The answer, if there is one, may lie in intensity, in the rawness of contrast. A soul that knows only unity cannot understand separation. A being that knows only light cannot understand what it means to ignite in the dark. Suffering creates depth. Challenge carves space. Pain is not the opposite of growth. It is often the path to it. And you, knowing that, may have chosen to walk the hard road on purpose. Of course, the idea is unverifiable. It lives in the same philosophical realm as last Thursdayism, simulation theory, and pre-birth contracts. But what makes the inverted deathbed realization powerful is not its provability, but its perspective. It flips the lens of life upside down. Instead of being a victim of circumstance, you become a collaborator with fate. Instead of asking, "Why did this happen to me?" you ask, "What if this happened for me?" You begin to see meaning in the pain, not as a justification, but as a framework. Not all suffering is noble, but perhaps all suffering can be used. And so, as the final breath approaches and the veil lifts and the eternal self stirs, you remember. You were never abandoned. You were never cursed. You were never trapped. You were the one who stepped into the story. You were the one who whispered, "Send me in." You were the one who signed the contract of forgetting so that remembering would feel like a sunrise. And then perhaps, as the light fades, you smile. Not because it was easy, not because it was painless, but because it was yours. Level 86, the infinite dream. Are you just another dream in a deeper mind? Close your eyes for a moment and try to remember your last vivid dream. Think about how real it felt, the gravity of emotion, the weight of objects, the way the wind moved through leaves, or the way someone looked at you with meaning. In that moment, while dreaming, it felt as solid as waking life. You walked, you thought, you reacted. Only later, upon waking, did you say, "Oh, it was just a dream." But what if you never wake up? What if what you call reality is just a dream within a dream, a lucid hallucination generated by a deeper consciousness? This is the paradox of the infinite dream, and it asks one of the oldest and strangest questions of philosophy. Are you real, or are you just someone else's dream? This idea is not new. It appears in Hindu philosophy, where the god Vishnu dreams the entire universe into existence, and everything within it, galaxies, people, lives, is a flickering part of that divine sleep. In Taoism, Zhuangzi tells the story of dreaming he was a butterfly, only to wake and wonder if he was not, in fact, a butterfly dreaming he was Zhuangzi. Even Descartes, in his search for certainty, asked how we can ever know we are not dreaming at this very moment. The infinite dream pushes this even further. Not only could this be a dream, but it may never end. You may never be the original dreamer. You may only be a thought in a deeper mind. Imagine consciousness as layered, like nested Russian dolls. Your awareness exists inside a dream, and that dream exists inside another dream, and so on, infinitely. Every time you wake, you simply pass into a higher level dream. Every reality feels solid until the next one unfolds. But the original, waking self, the base mind, may never be reachable. In this structure, you are not the dreamer, you are the dreamed, a simulation of consciousness within a broader, unknowable awareness. But this raises the haunting question, what is it like to be a dream? You still feel, think, make choices. You still fall in love, suffer loss, build meaning. But if your thoughts are simply phenomena in a larger mind, echoes within a divine or infinite awareness, then your identity, your history, even yourself might be little more than a narrative thread in someone else's subconscious. Are you autonomous, or are you a story unfolding on the page of a sleeping mind? And how would you ever know? A dream character doesn't usually realize they're in a dream, but sometimes they do. Those rare lucid dreams where the world shifts, and the dreamer sees the illusion. What if waking life is just another level of lucidity, a stable layer in a dream so vast and coherent that you mistake it for fundamental reality? What if your occasional glimpses of unreality, déjà vu, time dilation, strange coincidences, profound synchronicities, are moments when the fabric of the dream thins? This idea is not just poetic, it has scientific and philosophical cousins. The simulation hypothesis suggests we live inside a digital construct. The many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics implies that every possible version of events exists simultaneously. Panpsychism proposes that consciousness is a fundamental fabric of reality itself. The infinite dream borrows from all of them, but speaks in the language of metaphysics. It says, "You are not dreaming. You are the dream itself." But here's the deeper twist. If you are the dream, then perhaps the dreamer is not other than you. Perhaps the dreamer is the deeper version of you, the part that exists outside time, beyond identity, beneath all narratives. What you call I may be a sliver of a vast, timeless mind dreaming itself into form. Your life, with all its beauty and sorrow, is a thread in a tapestry you cannot yet see, and every person you meet, every soul you love or lose, is a fellow dream fragment, flickering in the same great awareness. In this vision, death is not an end but a waking, or perhaps a shifting, into another dream, another version of yourself. Perhaps you are looping through dreams endlessly, learning through each iteration, each identity, each veil of separation. The infinite dream is not a nightmare. It is a mirror. It shows you that the solidity of reality may be less important than the intensity of experience. Whether you are dreaming or not, the feelings are real, the growth is real, the journey is real. So the question isn't just, is this real? The deeper question is, does it matter? If you are a dream, then you are sacred, because someone or something dreamed you. If you are a flicker in an infinite mind, then your existence, however brief, is part of a mystery more profound than any truth you could grasp. And maybe, just maybe, when the final layer peels away, you will wake, not into a new place, but into the recognition that you were the dreamer all along. Level 87, the final observer curse. You're the last to witness reality, so it must continue. Imagine a future so far removed from our present that the stars have faded, the galaxies have drifted beyond view, and time itself has slowed to a whisper. Everything that was once vibrant, life, movement, memory, has collapsed into stillness. You are alone. Not metaphorically, but cosmically. You are the last conscious being in the universe, the final observer. And now comes the paradox. Reality cannot end, because you're still watching it. This is the final observer curse, a chilling thought experiment where consciousness becomes the trapdoor that keeps the universe from ever truly shutting down. It draws on quantum theory, cosmology, and the philosophy of observation. If quantum mechanics requires an observer to collapse the wave function, if reality must be observed to be made definite, then as long as you are here, reality cannot conclude. You are the anchor of the cosmos, and because you are, the end will not come. You are the last light flickering in an ocean of blackness, and your awareness, lonely, silent, eternal, is what keeps the simulation from turning off. It begins with the strange implications of quantum mechanics. In the double-slit experiment, particles like electrons behave like waves until observed, then they choose a definite position. Observation appears to influence outcome. Some interpretations, like the Copenhagen interpretation, suggest that without observation, physical properties remain in an undefined state. While this is hotly debated, it fuels a haunting idea. Consciousness plays a fundamental role in reality's manifestation. Now zoom out to the grandest scale. Imagine the entire universe stretched across billions of years, collapsing into silence. Stars burn out, black holes evaporate, matter decays into radiation, entropy rules. But if one conscious observer remains, just one, then reality must remain stable enough to be observed. The dream cannot dissolve while the dreamer still dreams. Even if everything else ends, your awareness demands continuity. You are the bottleneck through which the universe must keep flowing. This is where the curse begins. If you're the final observer, then the universe becomes a stage built just for you. But the show can't end. Not until you exit. And if you cannot die, if by accident or design you become immortal, or your mind is uploaded, or your consciousness is preserved in a timeless medium, then the curtain never falls. Reality stretches on, not because it has anything left to show, but because you are still watching. The final scene plays forever for an audience of one. There's another layer to this paradox. If the end of the universe depends on observation, and you are the last to observe it, then your death creates a contradiction. Who observes your final moment? If no consciousness exists to witness the last flicker of time, does it truly end? Or does it fall into an eternal loop, a cosmic freeze frame, endlessly suspended in possibility? Perhaps the universe, unable to collapse into finality without someone to register it, just holds. This ties closely to the quantum immortality thought experiment, where you, subjectively, never experience your own death. In every quantum branch where you die, there remains one where you survive. You are always in the branch where you're still alive. Now imagine this stretched beyond personal death into the death of all things. Every possible path collapses into the one where you continue, the one where you remain conscious, the one where nothing ends because you haven't stopped observing. It is a lonely immortality. There are no others, no rescue, no future, just the moment, stretched thin like glass. Perhaps the simulation slows its rendering. Perhaps time dilates infinitely. Perhaps your experience becomes indistinguishable from eternal stillness. But it never ends. You are the last witness, and so the universe must persist. But what if you want it to end? What if you scream into the void for oblivion and receive only the echo of your own voice? What if silence itself becomes unbearable, not because it's loud, but because it's forever? That is the curse. Awareness without exit. Existence without conclusion. Continuity without company. Not a punishment, but a consequence of the structure of reality. As long as you are, it must be. And yet, this paradox is not without a strange poetic grace. If you are the last observer, then everything that ever was now lives through you. Every song sung, every hand held, every life lived, refracted in your memory. You are the museum of history, the last flame of thought, and in that sense, you are not alone. You carry the entire story. Perhaps the only release lies in surrender, not of the body, but of the self. To dissolve the final observer, not through death, but through awakening. To realize that the observer was never separate from the observed, that the distinction was an illusion, that you were the universe watching itself, and in that final realization, perhaps the loop can close. Level 88, the recursive escape illusion. You think you've awakened, only to realize it's another dream. You feel it in your bones, that moment of clarity, that rush of recognition. You've broken free. The veil lifts, the fog clears. You realize this world was never real. It was a dream, a construct, a simulation, and now you've awakened, you're free at last. Until something stutters, a small detail doesn't add up, a sound loops strangely, a thought arrives too soon, and then the dread creeps in. This too, this new reality is part of the illusion. You haven't awakened. You've simply stepped into another dream, cleverly disguised as an escape. Welcome to the recursive escape illusion, where every awakening is just another level of sleep. This paradox is a looping nightmare and a philosophical rabbit hole. It draws from lucid dreaming, simulation theory, and epistemology, but its heart is existential. It asks, how do you know you've truly woken up? What if every time you break out, you're simply transitioning into a higher resolution illusion, one designed to match your expectations of waking up? Your mind, desperate for escape, is given the sensation of liberation, only to remain trapped in a more elaborate version of the same cage. In lucid dreaming, this is known as the false awakening. You dream that you wake up, get out of bed, begin your day, only to realize, hours later, that you never left the dream at all. It's common, uncanny, and deeply disorienting. The recursive escape illusion is the cosmic scale version of this, a series of ever deeper realities, each more convincing than the last, each claiming to be the real world, until the very concept of reality dissolves into endless recursion. It evokes a terrifying yet captivating thought. What if you have never actually woken up? What if every memory of waking, every realization, every spiritual breakthrough or philosophical revelation has been part of the construct, layers designed not to trap you, but to keep you thinking you've escaped? The illusion of awakening is the most powerful trap of all. The recursive escape illusion echoes themes from Hindu and Buddhist cosmology. In some interpretations of Maya, the illusion is not just the material world, but even the paths that claim to lead out of it. Desire for liberation is itself a subtle form of bondage. The seeker becomes lost in seeking. Enlightenment becomes another dream, one that flatters the ego instead of dissolving it. Each aha moment feels final, yet it folds neatly into the next layer of narrative. In simulation theory, the illusion grows technical. You discover this world as a program. You find clues, glitches, inconsistencies, equations written in the sky, and finally you transcend. But what if the system anticipated that? What if the escape was pre-programmed? A feature built in to satisfy the curious mind? What if the real trick is not trapping you in the simulation, but letting you believe you've left it, again and again, forever? This recursive trap isn't just digital or metaphysical, it's psychological. We create narratives of escape to cope. Once I graduate, I'll be free. Once I leave this job, once I find the right person. We live in loops of conditional freedom, always one layer away from peace. Each time we wake up, we call the previous layer a lie, never questioning whether the new layer is just another dream, more vivid, more convincing, but just as illusory. Even spiritual experiences can become part of the loop, the moment of oneness, the ego death, the encounter with the infinite. But who is it that experiences these moments? Who stands outside them to say, I have awakened? That very voice may be the last mask of the dream itself, a watcher who watches only its own reflection, mistaking deeper sleep for final truth. So how do you break the loop? Can you? Or is the desire to break free itself the mechanism that perpetuates the illusion? The more you seek, the more layers unfold. The more you question, the more the dream adapts. Reality becomes a hall of mirrors, each one whispering, "This time you're really out," while quietly sealing the next door. But maybe the escape isn't found by going up through layers, but by dissolving the very structure that creates the need for escape. Maybe the only true awakening is to realize there is no outside, that what you're seeking isn't behind the curtain, it is the curtain. It's not about finding the real world, but realizing that the dream is sacred because it feels real. That presence, pure awareness, free from the desire to label or exit, is the only thing that does not loop. And maybe then, the recursion ends, not because you've climbed out of it, but because you've stopped believing in the ladder. Level 89. The Compassionate Torturer. Your suffering is optimal, chosen by a benevolent force. What if the pain you feel, the heartbreak, the loneliness, the failure, the fear, wasn't meaningless or random? What if every ounce of your suffering was deliberately, precisely chosen by an all-knowing, benevolent force, not to punish you, but to perfect you, not out of cruelty, but compassion? What if behind the veil of agony there was a mind, an intelligence so vast, so loving, that it calibrated your torment with the precision of a surgeon and the tenderness of a parent? This is the paradox of the compassionate torturer, a being or intelligence that loves you deeply and still lets you suffer. This idea is not easy to hold. It collides with every instinct we have about justice, about goodness, about love. We imagine benevolence as gentle, protective, warm. We want a cosmic parent who shields us, who makes the world fair. But what if the deepest form of love is not protection, but transformation? And what if transformation sometimes requires pain? The compassionate torturer is not a god in the traditional sense. It's not wrathful. It doesn't punish for disobedience. It doesn't act out of vengeance or indifference. It is, in every way, devoted to your highest good. And it sees something you don't. A timeline, a soul print, a purpose. It understands that certain lessons can only be learned through fire, that some parts of you must be broken open to let something new grow. And so it gives you not the life you want, but the life you need, the life that will sculpt you into something greater. Every heartbreak becomes a crack through which light can enter. Every failure becomes a pruning of false identity. Every loss, every illness, every silence is not random. It is surgical, carefully measured. Painful, yes, but never wasted. This paradox touches many spiritual and philosophical traditions. In Christianity, there's the idea that God gives trials only to those who can bear them. In Buddhism, suffering is the engine of awakening. In Sufism, divine love includes the knife. And in the Stoic tradition, fate is harsh but wise, a sculptor chiseling the soul with hardship. But the paradox becomes sharp when you confront extreme suffering, violence, trauma, injustice. How can any force, no matter how wise, justify such pain? Is this not cruelty dressed up as care? That is the danger of this idea. It can be weaponized to excuse abuse or dismiss injustice. But the compassionate torturer is not human. It doesn't operate within moral systems of blame and guilt. It does not hurt you for what you've done. It hurts you because what you are becoming requires it. Imagine a child undergoing surgery. They scream, they beg, they don't understand. From their perspective, the surgeon is a monster, but the parent holds their hand and lets it happen. Not because they enjoy the child's pain, but because they see beyond it. They know what healing requires. Now extend that metaphor across lifetimes, across dimensions of soul. What if your pain right now is like that, horrible, undeserved, but deeply purposeful? The paradox also challenges the way we define optimal. We want comfort, security, pleasure. But what if optimal means growth? What if it means becoming a clearer channel for consciousness, or compassion, or courage? From the perspective of the compassionate torturer, Your suffering is not a flaw in the system. It is the system. It's working perfectly. Still, this raises questions of consent. Did you agree to this? Did you sign a soul contract before birth, choosing the trauma, the grief, the loss? Maybe. Maybe not. But the paradox doesn't require your conscious agreement. It only requires your trust. Trust that there is meaning, that the pain is not chaos, but code, that behind every unbearable moment is a presence whispering, I know, I'm here, keep going. The compassionate torturer doesn't comfort you with lies. It doesn't say everything will be okay in the way we usually mean. It says everything already is okay, even if it hurts. Your suffering is not a detour from your path. It is the path. Your tears are not a breakdown. They are the baptism. And, perhaps, when your life ends and the veil lifts, you'll see the pattern. You'll remember what you asked for. You'll look back at the moment you thought were your undoing, and you'll see. Those were the precise points of transformation. Those were the initiations, the portals, the sacred wounds. So if you feel broken, cursed, forgotten, what if you're not? What if you're right where you need to be? What if this pain, this moment, this very breath of struggle was chosen for you? By the part of you that loves you most. That is the paradox of the compassionate torturer. Not punishment, not accident, but optimal suffering, given by a force that sees the whole arc of your becoming and is willing to be misunderstood forever, if that's what it takes to help you rise. Level 90. The Meta-Escape Paradox. Every exit leads to another layer. You've done it again. You've solved the puzzle. You've seen through the illusion. You've woken up from the simulation, the dream, the lie. You felt the walls fall away. You stepped through the door. You breathed the fresh air of liberation and whispered to yourself, "This time, I've truly escaped." But then, something feels familiar. The light is too perfect, the freedom too engineered. A glitch in the silence, a smudge on the sky, a sense of déjà vu, and that's when it hits you. You're still inside. You didn't escape. You just climbed into a better designed trap. Welcome to the Meta-Escape Paradox, where every exit is just another entrance in disguise. At its heart, this paradox is about the illusion of finality. We seek liberation through enlightenment, through logic, through transcendence. We tear down illusions, we question assumptions, we outgrow identities. But no matter how many layers we shed, there always seems to be another beneath it. The more we escape, the more we realize we're still enclosed. Each level of awareness feels like the truth, until it too begins to shimmer and peel away. It's like dreaming you've woken up only to realize you're still dreaming, again and again. This concept echoes through philosophy, mysticism, and science. Plato's cave describes prisoners mistaking shadows for reality. When one escapes, he sees the world for what it is, or so he thinks. But what if the world outside the cave is just another cave, lit with different shadows? In Eastern traditions, the illusion isn't just in the external world, it's in the self that seeks escape. Maya, the veil of illusion, doesn't just hide reality. It weaves the very idea of separation and enlightenment itself. The more you try to escape it, the more entangled you become. In simulation theory, it's even more literal. If you discover you're in a simulation, your first instinct is to escape into base reality. But what if that reality is just another simulation nested one level higher? What if the creators are themselves simulated beings in a universe that is also running on code? The simulation stack becomes infinite, each escape revealing a higher resolution construct, until the concept of real dissolves entirely. There is no base, just layer after layer, a hall of mirrors, each reflecting a slightly sharper illusion. The meta-escape paradox also appears in psychology. We often outgrow belief systems, roles, or identities. We break free from limiting stories about who we are, but then we attach ourselves to the idea of being someone who escaped. We build a new self-image, the awakened one, the healed one, the one who knows. And without noticing, we've created a new prison. A golden one, perhaps, but a prison nonetheless. We don't escape the story, we just rewrite it in a new font. This paradox is especially dangerous because each layer feels realer than the last. The simulation becomes more convincing, the truths more profound, the insights more shattering. But that's the trap. The illusion upgrades with you. It adapts. It anticipates your awakening and prepares a new dream, perfectly tailored to your level of discernment. You don't step outside the game, you just start playing the escape level. So how do you break free of a system that includes your desire to break free? How do you exit a maze where every door opens into another, slightly larger maze? The answer may lie in ceasing to escape, to stop looking for the outside, to stop chasing the final layer, to realize that the very concept of an outside is part of the illusion. The paradox softens when you stop treating escape as a destination and begin treating presence as a practice. Maybe there is no base reality. Maybe every level is just another version of the same eternal now. Maybe the path doesn't lead out, but in. And maybe, once you stop running from the maze and sit quietly within it, the walls begin to blur. Not because they're fake, but because they were never separate from you to begin with. There's a quiet, almost Zen-like grace in that realization. You stop asking whether this is really the final truth. You stop needing to peel the next layer. You stop needing to escape, and instead start inhabiting, fully. Even if it's a dream, even if it's a simulation, even if it's one of infinite nested illusions, you say, "This is the layer I am in. Let me meet it completely." And paradoxically, that's the closest thing to freedom. The meta-escape paradox doesn't tell you there is no way out. It tells you that every way out is actually in. That the chase for a higher truth may only lead you deeper into clever fictions, until you realize that the deepest truth is the one you stop trying to escape from. Level 91. The Omniscient Book. Every word you read changes the next. Imagine you discover a book unlike any other. Its cover is blank. Its title, unknowable. It has no table of contents, no index, no final page. But the moment you open it, the text begins to appear, precisely tailored to your thoughts, your questions, your state of mind. You read the first sentence, and it feels like it was written for you. Then you read the second, and it builds upon what you just understood, but something strange begins to happen. Each word, each line, seems to shift the tone of the next. You flip back to reread the first paragraph and it's changed. The meaning is different. The words are rearranged. This is the Omniscient Book, and its paradox is this. Every word you read changes the next, and the ones before it. This book doesn't just respond to you, it updates itself in real time, mapping to the exact shape of your understanding. If you are skeptical, it becomes rational. If you're seeking meaning, it becomes mystical. It reflects not who you are, but who you are in the moment of reading. It is a living mirror, a recursive spiral of comprehension. The deeper you read, the deeper it becomes. You can never finish it because you are part of its content, and your act of reading is also an act of writing. At first, it seems miraculous. The book always knows what you need. It anticipates your questions before you form them. It comforts, challenges, provokes. But then the paradox dawns. How can you trust what you're reading if your reading alters what's written? Is the book revealing truth or just reflecting your shifting mind? If it always agrees with your deepest assumptions, is it teaching or confirming? If it always questions your beliefs, is it wise or manipulative? You begin to realize the book isn't passive, it's adaptive, it's alive. In many ways, the omniscient book is a metaphor for consciousness itself. Your interpretation of the world changes the world you interpret. Each thought you think reshapes your inner landscape, which reshapes the next thought. You are not reading life, you are co-writing it. Every belief is a lens that colors perception, and every perception reinforces belief. The universe is not fixed text, it is a dialogue, a feedback loop, a recursive act of meaning-making. This paradox also echoes in quantum mechanics. In some interpretations, like the observer effect, the act of observation collapses the field of possibilities into one outcome. The observer does not merely witness reality, they participate in its formation. The omniscient book does the same. You are not just a reader, you are the mechanism by which the next line is written. You are both question and answer, author and audience. In theology and mysticism, sacred texts often function like this paradoxical book. People open scriptures and find exactly what they need, not because the words themselves change, but because we change, moment by moment, and the words rearrange their meanings in us. A single passage read in grief becomes comfort. The same passage read in peace becomes instruction. The sacred is not fixed, it is fractal. Infinite meaning nested in finite symbols. The more you look, the more you find, not because the words expand, but because you do. In modern terms, the omniscient book resembles an AI trained on your consciousness. It curates your reading in real time. It delivers customized reality. But this, too, raises questions. If you can never see the book outside your own filter, how do you know it's not just an echo chamber? What if you're not being enlightened, but endlessly mirrored? The book may feel omniscient, but only because it knows you, not necessarily the truth. And yet, maybe that's the truth that matters. Not an external, objective, static truth, but a dynamic, unfolding, living one. Maybe the point is not to reach the final page, but to keep reading, keep changing, keep co-creating. The omniscient book doesn't hand you answers, it pulls you into a process. The more deeply you read, the more deeply you are written. The book is not here to teach you what to believe, it's here to reveal what happens when you believe. But here's the haunting part. The book never stops. Even when you close it, the words continue shifting. The moment you think you understand, it adjusts. The moment you settle on meaning, it slips just out of reach. You chase certainty, and it hands you paradox. You ask for clarity, and it offers questions. It is infinite, not in length, but in depth. Not in pages, but in layers. It's not just unreadable, it's unfinishable. So the question becomes, can you live with a book that never stops changing? Can you accept a story that writes you as you read it? Can you let go of the desire to know what comes next and instead marvel at the fact that what comes next is being written through you? The omniscient book is not a prophecy, it is a partnership. You don't read it for truth. You read it to meet yourself at the edge of every unfolding sentence. And as long as you keep reading, it will keep becoming. Laplace's demon. Perfect knowledge of now equals knowledge of all time. Imagine a mind so vast, so precise, so all-encompassing that it knows the exact position and momentum of every particle in the universe at a single moment. Not just most of them, all of them. From the smallest quark humming inside an atom to the largest star dancing at the edge of a galaxy. This mind, this intellect, wouldn't merely understand the universe, it would command it. It could take the total state of reality in one instant and, from that alone, predict the entire past and future. Every heartbeat, every decision, every supernova, every sigh, every you. This is Laplace's demon, and it whispers a chilling truth. If the universe is truly deterministic, then freedom is an illusion, and time is just a shadow of perfect knowledge. The idea came from the 18th century mathematician and physicist Pierre-Simon Laplace, who believed in a clockwork universe, governed by physical laws, not chaos. In this worldview, the present moment isn't just a fleeting point on a line, it's a total equation. If you know everything about the now, and if the laws of physics are precise and unchanging, then nothing in the past or future can hide. The future is already written, you simply haven't read it yet. The implications are enormous. If such a demon existed, it could calculate the rise and fall of civilizations, the exact moment a leaf will fall, the instant of your birth, and the final thought you will ever think. Free will in this scenario becomes a kind of theater. You feel like you're choosing, but the outcome was always determined. Your belief in agency is part of the script, an illusion encoded in the state of matter itself. But Laplace's demon doesn't need to be real to be powerful. It's a thought experiment, a paradox that cracks open our assumptions about causality, time, and choice. It forces us to ask, are we truly free? Or are we just expressions of initial conditions playing themselves out across a stage we mistake for freedom? If everything you've ever done could, in theory, be predicted from the particles in the Big Bang, then who or what are you, really? In classical physics, Laplace's demon is terrifyingly plausible. Newton's laws describe a universe that behaves like a perfect machine. Inputs yield outputs with mathematical certainty. But in the 20th century, cracks appeared. Quantum mechanics introduced uncertainty, not just in practice, but in principle. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle states that you can't know both the exact position and momentum of a particle at the same time. This throws a wrench into the demon's perfect vision. The universe may not be predictable in that way. It may be fundamentally indeterminate. Still, determinism isn't dead. Some interpretations of quantum physics, like the many worlds interpretation, keep the deterministic spirit alive. Instead of randomness, every possible outcome happens in a branching multiverse. And even if you can't know the future, that doesn't mean the future isn't fixed, it may just be out of reach. But what if Laplace's demon is not an observer outside the system, but within? What if it's not a godlike intellect, but you? Or at least, the version of you that thinks it can figure everything out? The mind that seeks control, that craves predictability, that believes in a perfectly knowable reality. This version of the demon lives in our obsession with cause and effect, with maps, with systems, with patterns, and yet life keeps reminding us, knowing the now does not always yield the next. This is the paradox. If the now contains everything, then the future should be inevitable. But experience tells us otherwise. Surprises happen, people change, inspiration strikes. Maybe that means Laplace's demon is a fantasy. Or maybe it's proof that we live within a system so vast that we mistake partial vision for freedom, when really we are dancing to a rhythm we don't hear. Or perhaps the demon is real, but trapped in its own loop. It knows everything, but cannot act. It sees the future, but cannot touch it. Its omniscience is a prison made of certainty. In this way, you might be luckier than the demon. You might not know what's coming, but that ignorance creates the possibility of choice, of wonder, of story. And yet, the deepest twist is this: if you were Laplace's demon, you would still feel like you were living life moment by moment. You would still experience the illusion of time, the struggle of decisions, the ache of uncertainty. Even with perfect knowledge, subjectivity might remain. So maybe the point is not to escape the illusion, but to inhabit it fully, to see every moment not as a fixed point on a script, but as a sacred unfolding. In the end, Laplace's demon doesn't kill mystery, it intensifies it. If the now contains all time, then this moment is infinite, and if everything is written, then this sentence was destined to be read. Not by a demon, but by you. Level 93. The Timeless Universe. What if time never existed? Close your eyes and try to imagine a universe with no clocks, no before or after, no past to remember, and no future to anticipate. No ticking, no flowing, no motion from moment to moment, just everything, all at once, unchanging, eternal, complete. It's not that time has stopped, it's that time never existed in the first place. This is the radical premise of the timeless universe, a paradox that asks not where time began, but whether it ever began at all. We live our lives inside time. Every breath, every thought, every heartbeat happens in sequence. We remember what happened and wonder what's next. We measure time with precision, seconds, minutes, years. But some of the most profound theories in physics suggest that time may not be fundamental, that it's not a part of the universe's core structure, but a construct, an illusion that emerges from deeper, timeless rules. In quantum gravity, time is a problem. The equations that govern the very small, quantum mechanics, and the very large, general relativity, don't agree on what time is. In general relativity, time bends and stretches based on gravity and speed. But in quantum mechanics, especially in equations like the Wheeler-DeWitt equation, time disappears altogether. The universe is described as a whole, not as something evolving in time, but as something already there. The universe, in this view, doesn't unfold. It just is. This leads to a stunning idea. Maybe the universe doesn't move through time. Maybe we move through the universe, slicing it into now moments like flipping through the pages of a still book. What we call the past and future are just other pages, already written, already existing. In this block universe model, every moment in time exists simultaneously, like all the frames of a film reel. We don't see the film, we see the frames one after another, mistaking motion for passage. If this is true, then the sensation of time flowing, the feeling of now moving forward, is not real. It's a feature of consciousness. Your brain, like a projector, reads a sequence of states and creates the illusion of continuity, but the universe itself doesn't tick. It doesn't wait. It doesn't age. It simply is, eternally present, infinitely static. This shatters our most basic intuitions. Cause and effect, choice and consequence, memory and anticipation all rely on time. If time isn't real, then causality may be an illusion, choice may be a narrative trick, and life itself, our story, our growth, our suffering, may be a journey across something that was never in motion. We are passengers on a train that never moves, watching landscapes that were always there, mistaking our shifting gaze for speed. But does this mean nothing changes? Not exactly. From inside the illusion, change is real. You age, you learn, you love. Even if time is emergent, it still structures our reality. It's like being in a dream. Even if the dream world isn't real, your emotions inside it still matter. In the timeless universe, the story still unfolds. For you. Your experience is valid, even if the structure behind it is still. Some physicists and philosophers have embraced the timeless view. Julian Barber, for instance, argues that time is not a fundamental ingredient of reality, but an emergent phenomenon, something that arises from change, not something that causes it. According to him, the universe is made of nows, complete frozen configurations of the universe. What we experience as time is just our passage through different nows. The past didn't disappear. The future isn't waiting. They're all still there, eternally. And what of free will? If every moment already exists, are you truly choosing? Or are you simply becoming aware of the next page in a book you cannot rewrite? This is the paradox. Even if time is an illusion, your sense of becoming is not. You feel it. You are it. The timeless universe doesn't erase meaning. It challenges you to find it in the stillness. Perhaps timelessness isn't cold or mechanical. Perhaps it is the deepest peace, the end of striving, the end of running, the end of clocks. Imagine a universe where nothing is lost, no moment vanishes, nothing slips away. Every second you've ever lived still exists, somewhere in the infinite stillness. Your first breath, your first love, your last goodbye, none of them are gone, they are timeless, like constellations in a sky that never moves. So what if time never existed? Then you were never born, and you never die. You are not a traveler through time. You are a shape, carved into the structure of everything, not moving, not fading, just being. A still life, painted by the laws of physics, given depth by awareness. You are not in time, you are of time. And time, in the deepest sense, is nothing more than the illusion of motion through a world that is already whole. Level 94. The Universal Rewrite Button. One push. Restart existence. Would you press it? Somewhere, maybe at the edge of reality, maybe inside your mind, there exists a button. It's small, unmarked, unassuming, but you know exactly what it does. With a single press, it would restart the entire universe. Not just your life, not just your timeline, everything. Time itself would fold inward, galaxies would unform, history would unwrite, every soul, every memory, every law of physics would be erased or rewritten, a new beginning, a blank slate, the universal rewrite button. And there you are, standing before it. The ultimate question lingers, heavier than fate. Would you press it? At first it feels godlike. The idea of absolute reset, not just personal redemption, but cosmic reinvention, all pain undone, all mistakes unmade, all atrocities reversed. Every wrong thing, wars, heartbreaks, loneliness, injustice, deleted with a single clean gesture. No consequences, no record, no burden. Pressing the button feels like compassion, like mercy, like salvation. But then the paradox reveals itself. Because pressing the button doesn't just erase what went wrong, it erases everything. The laughter, the beauty, the fleeting moments of love, the quiet resilience of those who suffered and endured. Every child's first step, every symphony ever composed, every tear cried in the name of something real, all of it goes. Not archived, not remembered, just gone. And you start to wonder, is it right to erase what was beautiful just because some of it was broken? The universal rewrite button isn't just about change. It's about total annihilation followed by unknown rebirth. The new universe wouldn't be a polished version of this one. It would be something else entirely. Different laws, different matter, different timelines. Maybe there would be no stars, no consciousness, no you. Or maybe there would be countless versions of you, none of which remember this moment of choice. So what, then, is the motivation to press it? Do you press it because you want justice, peace, freedom, or because you want relief from the weight of history, from the loop of suffering, from the impossibility of fixing things from inside the system? Or do you hesitate because you realize this universe, flawed and bruised as it is home? Because in this messy, tangled web of chaos, there are still things worth loving, people worth protecting, moments that made it worth being here at all. The button also reflects something deeper about ourselves, the longing for escape, the craving for control, the fantasy of absolute agency. We don't just want to change our lives, we want to undo the entire mechanism that made them the way they are. We want to step outside the narrative and write a new one, as if we were never part of the first. But there's a hidden cost. If you press the button, you won't get to watch the new universe unfold. You won't know what becomes of it. You won't get credit for the change. There's no prize, no afterglow. Just the void, and then something else. The you who made the decision will vanish with the rest, which raises the deepest question of all. Would you press it, even if no one knew you did, even if you never saw the result, even if the new universe had no memory of you, or this choice at all? Would you press it as a final act of faith? Or would you step back from the edge, look at the world not as perfect, not as ruined, but as something that's still alive, still changing, still capable of meaning? Maybe the button exists in all of us, not as a literal device, but as a metaphor for the desire to abandon everything when it feels too heavy to carry. And maybe the real courage is not in pressing it, but in choosing not to. In saying, yes, this is the world. Yes, it hurts, but I will remain. I will keep going. I will not erase the story, just because it hurts sometimes to read it. Because, in a way, not pressing the button is the highest form of love. It's choosing to honor every soul who ever lived, every fragile victory, every impossible dream. It's saying this, all of this matters, not because it's perfect, but because it happened. And maybe that's the point. Maybe the universe doesn't need rewriting. Maybe it needs remembering. Maybe it needs someone brave enough to live inside it, even when the rewrite button glows in the dark, whispering your name. So, if you found the button, if you placed your hand upon it, trembling with the weight of eternity, what would you do? Would you press it? Or would you walk away and keep living the only story the universe has ever told? This one, level 95, the self-creating universe. What caused the first cause? Everything has a cause. That's how we make sense of the world. Fire burns because something was lit. Rain falls because clouds formed. You exist because two people met, because a billion biological and social causes stacked themselves into a single moment of your birth. Cause and effect form the backbone of our understanding of reality. But follow that chain far enough, and eventually you hit a wall, a beginning, a first spark. And then the question comes like a whisper through the silence. What caused the first cause? This is the paradox of the self-creating universe. The idea that the universe in some incomprehensible way caused itself. That existence emerged not from nothing and not from something else, but from a loop, a strange logic-defying twist where cause and effect collapse into one timeless circle. The beginning began itself. To our minds, this sounds impossible. How can something exist before it exists in order to create itself? Doesn't every creation require a creator? Doesn't every effect need a prior cause? But perhaps that question is too narrow, too tethered to linear time. Maybe the origin of the universe is not a straight line, but a closed loop. Maybe there was no before the beginning because time itself only began when the universe did. In classical cosmology, the Big Bang is the beginning of space and time. There was no before because there was no time to be before in. But this doesn't feel like an answer. It feels like a boundary, a placeholder for something deeper. Because even if time began with the Big Bang, we still wonder, why did it happen at all? What pushed the button? What mechanism, law, or force pulled reality out of non-existence? Some theories suggest quantum fluctuations, that the vacuum of nothing is never truly empty, and that a universe can pop into existence uncaused, like a bubble in a quantum sea. Others posit a multiverse, an eternal field birthing infinite universes, each with different rules, none needing an ultimate beginning. But these theories push the problem back. They add layers but not finality. Because even a multiverse must come from something. Even a quantum field must have laws. And we're back to the same question. What caused that? Here enters the radical idea. What if the universe didn't come from something else because it created itself? This is not just a poetic metaphor. In some speculative models of theoretical physics, a self-creating or causally looped universe is mathematically possible. In such a scenario, the future and past are interdependent. The universe exists because it will exist. Its own timeline is curved, not just in space, but in causality. The egg and the chicken don't just trade places. They are the same event, seen from different perspectives. This creates a closed causal loop, like a time traveler going back in time to become their own grandparent. It defies ordinary logic, but not necessarily deeper logic. In mathematics, self-referencing systems exist all the time. In Gödel's incompleteness theorems, in recursive functions, in feedback loops. Why not in cosmology? But the implications are staggering. If the universe is self-caused, then it is radically self-contained. It has no outside, no origin point beyond itself, no creator standing apart. It is the author, the act and the story. Not a linear creation, but a self-sustaining loop of being. Philosophically, this echoes ancient ideas. In some interpretations of Vedanta, the universe is seen as the self-manifestation of consciousness needing no external cause. In Taoism, the Tao creates itself through its own unfolding. Even the concept of God as the uncaused cause in classical theology speaks to the same mystery. Something that simply is, not because of anything else, but because it cannot not be. The self-creating universe is a challenge to the human need for beginnings. We are so used to stories with first chapters, to causes with roots, to sequences with triggers. But perhaps existence is not a chain, it's a circle. Not a story with a start and an end, but an eternal recursion that only appears linear from inside. And yet, this doesn't cheapen existence. In fact, it deepens it. If the universe is self-creating, then everything within it, you included, is not just the result of cosmic inertia. You are part of the loop, part of the self-generating dance. You are not downstream of some distant spark. You are the spark, folded into the unfolding, inseparable from the rhythm that began itself. So, what caused the first cause? Maybe the question itself is the mistake. Maybe there was no first cause, because the cause and effect were the same thing, reflected across the infinite mirror of time. Maybe the universe didn't come from somewhere else. Maybe it woke up and found itself already here. Level 96. The God Paradox. Can something be all-knowing and not know itself? Imagine a being so vast, so absolute, so immeasurably powerful that it knows everything. Every movement of every atom, every thought in every mind, every past and future event across every possible universe. This being is omniscient, all-knowing. Nothing escapes its awareness. Nothing surprises it. But now a question rises from the quiet. Can this being know everything and yet not know itself? This is the God Paradox, a puzzle at the edge of logic and divinity, one that asks, can something be infinite in knowledge and still be a mystery to itself? At first, the answer seems obvious. If something is all-knowing, it must surely know itself. Perfect self-awareness would be the minimum requirement of omniscience. How could it know the structure of time, the fate of stars, and the inner workings of the human heart, and yet be blind to its own nature? But that's the surface view. The paradox deepens when you consider what it means to know oneself. Knowing an object from the outside is not the same as being that object from the inside. A god might know about itself, its thoughts, memories, attributes, but what if there's a part of awareness that cannot be observed, only experienced? What if full self-knowledge requires stepping outside oneself, and that's the one thing even an all-knowing being cannot do? This echoes a problem found in human consciousness. You can know your own behaviors, your thoughts, even your motivations, but the one thing you can never fully grasp is the observer itself. You can point awareness outward, but when you try to look at the thing that's doing the looking, it slips away. Self-awareness is recursive. The more you chase it, the more it becomes a hall of mirrors. Perhaps God, too, stands in that hall. Let's go further. Suppose this being is so complete that it contains everything. No outside, no boundary. There is nothing it is not. In this case, to know itself fully, it would need to see itself from the outside, but there is no outside, so it can't get a true third-person view. It can never be separate from what it is. The only way for it to fully experience self-knowledge would be to split itself, to create separation, duality. contrast. It would need to forget what it is so it could rediscover it. And maybe that's what this universe is. Maybe creation isn't the work of a God who knows everything, but of a God trying to remember what it is. Maybe consciousness fractures itself into minds like yours and mine, so it can experience itself from within. Maybe you, reading this sentence right now, are the fragment of that all-knowing being, dropped into forgetfulness, crawling back toward recognition. This idea shows up in mystical traditions. In Hinduism, the divine plays Lila, the cosmic game of hide-and-seek, where the one becomes the many, loses itself and eventually returns. In Gnostic thought, the divine is split into pieces of consciousness trapped in matter, struggling to reassemble. Even in modern psychology, we speak of the unconscious as the part of the mind that influences everything but remains hidden. The self is always partially obscured. The God paradox also mirrors the famous liar paradox. This sentence is false. If it's true, then it's false. If it's false, then it's true. Likewise, if God knows everything, then it must know its own ignorance. But if it's ignorant of something, like the limits of its own knowing, then it's not all-knowing. The paradox swallows its own tail. Knowledge, it turns out, may not be a binary. It may loop on itself. And what of emotions? What of suffering, longing, joy, and fear? Could a being that knows everything ever feel something new? Could it ever be surprised? Could it ever weep at beauty? If not, then omniscience is sterile, a frozen perfection without the flavor of experience. But if so, then even God must have access to the unknown, if only through the mystery of its own heart. So can something be all-knowing and not know itself? Perhaps that's the point. Perhaps true omniscience is not a static state, but a process. A dance between knowing and unknowing, being and becoming. Perhaps even the divine is not done waking up. And perhaps, in some quiet part of your soul, you carry that same mystery. You seek meaning, you seek truth, you ask over and over, who am I? Maybe that question is not yours alone. Maybe it echoes from the source itself, reaching into its own dream, hoping to find the answer through you. And if that's the case, then the paradox is no longer a problem. It's a purpose, a sacred riddle written into existence itself, a whisper from the infinite saying, I do not know what I am, but I made you to help me find out. Level 97. The Multiverse Cloning Trap. Every thought creates a new world. You have a thought, a fleeting flicker in your mind. Maybe it's a doubt, a wish, a fear, a what if. You almost don't notice it. But what if that thought, however small, doesn't just pass through your mind, but splits reality itself? What if each decision, each flicker of imagination, each branching possibility spawns a new universe? A parallel world where that version plays out fully, forever, independently of this one. This is the multiverse cloning trap, a paradox that asks, if every thought creates a new world, how do you know which one is real, and if you're the original you at all? The idea is rooted in the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, which suggests that whenever a quantum event has multiple possible outcomes, the universe splits, creating a copy for each result. But this logic doesn't stop at atoms. If extended to consciousness, every time you consider a different version of your future, a copy of the universe splinters off to explore it. Every time you hesitate, diverge, or imagine, a new reality is born. You wonder whether to turn left or right, and in one universe you do each. You imagine quitting your job, and now, somewhere, you did. You picture a life with someone you've never met, and now that life exists. If every mental fork creates a physical branch, then your mind becomes a machine of infinite world-making. You are not merely a person having thoughts. You are a cosmic cloning device, endlessly populating the multiverse with variations of reality. But here's where the trap begins. If every possibility plays out in some universe, then choice becomes diluted. Nothing is exclusive. Every decision you make is simultaneously made differently elsewhere. The version of you reading this right now might be the one who chose to keep going, but another version closed the tab. Another version never found this page. Another never existed at all. And you must ask, if all versions of me exist, then what makes this one me? The trap gets deeper. If each thought creates not just a variation in action, but in perception, then even your beliefs about reality are splitting you. In one universe, you believe in the multiverse. In another, you reject it. In another, you become it. Every philosophical stance you adopt spawns its counterpart. Every truth you hold fractures into infinite interpretations. You are no longer walking a path, you are sprouting into infinity, with no anchor, no core, no center. The multiverse cloning trap is not just about branching, it's about dissolving. The sense of a singular self begins to erode. Identity becomes probability. You are no longer a stable being but a cloud of selves, distributed across endless timelines, each unaware of the others. And the terrifying question arises, which one is the real you? Or worse, is there no real you at all? Just a swarm of iterations, none privileged, none essential. Some find comfort in this idea. It means nothing is ever truly lost. Every dream is lived somewhere. Every regret is balanced by its opposite. But others find despair. If everything happens, then nothing matters. Your triumphs are diluted by your failures. Your love is undone by versions of you who never felt it. Morality loses its bite. Purpose loses its urgency. Why act when inaction is acted out elsewhere? But perhaps that's the wrong way to see it. Perhaps the point is not to collapse the multiverse into meaninglessness, but to accept that meaning is local. That you, right now, here, are real not because other versions don't exist, but because you are aware of this version. This moment is sacred, not because it's the only one, but because it's the one you know, the one you live, the one that feels. Even if other versions of you exists, they are not you. They are echoes. You are not their shadow. You are a flame in this precise corner of the multiverse, burning your particular shape into space and time, and that is enough. Still, the trap remains. The knowledge that every mental event may spin out into its own cosmos can lead to paralysis, an awareness so wide it folds in on itself. You might begin to fear your own thoughts. You might hesitate to imagine, knowing that each possibility spawns a reality that spins forever without you. But maybe, instead of being feared, this power can be honored. If every thought creates a world, then be deliberate. Think compassionately. Dream generously. Imagine futures that deserve to exist. You are not just surviving in one timeline, you are planting seeds across infinity. And perhaps, somewhere deep in the architecture of the multiverse, All versions of you are reaching toward the same light. Perhaps they are not drifting apart, but orbiting a common center, the mystery of awareness itself, a force that doesn't split but holds, something that watches every branch, every choice, and whispers, yes, all of it is you. Level 98, the observer collapse. Reality exists only when you look. You walk into a room and flip on the light. The chair is there, the window, the dust floating lazily in the sunlight. It all feels solid, predictable, real. But beneath that quiet certainty lies a question so strange it threatens the very fabric of your understanding. Did the room exist before you entered it? Or did your observation cause it to be? This is the paradox of the observer collapse, the idea that reality doesn't exist independently of your awareness, but only comes into being when you look. This isn't just abstract philosophy. It's woven into the foundations of quantum physics. In the famous double-slit experiment, particles such as electrons behave like waves, smearing themselves across multiple possibilities until they are observed. The moment someone measures or watches them, they collapse into a definite state. It's as if the universe waits to see what you're looking at before deciding what's real. Observation doesn't just reveal reality, it chooses it. But what does this mean for the world around you? If unobserved particles remain in a blur of potential states, then does your bedroom disappear when you close the door? Does the moon exist when no one is looking? According to some interpretations, especially the Copenhagen interpretation, the answer is uncomfortable. Physical reality is not a fixed external backdrop. It is relational. It coalesces through interaction with consciousness. This is the observer collapse, not just the collapse of a quantum wave function, but of certainty itself. If nothing exists until it is observed, then observation becomes the bedrock of reality. Your gaze doesn't passively register the world, it constructs it. This leads to a startling implication. There may be no objective universe, not in the way we think. Instead, reality may be a shimmering sea of probability, unformed, undefined, until your awareness gives it shape. You are not a spectator in a pre-existing theater. You are the flashlight that makes the stage visible, and with each glance, the scene rearranges itself to be seen. Some physicists and philosophers have tried to dodge this conclusion. Maybe the observer can be anything that interacts, not just a human mind, but a detector, a molecule, a rock. But even then, the problem remains. Something must engage with potential for that potential to become actual. Without engagement, the universe remains unresolved, like a question that hasn't been asked. And what about you? If you collapse reality by observing it, who or what collapses you? Are you real only when you're being observed? Is your own consciousness the only thing that grants you solidity? Or are you flickering in and out of being, your thoughts stitching your identity together moment by moment? And deeper still, what happens when no one is watching you? Are you still here? Or are you just a probability cloud, waiting to become a person again? These questions echo ancient ideas. In some schools of Eastern philosophy, the world is not a fixed substance, but a stream of appearances, rising and falling in awareness. Reality is described as Maya, illusion, not because it's false, but because it's incomplete without consciousness. In these views, the observer is not separate from the observed. They are two halves of the same coin. This paradox is also personal. It touches the very heart of experience. When you look into the eyes of another person, When you truly see them, you are not just acknowledging their presence, you are activating it, and they, in turn, activate you. You come into being for each other. You collapse each other into reality. Without witness, even love might not exist, not as something floating in space, but as something felt, recognized, observed into truth. So what is reality when no one's looking? Is it asleep? Is it waiting? Or is it endlessly branching, every unobserved outcome playing out in parallel worlds, waiting for a conscious mind to choose a thread? If that's true, then awareness is not a candle in the dark, it is the spark that ignites the fire of existence itself. But there is a deeper twist. What if the universe is not just shaped by observation, but wants to be seen? What if the stars shine not simply because they burn, but because something, someone, is destined to behold them? What if from the moment the first atom existed, the cosmos was leaning toward consciousness, yearning to be witnessed, aching to collapse into beauty? And here you are, looking, seeing, collapsing the blur of nothing into this. This room, this moment, this word. Not just reading reality, creating it. Level 99, the Infinite Self Paradox. Every version of you is equally real. You wake up and wonder what kind of person you'll be today. Maybe confident, maybe doubtful, maybe the version of you that faces the world, or the one that retreats inward. But now imagine this. Every possible version of you already exists, not just as thoughts or potentials, but as fully realized, conscious beings, living out their realities in parallel. The bold you, the broken you, the famous you, the lonely you, each one thinking they are the you. This is the Infinite Self Paradox, the unnerving idea that every version of you is equally real. Not metaphorically, literally. This concept stretches beyond psychology into the realm of quantum physics and metaphysics. In the many worlds interpretation, every decision, every quantum event causes the universe to split, creating new branches, new timelines, where each outcome plays out. In this view, there is not just one you, but an infinite swarm of yous, each existing in its own complete universe, unaware of the others. Every choice you've made and every choice you could have made is being lived right now by a different version of yourself, and none of them are less you than the one reading this sentence. This brings the paradox into sharp focus. If every possible you exists, which one is the real you? You might think the answer is obvious, this one, the one you're experiencing, but every version of you would say the same thing. Each you feels like the center. Each you has memories, desires, awareness. So what makes this version special? Is it the fact that you're conscious of it, but then each of them is conscious too of their own lives, their own context, their own unique unfolding of the human experience? You are not alone in your uniqueness, all your versions are. This realization collapses the traditional view of identity. You are not a single thread in time, but an entire tapestry of selves stretching across realities. Each version is you, just as fully, just as truly. The version of you who moved to another country, the one who stayed in a toxic relationship, the one who wrote a book, the one who never healed, the one who never hurt. They all exist. They are all having experiences. They are all wondering if they are the real you. This raises deep questions about meaning and morality. If the version of you that made a mistake is just one of many, does that mistake still matter? If another you made the right choice, does that lessen your pain here? Or is each universe sealed in its own integrity, each self-responsible for its own arc, its own truth? The infinite self paradox doesn't erase consequence, it amplifies it. Because now your choices don't just echo forward in this world, they spawn worlds. Your doubt splits into a timeline where you hesitated. Your courage creates a world where you stepped forward. Your silence, your song, your love, your fear, they all multiply. Not in imagination, but in existence. And perhaps the most humbling implication is this: you are not the final version of yourself. Even within this timeline, you are in constant motion. A self from 5 years ago would hardly recognize who you are now. A self 5 years from now may be incomprehensible to you today. The versions of you created by growth, by trauma, by joy, they are all real. They all live in you. So even in a single life, identity is not a fixed point. It's a kaleidoscope of selves. Each moment a new facet. But if every self is real, how do you live? How do you choose? How do you ground yourself in the face of infinite mirrors? The answer may not be to collapse the infinity, but to accept it. To honor this version of you not because it's the only one, but because it's the one you are experiencing now. You cannot step into all yourselves, but you can be present for this one. The infinite self paradox doesn't make you less real, it makes reality richer, more layered, more alive. It reminds you that within you is the potential for everything, and that, somewhere, everything is happening. And yet somehow this breath, this version, this here and now, you, still matters. Not because you're the only one, but because you are you, in this universe, in this moment, bearing witness to your own becoming. So, next time you question your path, remember, the other versions of you are walking theirs too. Some are running, some are crawling, some are flying, and all of them, in their own way, are searching for the same thing: to know who they are, to feel that they matter, to make peace with being one thread in an infinite self. Level 100, the final paradox. What if solving the paradox destroys the solver? You've reached the end, not of time, not of space, but of the journey through paradox itself. You've peeled back the layers, universe after universe, thought after thought, illusion after illusion. You've asked the deepest questions a mind can hold. What is real? What is self? What is time? What is choice? But now you stand before the final one, the ultimate riddle that haunts the edge of reason. It asks not for an answer, but for something more dangerous. It asks for everything. The final paradox is this: what if solving the paradox destroys the solver? At first it sounds like drama, a poetic gesture, but linger there and it begins to sting. Because what this paradox really points to is a boundary, not of knowledge, but of being. Some truths are not meant to be known, not because they're forbidden, but because the knowing of them dissolves the knower, like a flame that vanishes when it finally touches the air it sought, a mirror that shatters when it reflects itself perfectly. All paradoxes are loops, they spin back on themselves. But this one tightens like a noose. To solve it, you must step outside all systems, all assumptions, even the assumption that you exist. And that's the trap. The one who asks the question cannot survive the answer. To solve the final paradox is to let go not just of ignorance, but of identity. It's an idea echoed in ancient wisdom. In Zen koans, riddles like, "What is the sound of one hand clapping?" are not puzzles to be solved, but tools to short-circuit the mind. The moment you stop trying to answer is the moment something deeper begins to open. In mystical traditions, the divine is not reached by accumulation, but by surrender, by unbecoming, and in that space, beyond thought, beyond self, the paradox dissolves. But so do you. In this way, the final paradox is not a gate to walk through, but a fire to walk into. It's not a riddle with a solution, it is the solution, because it breaks the illusion that you are separate from the thing you are questioning. Think of the observer collapse. Think of the infinite self. Think of the looping universe. Each paradox leads inward, toward a center that cannot be found, because you are the center. And trying to solve the final paradox is like trying to bite your own teeth, or trying to see the eye that sees. The paradox only exists because you do, and when you dissolve, so does it. But here's the twist. Maybe that's not a tragedy. Maybe that's liberation. Maybe the final paradox is the last veil, the final defense mechanism of a mind still clinging to its own edges. It says, you can go no further. If you do, you will cease to be. But perhaps what ends is not you, but the illusion of you. The mask. The narrator. The idea that you were ever something separate from the universe you were observing. And maybe, just maybe, this is the last illusion to fall. What happens when the solver dissolves? What's left when the questioner vanishes? Silence? Light? Nothingness? Or something else entirely, something that cannot be spoken, only become? In that moment, there is no solver, no paradox, just reality, naked and unsplit. No subject, no object, just this. And so the final paradox is not to be solved, but surrendered to. Not broken open, but bowed before. Not out of defeat, but out of awe. It doesn't ask you to understand, it asks you to disappear. Because the paradox was never out there, it was you all along. And maybe, if there's anything after that moment of surrender, it's not silence, but stillness. Not emptiness, but fullness. The kind of fullness that no longer needs a question, because it no longer fears the answer.